been in the mood. Let's see. You keep hearing this game is not nearly as good as Farm Sim. Is that right? What? So, to be clear, literally Farm Sim 25 is you take Farm Sim 22 and you add stuff to it and quality of life. So, the claim that it's not as good as Farm Sim 22 kind of can't be true in that respect. It's not like where yeah, Planet Coaster, and it came out with a new one that had engine rework and all that changed parts of the game, or like City Skylines too, where it was like a complete rework of the previous one. Yeah, no, definitely not. If you've heard that, I don't know what your sources are, but they're terrible. Um, anyways, with that said, we're gonna go ahead and start a brand new run Farm Sim 25. We do have the Highlands expansion coming out, so we're gonna go ahead and bring on a brand new map. We're gonna be choosing Start from Scratch, Hard Economy. I'm gonna be putting the money down to the minimum and choosing our brand new map, which is, I don't know how to pronounce that. It's like Kinlage or whatever. So we're starting with basically the minimum. Now, what's going to happen is when I go in here, we are going to use that loan to pay, like we're going to use our starting money to pay off the loan, and we're going to effectively start with 0. If I'm not mistaken with this map will ultimately give us a fishing pole to start and all that kind of stuff. Now, the only DLC you'll see here is nothing but Giant Software official stuff. That's the reason I turned that one off, is that was the only not Giants official thing I had. You think it's something like King Lake? It might be. Alright, so go ahead and get that loading. But yeah, no, as far as like the realism side of it, literally mechanically the game works the exact same as Farm Sim 22. Except they have added more functionality. We still have precision farming if you want precision farming, which I do have turned on. But like genuinely it's the same game under the hood with like improvements to that. We've got new crops and all that. It's pretty much like directly in line to following what Farm Sim 22 already did. They didn't turn around and be like, "Oh, well, we just need to make this easier." No. Like in anything, I'd even argue the realism's farther, because the AI in Farm Sim 22 was utterly terrible if you didn't get mods. So Farm Sim 25, the AI is actually capable. You've got GPS now in your vehicle. So, you know, getting your vehicle to go on a straight line, you can make it do that. Versus Farm Sim 22, you had to get mods to accomplish those basic things. Graphically, it's way better. We've got volumetric lighting now. We've got volumetric fog. We didn't have those in Farm Sim 22. The textures and like that, it's technically better. To me, I don't appreciably notice a difference, but I am also running settings that were not at the absolute peak we could set everything, because that's pretty hard to stream. You'll just have your bitrate eat it up. Sorry. And I will say, if you go watch streams and you try and compare the two games, they're gonna look the exact same. But that's because, you know, you're taking the game and you're compressing it down to like 1080p. So 1080p is gonna look like 1080p. You know, you got your pixel limit there. That's actually one of the things that if you're ever leaning on the side of like really high-end graphic kind of games, watching streams will do you no good. Even watching YouTube videos, while a little bit better, is still not going to do you good most of the time, because the vast majority of times people aren't like recording in 2K, 4K, that kind of nonsense. All right. So we got everything set up. We will usually have a little bit of stutter right at the beginning. Okay, so we do actually have a fishing pole and a flashlight to start with. So what I'm going to do is, for setting up our challenge, we're going to immediately go to our finances. We're going to repay the loan they started us with. So we now have $0. So we do not own any land, and we have $0. More than likely, there will be a place here that we can sleep. I just want to establish that real fast, because that'd be the only big bummer. So we got you here. David. Got her store. Katie. Yeah, so that's the new person we need to meet for one of our dare drops. It does look like this map does not give you a starting house, which is a big bummer, but that's okay. I'm actually really surprised by that, because usually what happens is they'll spawn you right by, you know, I always forget this guy, what his deal is. But they usually have, like, the house you start by be a house you can sleep in. It's fine, though. That does mean we might have a problem where I might have to get myself some land to put a house on. Okay, but the first thing let's check to figure it out. So we got our farmland. Let's see what we're going to be in for so far as, like, finding a really small plot. Most of these plots are proving to not be at all small. Okay. Yeah, so many of these. So we got 96,000. That is way worse than I'm used to having to save up. Yeah, so it's looking like the 86,000 plot might be as cheap as we're getting. Huh. It's like a lot of times you'll have some of these where they give you just the field. Whereas this one they're giving you a lot of surrounding land. Which means it's a lot of acreage, so they're way more expensive. Yeah, so it looks like the cheapest we're going to get is probably about 86,000. That's way more than I anticipated. Normally you can get away with like one plot for like 50, 60,000. It's not a bad thing, it's just a consideration for the challenge. Where was the one that was 86? Let's try to mark that down. I've utterly lost where the $86,000 one was. Here we go. Yeah, so field 29 will be the first one we look at. Yeah, so it's an okay size field. Alright. So, first, let's check out some of the stuff on this map before we get into it. We're not going to fully explore the map, but let's take some of the... Man, we have a ton of all the business. So it looks like all the businesses are on the top left here for the most part. You got a gas station. Yeah, so it looks like all the businesses are along this river and up along the shore, which makes sense. And then out on the outskirts is nothing but farmland. The shop is kind of north center map. That's pretty good. We've got all the aquaculture stuff up here. Wait a second. Oh, they've done the thing here where that's not my forklift, but they do have a forklift available by default. So I can't sell it or whatever, but they do have a forklift if I need a forklift. That's fine. Okay. So, with that said, you know, just taking a quick little run around the map. We're not going to go too far. We've got, it's... Jesus, that's a lot of birds. Okay. I mean, that's accurate for a port, but yeah. So it's a little hilly without being mountainous, where we're actually on the map, which I appreciate. Is that a second? Are you usable? No, you're a fake forklift. Okay. So we're actually looking pretty good. We've got like a bunch of stone buildings and all that. Yeah, so it's got ridges and cliffs without being, like I said, super mountainous. So it's not like Silver Run where it was super duper duper mountainous, but a little on the mountainy side. We've got ourselves a little port here. Oh, and they have added boats to the game, so you can actually get boats now, which is something that didn't exist in Farm Sim 22 without mods. Alright, so let's go over. We've got our dare drops that we need to do. Before I dig into this, I have a sneaking suspicion that this Alice Dare guy is going to have a bunch of stuff. You can buy a boat? You can buy a boat. So let's go to this Alistair guy. And we'll do the dialogue here. Can I not? I don't seem to be able to talk to you. Do I have weird settings? I don't remember the last time I played this, if I was recording something or not. It is possible I was recording something, so some stuff is turned off. We can check real fast by quickly teleporting to one of the other people who you can have dialogue with. Ben, where you at, buddy? What about the shop? Okay, so we do have the action point showing. Okay. So we do have the action point showing. So let's go pop up to Alistair again. I'm really hoping we... Okay, cool. I was hitting the wrong button.
Fisher Deuce, what brings you to these parts?
Can you repeat that slowly for me? So we can say, can you repeat that slowly for me? Or, just swung by to say hello, like.
Just the heart wanting to say hello to a fine face, eh? Cheers for asking. I can sniff out your hair and skin. Haven't felt much air or the sea. New to Kinleg, eh?
Whatever's got my nose pissed off needs to stop. Let's see. We can say I just arrived in town. I know I'm around these parts. I just arrived in town.
Really? Well, this town. Aye, it's something. Just no sure what. And I'm afraid to ask. Name's Alistair. Most call me Dare. Shorter. Glad to meet you. Hope I'll stay glad. I fish, I tie knots, I shout at seagulls. Fisher and harbour master by default, really. As long as you don't behave like a seagull, we'll get along just fine. No screeching, no snatching, and no hovering near my plate like you're waiting for a chance to move them sticky fingers. That's how you stay pals, eh? So what's your business here then? Or did you just fancy someone to shout at too?
Let's see. Farming, got some land. Just visiting, not sure I'll stay. Why do you shout at seagulls? We'll go with farming.
Ah, that's grand. One more. Very nice. More farmers than sailors here. And no one knows how to fix a net or tie a decent boat. It's suspicious is what it is. Just saying. If you fancy a chat, swing by and see me. I'm always up for talking about the sea, or a bit of casual fishing. Nothing too serious, mind. And if you get lost, just blame the stars. That's what I do.
Why wouldn't you shout at seagulls? Yeah, so I don't want to go into a whole big dialogue with them.
Hey there, you're right. You look like I should be asking that. Alrighty, what curiosities dragging you in this time?
Okay, so the dare drop is to ask him these three things. We'll do it real quick. Oh, geez. Oh, gee, we're definitely not doing all this dialogue. Where do I catch fish?
Now, find yourself some proper water. River, lake, or the big blue ocean at our doorstep. Make sure the bait lands on the water, not the pier, the rocks, or the back of your mate's head. No water, no fish. Simple as that. But don't try to fish in a puddle after it's rained. Only thing you'll find there is a reflection of a dafty with a rod.
Alright, so we've asked about fishing.
Alrighty. What curiosity?
So you can tell me about the castle.
The one by the shore, you mean? Ah, that thing. Only about 800 years old and still standing like it's got something left to prove. But what else is impressive, eh? Who built it? Some Christians, most likely. Monks or knights or land-hungry lords who fancied small islands with shiny castles. No one knows for sure. We'll probably never find out, be honest. It was already there when Alexander II was wearing the crown in the 1200s. Folk reckon it might have been built a century before that, give or take a crusade. Could have been for some fancy saint or a tribute to a lord with more coin than common sense. But most likely it was meant to keep the Norse at bay. A pile of stones, warning anyone approaching by sea. More than one Highland clan claimed it over the years. Funny thing, there's always been a whisper in my family that we came from one of those clan chiefs who used it as a stronghold. Maybe that's the answer to why I'm drawn to this place now that I think of it. Perhaps I ought to claim it. Why shouldn't I? Patch the roof, raise a banner and fortify it against any passing farmers. That will stir the town a bit. What do you think?
Grand idea, Chief?
Are we starting to joke now? I thought this was a serious discussion between two highly respectable minds, you and me. Now, there's another castle in the making, no joke. Up that hill over there. Similar as this one by the shore, really. Folk like to talk like it's been untouched for 800 years, but let's be honest. It's had more work put into it than a noble family tree with too many cousins. That one up the hill could use a bit of redo as well. And I say redo with all the generosity of a man trying not to call it a pile of rubble. How about you turn some ambition into architecture?
What do I need to do?
First off, you'll want to get real cosy with the local quarry. If that ruin needs anything, it's stones and plenty of them. Wood, a lot of it, would also help with construction. Don't think you'll have to wander half the country just to stumble on a tree that hasn't been turned into fence posts yet. Most of it will be done by contractors. They're already standing by. You just have to deliver. Whatever madness you dive into next, I wish you good luck. But the kind that sticks.
Alright, so that was the King Knight, so now you have to do oceanography, and then we're done with dialogue. Tell me something interesting.
Earth has heat. Surprise! And heat has to be stored somewhere. Even more surprising. So here's a question for you, pal. How much of it is stored in the ocean? The answer might surprise you as well.
It's an astronomically large amount of it stored in the ocean. The ocean is like 70% of the surface of the Earth. And I know water stores a lot of heat within itself. So it's going to be more than 70%. I don't think it's 99%. We'll go with 90.
Otherwise, we'd all be sitting and waiting for the tides to explain things to us, personally. Well, reasonable assumption, but no. Sounds like quite a lot, but no. Bingo. Might even be more. Don't be absurd, pal.
So his dialogue is broken,
At least
and that is just
90%
going.
of the Earth's heat ends up stashed away in the oceans. They're like the planet's giant cat.
Okay, let's.
Oh.
All right, so we can get a screen cap of just, or not a screenshot, a clip of just the fact that I had talked to about that. Clearly that got bugged, because I said 90%, and the dialogue was like, bingo, exactly. And then he was like, don't be absurd. It's more than 50%, and like a whole bunch of other stuff, and he was just sending it with conversation. And it's like, okay. Telescoping fishing pole? Cool. Alright. So, now that we've wasted a whole lot of time in dialogue, we are going to start some hecking fishing. So it says wait. And I'm under the impression that this is a Stardew Valley-esque fishing game. How to catch a fish. By holding and releasing the input, you can move the hook up and down. The hook will level with the fish. The progress bar is left filling, otherwise the bar will sink. When the progress bar is full, the catch is complete. If the progress bar is empty, the fish has escaped. Yep, thank you for getting that, Luxray. So that'll be the first one of our objectives done. And the reason we're doing those objectives is that it gives me keys to then give out to the community. Not today. I have to, like, submit the clip, and then, like, they'll take a day or two to get back, and then we'll have a bunch of keys to give out. Okay. That's gonna take a lot of getting used to. Okay, so we caught ourselves a trout, and we can sell it for $100, or we can release it. I am under the impression that there is a major benefit of releasing fish. I don't know what it is. Yeah, $100. Yep. We're gonna sell that. Can we actually see? Because there's a bunch of, like, challenge achievements in the game, and I believe it will list them. But I'm under the impression that there is a thing for catching and releasing. Who's buying that fish for $100? I mean, they don't give us the weight or anything. There are fish that sell for a ridiculous amount of money. Probably not some one, like, little trout you're pulling up, but it's video game. We could get realistic about pricing, and you could spend 80 hours making no money just fishing. Or they can pad it out a little bit for reasonable sake. Okay, we got a salmon for $200. Oh yeah, like tuna's ridiculous. So I need to catch 10 garbage. Is one of the things we got going on here. That's another dare drop. We can do a little bit of fishing, get that all going. I wish the fish thing was a little bigger. Let's see. So we found, it looks like a broken buoy or something like that. Aren't tuna also enormous? Yes. So that's one piece of trash. And like I said, we got to get 10. That's for a dare drop. I wonder if I turn around and I face the other way, like off the dock. Like, I'm curious how much control... Like how much variation control we have. Like type of fish. That was more trash. I didn't see what it was. I think it was a tire. So let's quickly go over here. We're going to check to see if we have the ocean, if we see something different. Yeah, no, tuna can be literally millions of dollars. But yeah, no, getting a really big salmon, that could be some serious cash as well. Not tuna big, but getting like, you know, like a really big sockeye salmon or whatever. Oh, this is the shop? What do you sell? Boat cargo vessel, $250,000. Sport boat, 55. So you can get a sport boat or a cargo vessel. Let's go over to the dock and let's go fish in the ocean. Okay. Now, the one thing I will say is the fishing minigame, it's fine. I don't think they anticipate you putting in lots of hours on the fishing minigame. It seems to move up pretty predictably. There isn't like a different size in the fish based on things from what we've seen. And it doesn't like go back and forth. All right, we got a wet floor sign, so that's 3 pieces of trash. Like I said, we're aiming for 10. Now, one of the things we're going to have to make the determination is with our 0 to hero, are we allowing contracts? Contracts can make some serious money. Normally, when I do these challenges, I don't allow the contracts. But I'm a little worried if we get stuck here just fishing, people will get tired of this. Okay, so we got a giant salmon, so that's 400 bucks. We'll sell that. I mean, it's not bad. If we consider 400 bucks, I can probably make a good couple thousand in a day pretty easily. The big question is, like I said, I'm under the impression that there is some secret reward for releasing a bunch of fish. And it could be a thing that what we do is... Oh, it's a singing fish decoration, so that's 5 trash. Hey, Bees, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Bees with the Knees, by the way, another fantastic content creator on the platform? And all that good stuff. Definitely go and check them out. Good time over there. But yeah, so one thing we're definitely going to want to do, I'm thinking maybe the fish that we get for 100 bucks, we're going to start releasing them and just seeing what goes on, because I know there's some stuff. Yeah, so Bees and Knees playing some Escape Simulator 2. Ooh, fun. Alright, so we got... Oh. I got 1,000 bucks for collecting 5 trash. How are you enjoying the farming? I'm enjoying it a lot. I played a lot of Farm Sim on the channel. It's actually one of my most played games. But we're checking out the new fishing stuff. So I got 5 trash items, and they gave me 1,000 bucks for getting 5 pieces of trash, which is actually pretty good. Now, if we consider I've seen fish for 100, 200, and 400, if it's 5 pieces of trash gives me 1,000 bucks, that would mean the trash is worth effectively $200 a unit. I don't know if we keep getting that trash reward each and every time. We'll see. That might be why they have us doing 10 for the dare drop, is to show. Okay, so we'll get 200 bucks. Yeah, that's a question. Is it just the first time you get 1,000, or is it every 5 pieces? Because it honestly wouldn't be unreasonable because of the time this takes. It wouldn't be entirely unreasonable for it to give you 1,000 bucks. Because if you consider how long it would take you to make any meaningful money doing this. Okay, that's 6 pieces of trash. Let's see, I used to play this a lot. You'd think you'd pick it back up for the fishing. Yeah, the fishing is pretty simplistic, but I think it's going to be the matter of all the fishing, like, infrastructure and the production lines and all that's going to be pretty fun. I do think the fishing minigame... Oh, no, it's got like it's a pulsing thing. It mostly just moves from top to bottom very predictably. That's 7. So it does feel like they're not doing too much with it. Now, granted, I could definitely see someone come up with a mod that's like Stardew Valley fishing mod or whatever, that, you know, maybe they have like a wider range of behaviors on the fish and make the control a little stickier kind of thing. I could see that. Like, it's not bad, to be clear. This isn't a bad time I'm having or anything. It's just this current form, I don't think you'd sit there and do this for long hours. But it could also be the kind of thing that I could see that you've got the AI working a contract for you. 8. And so you're like, alright, well, the AI's doing that one. Let me go ahead and knock out a couple of rounds of fish. I could certainly see that. Which is probably honestly not a bad place for it to be. So the intention would you use the fishing as a time sink / supplement, not as a mainstay. And you absolutely know that someone's going to come out with a mod for this that just either skips the fishing minigame and gives you the fish. 9. Either skips the fishing minigame entirely, or, you know, makes it like a little stickier or something like that. I can 100% see that. That'd be a little too cheesy for me, though. Alright, so here's the question of, if we get our 10 pieces of trash, will I get another $1,000? Alright, I might have miscounted. We'll get one more piece, we'll see where we're at. But yeah, so then the decision's going to come up to, with our challenge, I should probably do a poll for it, whether to allow contract. I'll have a couple options here. Give me a moment. Okay, so it looks like the 1,000 is a one-time thing, and bear with me, chat. My nose is just being weird today, and so I've been, like, literally I started stream, and then my nose started acting out. Give me 1 second. Okay. But yeah, so it looks like the trash is the one-time thing where you can do the 5 trash. And it might also be like there's a threshold where you have to do a certain thing. Oh, yeah. Just in case, we're going to need to get a clip of, like, when I get this next piece of trash, if someone could clip it. Because I need that for another dare drop, which is to fish up 10 pieces of trash. We'll do that real fast. But then what I'll do is, I should have gotten a poll going. But I'm going to do a poll that's basically, like, kind of going to be setting the rules of what we can and can't do for our challenge. So far as the considerations of contracts. Okay, so that's... I'm going to release that one and just see what happens. You got the other one, you think? Yeah, no, you definitely got the last challenge. I saw you posted the clip. Or do you mean you got the other piece of trash for me already? Because if you already got it, then that's good. Because that'll already be 2 dare drops done. We did agree to a lot of them. I accidentally released whatever that fish was, because my mouse happened to be on the release button. I don't think it was a good fish, but I didn't catch it. Like, so far as seeing what it was. Okay. So that'll be the trash. Right, so let me go ahead and get this poll going. Thank you. Alright, so let me get this poll that we're going to, basically say rules on contracts. Okay. No contracts allowed for the most restrictive. Only with equipment we own. No leasing. Let's see, no contract leases. That's how I'll do it. No contract leases. So basically I'll be allowed in that setting to take contracts, but only with equipment I own. And then we just have contracts, I guess. Just contracts allowed. Alright, so what we're doing here is I'm just putting a poll. So we are doing a challenge. It's a 0 to hero challenge. Normally, I'm pretty restrictive about what I allow myself in these types of challenges. But basically, the 3 tiers we have is no contracts allowed, which just means I'm not allowed to do any contracts whatsoever. No contract leases means I could do contracts, but only with the equipment that I own. And then the last one is to just allow contracts. Now, to be clear, contracts are pretty overpowered. And so usually I don't tend to do them in challenge runs very often, because you can just bankroll the game really hard with contracts. Okay, so I'll sell the fish. So what I'm going to do is, with that pull, I'm going to go kind of where up and down the scale we hit about roughly 50%. So if we have, like, the majority goes with contracts allowed, we'll just do that. But say, like, we got a couple people who say no contracts allowed, and a couple people say contracts but no leases, and not that many who say contracts allowed, then we would probably go with the contracts but no leases. I'm going to release the cheap fish and see how that goes. But this isn't really a challenge run. I mean, I'm treating it as a challenge run. The intention is for this to be a challenge run. We're not doing the Survivor Man challenge because we have a map that has existing buildings, but we're treating it as, like, 0 to hero, that kind of stuff. Because with the dare drop this time, the last couple times we did dare drops for farms, and they're like, you need to play a normal difficulty, you need to play, like, you know, $100,000 start. Like, they were very prescriptive on exactly what settings you had to choose. And this time they just kind of went, there wasn't a single mention of settings whatsoever. So we can actually do a challenge run in this one. And also, like, the last dare drop they did, they're like, you need to make your first 100,000 doing X. You need to make your first 100,000 doing Y. You need to make your first whatever doing that. $58 for the DLC? The DLC shouldn't be... Or do you mean all the DLC? Like the year pass? I don't think the DLC, because that sounds like the game's... Like the game itself's price there. I want to say the DLC was like 20-something bucks? Okay, we'll sell that one. And I'm basically doing this until we see what the responses are. And then we'll move on with that. Because that'll also work out because it's the no contract leases. Then that means I'll need the money to buy equipment. And we do have precision farming turned on. And for those who don't know what that means, it is a official mod that instead of just... With the fact that they click and all that, they need to change it where you handle the buy and all that button. Because it's just one of those things. 49 Canadian? Really? The DLC is that expensive? That doesn't sound right to me. Let me peek in just a moment. It could be as well as things that they haven't made clearer stuff. All right, let me quickly take 2 seconds to look, because it shouldn't be nearly that much. Because if it is, I'm sorry, that's a pretty steep price. Yeah, no, it's $30. I think where you're looking at, you're seeing the whole game. But here, if we show my screen here. Buy the Highlands DLC, $30. Then you have the bundle that carries a bunch of stuff. And that bundle might be what you're seeing that high. But the DLC itself is $30. And that's US dollars. Yeah, so it's the DLC is not $58, it's $30. Now unless we're talking like a different currency that I'm unaware of, that it's, you know, a higher cost kind of thing. You look at the DLC page? Yeah, what I'm suspecting is you're probably seeing like the year pass or like the base game plus the DLC or some nonsense like that. It wouldn't surprise me if they had the UI, like, not as a deliberate thing, but the UI wasn't super clear. Alright, so, looking at this, the majority said no contract leases. Oh, cool. So, throwing 5 fish back gave me $1,000. And for the record, I was aware of the trash one giving you money for that, but not aware of... I hit tab instinctively because that switches vehicles. and I'm controlling the train. I mean, I'm on board with controlling the train. I'm just caught by surprise. I didn't even realize we could control the train. Anyways, with that all set, all right, so looking at the contracts we have, so the rule we gave ourselves from that consensus was I can take contracts, but I must use my own equipment. I cannot lease it. So stuff like harvesting, right out, can't do it. Fertilizing, not possible. Deadwood I can certainly do. That'd be easy. So we'll plan to get some of these going on. So let me go ahead and we're going to accept the Deadwood contract. So we were hopping about a little bit. Can we toot? It did toot. We did make toot. Now I gotta remember what the button was for the store. And I remembered in one. I've played this game a couple of times. So you can go all the way to the bottom. Oh, there's different fishing rod? No, there's just the one. Okay, so fishing rod's 150 bucks in game. And if we go to the chainsaws, I'm gonna grab the Husqvarna. And for those people who are like, why do you always get the Husqvarna? I used to sell them. I actually genuinely used to sell Husqvarna chainsaws. I sold a bunch of, you know, lawn and garden equipment. It just happened to include Husqvarna chainsaws. Alright, so all we're doing is we're cutting down the deadwood. And part of the reason I'm doing this is, one, to kind of hop between the different types of contracts here and there. You did mostly still? Yeah. And for the record, between, like, Husqvarna and a bunch of the other, like, really respectable brands, you can have people who get into, like, the whole big argument about this one's better than that one. It's not that big a deal. Like, now if you're talking about stuff like the, DeWalt, Craftsman, Champion, all those, yeah, those are a step down. But, like, once you get to the brands that are like, hey, this is actually meant to be a solid piece of equipment. So I'm just basically choosing to run around really quickly, just to mix it up a little bit. I think the fishing... Well, this is New Holland? I don't think New Holland sells chainsaws. Like, I've never looked for one. I'd be surprised if they do. New Holland seems to be far more into, like, commercial farming equipment kind of stuff. You think of referencing the New Holland joke? Gotcha. Yeah, that, you know, why New Hollands are the best tractor. Because even when they're old, they're still a New Holland. I wish we didn't get the movement speed penalty when we have equipment on our hand. Hey, Strider. They used in that as appropriate. Using a neutral pronoun's fine. Now, it's fine to be like, by the way, you know, I'm a he or whatever, but you don't need to, like, jump on it that hard. When you don't know, they is the acceptable answer. Like, arguably, when you don't know, they is the most appropriate answer. Yeah, no, exactly. like, it's one of those things for me personally. If someone refers to me with, like, they, it doesn't bother me at all. Because again, that's just, you know, gender neutral is not dismissive. No, I mean, Darth replied to her comment. Whether or not that's intentional was a thing. I've already finished the contract. I'm looking for the last tree, and the contract's already done. Alright, so let's get her money. And I'm assuming they don't have, like, a fishing contract. Now, I'm not just going to queue up one cutting down tree after another. The point there was I mostly just wanted to put in something that wasn't fishing for a minute. That way you can mix it up a little bit. Yep. Yeah, no, when someone goes, like, for example, when someone goes, you know, they, whatever, it's like, oh, you know, my pronouns are he, you know, he, him. That's a completely valid response. And it just came off a little aggressive in the text. But that can be just non-intended. It's really hard to get, like, text doesn't carry tone, text doesn't carry enunciation. Stuff like that. I should probably figure out what we're getting for our first piece of equipment to know what we're even going for. So, realistically, to do any meaningful amount of work, we're going to need a... Yes, their pronouns? Well, yeah, and that's the best case. It's just one of those things in conversation. Sometimes, you know, people miss that, and the gender neutral's fine in that case. So, with the contracts we are seeing, like, that requires a tractor, 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 tractor. Not a tractor, but not gonna happen. Tractor, tractor. Well, that's not a tractor situation. Yeah, so realistically, the first thing we're gonna need is a tractor. For a very basic small tractor, so 39,000 is the cheapest I'm seeing. And we do have download content, but it's all just the official. So we got the 37,000 here. There's a 21,000 there. Oh yeah, we got the 11,000, can barely do anything. Okay, so that's not bad. We can make that happen. If we're lucky, we'll catch something on sale. One of the problems we're going to run into immediately is they don't own a house or land for a house, which puts us in the awkward situation where we can't sleep to skip night, but we can fast forward time. So we can fast forward time to get around it. Now, the game has rewarded me for getting trash and for releasing fish. So I think my plan is going to be any of the fish that are worth $100, I'm going to release, because those are, like, the below average cheap fish. Trash just sorts itself out, so I don't need to, like, put a conscious thought into it. But anything that's 200 and 400, or if there's even higher than that, those we're going to sell. Because I am curious where we released those 5 fish and they gave me $1,000. I am curious if that's one that after so long, there'll be like milestones for it. And while I don't know what the reward is, and don't spoil it, I have heard rumblings that there is something we get for releasing 100 fish. I haven't verified it. I don't want it verified, but that is a thing that has been implied heavily. Now, and I still... The one complaint, the one negative I'll say right now is because this mini game is effectively you click and hold to go up, you let off click to go down. Because that's a whole thing going on here, where I have to like kind of pulse click to keep it in that range, I am finding I have a tendency to just re-click on what the last thing I've had, I do think that's something that is worth adjusting in some manner. I haven't checked. Is there any controls they gave us around fishing by chance? Or settings? I didn't even look. So we got seasons, we got crops, vehicles, AI workers, so there's nothing under there. I'm curious with the various settings, if they gave us any settings around fishing. I'm assuming no, because... Not that it's a big deal, I'm just curious what we got here. Because I could also see if they gave me something like spacebar or something like that, operated it. I don't have Universal Autoloader loaded. Okay. Oh, interesting. What is happening? Oh, I reeled it in entirely. I was just curious, like, to see, like, what kind of tuning, like, if we could adjust the sensitivity or anything like that. I didn't see anything, but that's fine. Or if there's people not as into the fishing minigame, like, if you could adjust the difficulty with the fishing minigame. You know, various curiosity. Okay, so we didn't get... Alright, so we got 1,000 for 5, and while we didn't get anything for 10 and 15, we got 5,000 for 20. So we actually got more than I would have gotten otherwise. So what I'm learning here is I'm going to absolutely be rewarded for chucking out trash. And I'm also likely going to be pretty well rewarded for releasing fish in general. And like I said, I do think, though, for the fish, the $400 and $200 ones, I probably just want to keep as cash. So that's good. We're already more than halfway to our first piece of equipment, which is going to be a tractor. Now, what I'll probably do is I'll work on getting some money and see if we can't catch one on sale. Because if I can catch one on sale, I can potentially get more than my buying range pretty easily. So we're already on our first day getting ready to make $10,000. That's pretty good. So for the alternatives, for those who have done like Zero to Hero Survivor Man Challenge, usually historically there was kind of two paths you would take to start out these runs. Either you'd give yourself a chainsaw and a plot of land that had some trees on it and you just start lumberjacking your way up. And that's honestly the fastest way because the lumberjacking actually is pretty lucrative. Or the alternative is you give yourself the bare minimum to like mow grass or whatever, which usually ends up putting you in the range, like it's actually a pretty decent range of like $50,000, $60,000 worth of equipment between the minimum tractor, having the thing to actually mow the grass, and the thing to pick it up. So that's one kind of the ones that gets a little bit weird because it's almost like starting with $100,000. And then usually most people, when they do these type of challenges, they don't typically allow leases, and they don't typically allow loans. Because in this game, in a lot of ways, loans are just free money. For those who don't know, the loan, like if you take $1 million loan out in this game, it ends up costing you something like $4,000 a month, which is nothing. What makes you head desk? 1 second. Giving it just a moment. Let's see, what makes you head desk this game in lumberjacking is there basically no tree that is worth more as timber than as wood chips. No one wants a wood fixture framing anymore, I guess. Oh, is it the wood chips are worth so much? Yeah, no, there's a bunch of stuff. For those who don't know, this is video game. Like, don't take the prices as anything realistic. They are balanced against each other to some degree. And I would certainly argue the balance on pricing on the crops are mostly good, with a couple of exceptions. There's some crops that really should pay more. Like, for as much effort as goes into, like, for example, olives and grapes, they really should pay a hell of a lot more than they do. But none of them are based on reality, because every time you changed your map, the entire reality of what costs what would be different. Like, for example, if I had a map that is in Japan, or like the Southeast Asia area, and I'm growing crops that you mostly find just in the like in the more temperate climates in the Americas and all that. Those temperate climate crops would be worth more because you can't grow them locally, so having access to them locally would be worth more. Just the same, if I'm going into an area that has relatively harsh winters and I'm trying to grow citrus, that's going to be a whole thing. And citrus isn't in the game, I'm just using that as an example because I know the grow conditions. But something that requires warmer climates, those crops that require warmer climates are going to be worth more in those areas because growing them locally is not as practical. So it'd be ridiculous to try and balance it where every single place you take in their local pricing, because also local pricing changes wildly season to season. If you have a place that has like a really, really dry season, so the crops do very poorly, the value of the crops you do get proportionally ends up being higher, because you've still got, you know, the same need for those crops, but now you've got less available. Alright. Really not catching that many fish. So there's like a whole lot that goes into a bunch of that. So it is a thing. And the other one, like, if for also people being like, well, the numbers aren't realistic, you can actually go in and change your currency to show pounds, euro, or US dollar. And fun fact, it doesn't change any of the numbers or any of the values of anything. All it does is it just changes the dollar symbol. So it is something that, genuinely speaking, it just doesn't matter. Hey, Dream! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had fun with your farm sim and all that stuff. And all that was going well. Saw you working on the dare drops and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for So Ever Dream? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been checking out the new expansion farms and all that stuff. Alright, so let's see what people are actually saying. Yeah, so it's the dreams are better shared with friends. Yep. Farm was good. Yep. So yeah, again, check out So Ever Dream. We play a lot of similar games. So like, does a lot of the simulation games, like the retail simulation, all that kind of stuff. Does like farm sim. Does the occasional like city builder and all that kind of stuff. A lot of fun stuff. No Man's Sky is something they've been playing a lot of recently. So if you like the content here, you're probably going to like it over there. Which of course means the inverse is probably also true for everyone popping in. I do also play a lot of the similar games to Dream. And so we've done like plenty of city builder, simulation, all that. At the moment, we're checking out the new DLC stuff. Let's see, actually I knocked up a couple of dares, which is impressive for you. Yeah, so we're 2 dares done. We've gotten the trash collected, and we talked to Alice Dare, which we only did 1 dialogue in each because my god, that man can talk. But we did those 2. Right now, we are doing a challenge run where I started with $0 and a dream, and we have not allowed ourselves to lease or loan. I didn't mean to get rid of that $400 fish. So yeah, we're gonna work on that. So we are allowing ourselves to... something. How do you get trash? You fish for like 50 fish, but didn't get any trash? I am getting so much trash. Yeah, my only complaint so far is just by this mini game being the Stardew Valley, like, click your way through kind of thing. I am accidentally clicking on the button afterwards. That try again, you know, like that try again / release button, whatever the last one I pushed. Which is random? Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting that you didn't see, like, any trash, because I would say I'm maybe, like, 50%, maybe more trash. It could also be a thing that maybe where you fish matters. And I am deliberately releasing it because we did find that releasing the fish does give you extra money That said, basically my plan is to release the $100 fish, keep the $200 and $400 fish, and if there's more, then we haven't seen them then. But we are doing this challenge run, so we start with $0, and then I must use lease equipment when contracting. So we already bought ourselves a chainsaw for the occasional deadwood, just to mix things up so we're not just endlessly fishing. Okay, more trash. Yeah. I can certainly see people adding mods to adjust the fishing a little bit, and then something to prevent you from accidentally clicking release. I mean, I guess most people wouldn't care because I'm willing to bet after a certain point releasing all those things has no benefit. So you would stop releasing, it just means you'd accidentally cash in the fish. There will definitely be a mod for it. Oh yeah, no, I'm expecting there to be a mod where you catch and you hit a button and it just goes, you caught it! Or a thing where it follows around the bar. Or, you know, make the fish a little bit larger on the scale. Or make the hook not quite as, you know, instantly yanked to the bottom. We haven't gotten money in a little bit here, because we had that $400 one I accidentally released. Hey, Misty, how's it going? But yeah, for the record, I have played a ton of Farm Sim on the channel. It's probably like my 5th most played game. Been playing on the channel, so we'll sell that one, give me the money. Modding keeps Farm Sim alive. Well, yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of games that if we didn't have the modding side of it, they would not have nearly the following. Like, Rimworld's an excellent game. Modding definitely is what keeps it, like, kind of mainstream as opposed to, you know, being seasonal with the DLC. And thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Same with, like, Project Zomboid, I would say the same is true. That modding is what kind of keeps it alive and all that. Like, Project Zomboid's a really good game, but it is definitely one of those things, it would be a much smaller community if it wasn't for how pervasive modding is. And I would agree, Farm Sim's kind of the same thing. The interesting thing with me with modding and Farm Sim is I would say you have less mods or like these big systematic changing kind of mods. They do exist. Usually I have stuff that's like lots in the quality of life, and then just tons and tons and tons of equipment, the occasional extra crop, that kind of thing. Alright. So we're hoping for our next trash payout, because we did find when I got 5 pieces of trash, it gave me $1,000 for cleaning up the water. When we hit 20 pieces of trash, it gave me $5,000, which is actually pretty dang good. That means I'm getting over $200 per piece of trash. It's just delayed gratification. And we also got $1,000 for releasing 5 fish. Got to 3 a.m. here. I know how that works. I stream what I consider like the overnight shift. I start at about 7 p.m. my time, and then I go till about 4 a.m. And then I usually end up lurking people for a good, you know, hour to 3 hours, depending on how insomniac I'm feeling in a given night. So I'll sell that one. Yeah. But it's a deliberate decision, targeting that time frame. So we're about to make our first $10,000. We're at about 1 p.m. the very first day. Well, actually, sorry, it's more than that. We also had the chainsaw. I don't remember the chain. I think the chainsaw's $1,000. So that means we'll already have made $11,000 on our first day. They're not even halfway through. So very genuinely, if we're looking at fishing as like what money it can make you, it's really solid. It's not as lucrative as I think if you were going full speed with like the lumber collection ones. When you get really good with the crane on the truck, you can do those like log pickup ones and you get $10,000, $15,000 for that. I don't think it's that lucrative time-wise. but it's pretty good. And that's even after the nerf. Before the new nerf, those logs were just absurd. It was basically free money. Because even if you, like, really struggled to do it, as long as you got to the other end, they were giving, like, 30,000, 28,000, that kind of thing, per run. And it kind of made the game weird, because anything would come up and it'd be the logging thing. You'd be like, alright, well, I guess I take the logging thing, because that's just too much money. Yeah, that Lady Fox. It is the new DLC, and fishing is a big part of it. We are doing a challenge run, so the plan here is to get ourselves enough money to get equipment to start doing the farming contracts using our own equipment. And then once we get to that point, the rate money will come in will be far faster. We do have a long list of goals we're trying to do with the dare drops. I think I grabbed all, but it was like 3 of them. I didn't grab the 2 that required me to edit videos for YouTube, because ain't nobody got the time for that. Let alone for, like, a CD key. And then there was one about doing multiplayer, like, fishing competition. I released the $400 fish again. They've got to move that button. That's the second $400 fish I've accidentally released because I'm busy, like, pulsing the mouse. Just to do the fishing. And accidentally releasing the fish. That's my one and only complaint. That's gonna be a big one. I was trying to see if there's a different button to reel it in, like spacebar or something like that. But it doesn't look like it. And I will... It wouldn't be so bad if I didn't, like, have to pulse it so much. Can you rebind the key? Maybe. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah. You might do the tutorial overview one. You gotta, you figure that one may be easy to stitch together. Yeah, it really wouldn't be bad to put together both the videos, because, like, one of them is basic. So 2 videos they asked for was, one is just basically reviewing the DLC. And you have to show your own gameplay. And that's not bad. And honestly, for my channel on YouTube, it wouldn't even be bad content for it. Since I have played a lot of Farm Sim over there in the past. I wonder if I deliberately look up or down if it changes where that mouse is. And then the other one is to basically give, like, a tutorial on how to go through the production line of fishing. Yeah, it seems like it does move if I just adjust my mouse up and down. Alright, so we're looking on track to probably getting about 15,000, 16,000 our very first day. We'll check after this fish here to see if we got another Deadwood contract. Again, just to pop back and forth, I actually don't think the Deadwood contract is as good a moneymaker as this is. But at the same time, I know it'll be a whole thing that we spend, you know, 5 hours just fishing. It won't be nearly that long. It seems easier with a mouse than it would be with a controller. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't used a controller. Alright, just adjusting drinks and all that. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I suspect what you're expected to probably do for the fishing minigame long-term is it's probably something you'd just use once in a while. Like you'd have your person, like, plowing a field for you. And while they're doing that, being like, well, I don't want to sit here and plow the field myself. You could walk over here, throw the line down. I said I was going to check the contracts, and then I didn't do it. After this one, just getting into autopilot. This is one of the things that can work out well with Farm Sim. Farm Sim isn't a great game for when you're like, all right, well, I want something to do, but I don't want to learn a new game. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to do something that's like sweaty, try hard, and all that. I just kind of want to relax, take care of my literal veggies, and all that. It's a good game for just, you know, sitting down, putting in a couple hours, killing some time. $300 for a deadwood, you can go screw yourself, man. $300, get out of here. I'm not walking over there for $300. In this economy, man, have you seen the cost of food? The extra calories I will burn walking over there are going to cost more than the food to get those calories back. I mean, that's basically the price for a hamburger with fries, but no shake. Obviously, I'm exaggerating. That said, it's not as much of an exaggeration as I wish it was. You go to some of these places and you're like, all right, two people eating, we're getting some like borderline, like a hair above fast food hamburgers. And you're like, how much is that gonna cost? Oh, we're out almost $60? Well, crap. That's not fair. I mean, with the fries and everything, I guess it would be. That's an exaggeration. It's probably closer to like mid-30s is what ends up being. It's still, you look at that and you're like, man, I'm getting two just better than fast food hamburgers and I'm out like 30, 40 bucks and I'm not feeling great about this. Especially anything chicken right now. I enjoy me some hot wings, but every single time I go to like, you know, the wing places around here and it's like 20 bucks for like 10 wings, you're like, come on, man. I like the wings. I don't like the wings that much. If I can get like a sub for $8, $9 for something basic, at least that's something. I mean, the answer is more and more eat at home, but that is a conversation thing we've had before where it comes to like, you know, the cost of food going up and all that. That it's been an interesting thing to me that you look at the rate things have gone up in price, and it's kind of like the farther down you were on the pile, like the like crappiest of crappiest fast food, their prices have exploded. But if you start going to like, oh, well, this is a relatively nice place to eat, like, you know, some place that'd be like more, you know, celebration, like date night kind of thing. Well, their prices certainly have gone up. It's only been just a little. So it's creating this weird situation where your really crappy fast food, like low-end food, is running you like sometimes the same price or more than like going to a, you know, okay-ish sit-down restaurant, like a nice-ish sit-down, right? Not like fine dining or anything. But like, you know, you sit down and you actually order your food and get something of quality. And they're practically the same price now. And you just kind of scratch them like, but why would anyone eat the faster thing? If I could, I mean, other than you don't have time, obviously you gotta deal with what you gotta deal with. But it's just wild that's like, it's not being experienced across the entire range nearly as much. It wasn't bad to eat 10, like, McDonald's cheeseburgers. What am I? I catch up once I'm not being distracted by fish. You want so badly eat like 10 McDonald's cheeseburgers, but not $3 a piece? Man, if you're able to get your cheeseburgers for $3 a piece, you're lucky. Around here they're way more than that. Like the days of all that being that price is not around. Man, I don't think I've seen like McDonald's even have something that was under $5 for any of their actual food for ages. You see, that's one of the things you love about the food truck local indigenous nation runs. The prices are, one second, are really reasonable is where I got to before fish. I've certainly seen some food trucks around here that some of them the prices are very reasonable. Some of them are a bit higher, but those tend to be like the ones doing a lot more interesting, exotic, those kind of ones. You can get a serving of salmon and fries of bacon and tzatziki. That makes 2 meals for like $13. Yeah, I've seen some food trucks that are very cost effective. It's the only reason why you get fast food is the time, not the money. And then you just go for gas for it. Yeah, one of the ones that I've kind of found, I don't eat out very much nowadays because it's too dang expensive. But, you know, on days that I'm just not feeling like cooking or we've really got to make a grocery run or whatever, there's definitely times that I will go that there's Wawa around here, which is just a gas station. But they actually have some really solid subs, and generally the prices are pretty good. And so I've definitely found that for I'm trying to at least be somewhat budget conscious while, you know, grabbing lunch while I'm out and about. It's usually days I have like dentist appointments or whatever. You know, I've got some errand to run. Those are the days I tend to pop in and grab like Wawa or whatever. But you know, it means I can walk away where my lunch is like $8-9. And honestly, $8-9 these days to actually get a filling meal is not at all bad. Wow, is your vision of In-N-Out? Low key, In-N-Out's pretty underwhelming. I feel like In-N-Out rides on the fact that, you know, it's like for anyone who's gone to like college and they've had one of their college. Cool, so we got $5,000 for releasing 20 fish. But it's one of those things, I feel like here in Central Florida, we've got University of Central Florida is one of our big university, and there's been a number of restaurants that have been made by university, you know, former university students or whatever, people who graduated. So like we got a chain called Tijuana Flats that's extremely beloved around here. We also have a barbecue chain that's not a student situation, but it's again a local family called Four Rivers. And it's just kind of one of those things that both of them are good. I like personally, Tijuana Flats is one of my favorite restaurants. But being genuine, it's Tex-Mex. Tex-Mex is always going to be good unless you're doing something horrifically wrong. But I wouldn't say it's like, you know, this amazing, I've got to, you know, tell everybody you need to go over there kind of thing. I find almost all the places hear people like rant and rave about In-N-Out Burger, Buckeye or Buc-ee's. I had a buddy, like when I was in college, who kept ranting and raving about how I didn't know how good Del Taco is, and it's such a shame that Del Taco wasn't locally. And, you know, really was talking up Del Taco, and in my head I'm going, okay, so there's this like amazing chain called Del Taco, that's just not here. And we end up getting Del Taco locally. And to say I was underwhelmed would be a grand understatement. Like the thing I will give it is the actual ingredients are of a higher quality than other like fast food taco places, which is not a very high bar. But their sauce is basically ketchup. Like it's someone found a little bit of cayenne and they found some ketchup and they put two together and said taco sauce. And it's really, really sad. But I did not let that man let that down, because he got a whole bunch of us to go to Del Taco because he kept ranting and raving. He's like, oh man, you're about to have the best tacos ever. And we thought maybe he had been like just keeping this inside joke going for a long time that is actually like really underwhelming, and he was gonna have us all convinced it's actually really good. And we just gave him no end of crap for that. Because pretty much everyone who went is like, this is pretty bad actually. Like, genuinely wouldn't come back kind of pretty bad. And no, and like, don't let me badmouth it if, you know, you enjoy it or whatever. It's just thing. Your friend sounds like he eats ketchup sandwich. Well, I think it's just one of those things that when you live in different areas, the spices and all that you tend to run into are far different. So especially if you're in areas like, the Midwest US and all that, especially if like you're talking like North, South Dakota, Iowa, Idaho, those kind of areas, generally speaking, the amount of like spicy food and all that you get around those areas is just very different. Understandably, if you take that person and you run them down to San Diego and you have them go and get like some habanero something taco, the amount of seasoning going on there is going to be utterly overwhelming for them. Because it's just not what their palate is used to. And it's not to say that, someone else's palate is better or worse. You are accustomed to the food that is local. There are some places that are fortunate in that they're kind of like the mixing pot areas where you have lots of different foods represented. Most major cities have that. But it is just one of those things. And just the same thing. If I go and I have food that's very heavily seasoned, and then I go up north to someplace like Idaho or North Dakota or whatever, I'm probably going to be pretty unhappy because I'm going to find the food very bland. Because I'm used to having way more seasoning. Which, weirdly, a lot of those places, you'll have like a bunch of... Okay. Oh, for getting 50 garbage, we got $10,000. Okay, hang on. So we literally could just buy an actual tractor right now. Okay, that's actually really strong. So it's $10,000 for 50 pieces of trash. Yeah, that's good. There's something people think spicy is just a bit of store-bought ground beef. Well, hello, cash injection. Yeah, so what I'm thinking we do is we focus on, like, the fishing the first in-game day. When the first in-game day wraps up, or where it gets, like, too dark for me to reasonably do this without being annoying, we go the second in-game day, and we make some purchase happen there. And part of the reason I'm thinking that is we do have the sales change kind of on a daily basis. And I do think it would be worth taking the time to try and snag the sales and all that stuff. Let's see. McDonald's is insanely different in quality, even though the same city here. Yeah, no, you do have some chains of fast food. You'll find, generally broadly speaking, the quality is mostly similar. Like Wendy's, I would say, and this is going back, and like the last time I've been to Wendy's has been over 20 years. That I did find, generally speaking, if I went to a Wendy's in one place or another, it was mostly the same thing. And then you had other chains that you go to, and you have some places that KFC would actually say is pretty consistent. Yeah, Chick-fil-A is another one that's pretty consistent location-wise. But then you have other ones that it'll be an entirely different animal depending on where you go. Like, that's actually one I'd accuse Subway of. That Subway is one of those ones that sometimes you'll go to a Subway, and it's clean, and it's generally nice, and the staff are very helpful. And then you'll go to the other Subways, and it's like, alright, man, if the health inspector rolled in on this place, you'd be closing your doors. You might be opening them in a day or two later after this place gets a deep clean, but the health inspector rolls in. They may not grade it on F you failed, but that would be the appropriate response. Yeah, and you can allow that one. I can take care of it here in a minute once I'm not in the middle of catching a fish. There you go. Thank you. It got finger in for sex-based term, which is a stretch. I get why that flags, but not something I probably have to deal with on this channel. And if we do, we ban the person. Is there a go-to fast food? Sorry. Is there a go-to fast food in Florida, like a small chain? Fast food. Like fast food. We have a lot of fast casual that are local. That are kind of big ones. Like, again, your Four Rivers, your Tijuana Flats. And this is partly because I don't get fast food, so I might just not be up on the brands. So low key, there is a lot of actual a lot of big ones start in Florida. Florida actually has a number of organizations that start here. I believe Panera Bread started here. I could be wrong in that. Darden is based out of here, so that's like Red Lobster. That is oh, there was four of them under it. It's Red Lobster. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But basically, there's like a bunch of organizations that do start under Florida, but you don't think of them as Florida brands. Like they don't market as Floridian. They don't whatever because they're here because taxes. And that's about the only reason they're here. And then they do operate well outside at this point. But as far as like local fast food places, not that I'm aware of, but that's also me probably just not paying attention to like what fast food brands are doing what and that kind of thing. Like I don't know where Zaxby's comes from. I don't know where any of those ones. There's a gas station called Racetrack that has some decent pizza and snacks. Is Racetrack a Florida one? Like Whataburger started in Jacksonville? Yeah, like that's the thing. Part of the thing is with Florida, we're such a mixing pot that while we do have a lot of like when you go what's Floridian cuisine, it's mostly other places stuff because we have a little bit of everyone here. About the only things that like if you were to go like what is actually Floridian cuisine, a lot of shrimp dishes would be considered Floridian because a lot of your shrimp farming is based here in Florida. There's a lot of dishes made with citrus and orange specifically that are very Floridian because for those who don't know, both Florida and California are very heavily represented in the citrus trade, especially oranges. But there's a difference on what they grow. For example, if you go to the grocery store and you get an orange, like you just go up to the produce aisle and you get an orange, 99.9% chance, even here in Florida, you are getting a California orange. The oranges they grow are a little bit smaller and they look really good. The flavor's fine, but like it's far more aesthetically pleasing. Whereas the oranges we grow primarily in Florida are far bigger, much stronger taste, but they look like someone beat the hell out of them. Like, the Florida oranges are these big yellowish orange that looks like someone just, you know, slammed them into the dirt and drug them along the ground. But that's the rind. No one cares about it. So they look terrible from, like, the produce shelf side. But stuff made with orange will almost always use them because you get a lot more orange for your buck. And, again, the flavor's actually a bit stronger usually, so it works better for that purpose. Yeah, right. So Florida oranges are used for stuff like juice and all that stuff. Yeah, Hogfish is local. Oh, Firehouse is Florida? I'm sorry. Get your sweaty meat. Firehouse is fine. It's not my favorite. They do give like last I looked at least, it's been over 10 years, they do usually give you a decent amount for your money. You kind of want a grapefruit now? Yeah, grapefruit's another good one. We have those things. We also have stone crab. We also do blue crab. Yeah, so a lot of crab comes from here. But I usually don't think of crab as being a Florida thing. It is. But like I definitely think like shrimp stands out as like, hey, that's a Florida thing. You know, that actually is a Florida thing. Because like when you go to the theme parks, they'll sometimes do like, you know, a fall festival food, whatever they call it. They have a whole bunch of different names. And they'll usually have like a bunch of different regions there. And so it'll be like a bunch of different countries. Like here's the Mexico one, here's the Chinese one, like the China booth or whatever. And that, it doesn't matter whether you're looking at like Epcot or SeaWorld or Universal. They all have their thing they do now. And a lot of times they'll have a Florida one. And it's basically shrimp and oranges. And that's what you see there. Or if they're being more genuine, a lot of Cuban food. Because again, it's kind of the thing here that we're a mixing pot. So you'll see like a lot of Mexican food, you'll see a lot of Cuban food, you'll see a lot of Puerto Rican food. You'll have just general Southern food, broadly speaking. So like lots of barbecue down here. You'll see a lot of Chinese food, but very little of it is authentic here. If you go to West Coast Florida, you'll find a lot of Greek food. There's actually, not far from Tampa, there's a whole area that just a bunch of people from Greece kind of collectively moved, and so it's like this little tight-knit Greek community that you can get some amazing Greek food over there. I want to say it's south of Tampa. It's been a long time since I've been over because it's not particularly convenient for me. Yeah, Miami stuff is the best Cuban food. Yeah, there's a lot of Cuban food here. Around here, you get a lot of rockfish. Really easy. It's often using fish and chips instead of the more expensive things like cod. Tastes really good. Oh, that's actually for a weirdly Florida thing. It's very specific area, primarily just East Coast Central Florida. That there's like Brevard County, that kind of area. That rock shrimp is actually served there, which is almost served nowhere. And that's because rock shrimp have this really hard shell that makes them an absolute pain in the butt to deal with. So they're kind of seen as a junk fish that you catch. You're like, it's just a bunch of stupid rock shrimp. I don't want to deal with this. But they taste really good. But there was a restaurant that is just like in a little town over there that came up with like a whole method of like this machinery, or not machinery, like a device to, get rid of, like, to get the shells done. So they'll like kind of fillet the shell open, so you have like it's sitting on its hard shell, and that's a very Florida thing because like almost nowhere does that because it's a huge pain fish. You heard lionfish are a big problem in Florida? Yes. Florida is very, very known for invasive species, as in species get here and they wreck our ecosystem, and that's because we're off of a peninsula where Florida itself is in the tropics, but the only way to get to Florida isn't. So it kind of acts as this like area that a bunch of animals can't get to us that could live here very effectively. That does mean, unfortunately, when people bring in those animals that like the tropics and they get here, they set up shop. So we have like the Burmese python, we've got lionfish or another one that are absolutely killing the ecosystem. Oh, did I misread that? I heard when lionfish are really big, they taste good. Oh, I'm sorry. I completely misread it. My brain went to the fact that lionfish are incredibly invasive. Yeah, no, lionfish is supposed to be extremely tasty. It's just, until they're big, they really don't have much on them, so a whole lot of effort to maybe not get your money's worth. But they are absolutely wrecking the Atlantic Ocean. There's literally have a fish in the rules to kill as many lionfish as possible. Yeah, there's actually a competition. I believe they hold it annually in the state of Florida. That's basically, hey, we don't care how you catch them, but catch as many lionfish as you can, and then like the first 3 people get a cash prize. Now, obviously, they're not going to let you go out grenade fishing or something that'll absolutely demolish the ecosystem. But it is just a thing that they're just like, no, really, catch as many as you possibly can. And for the record, they actually do have a relatively good success at killing a whole lot of lionfish and catching a whole lot of lionfish during that event. They tried to do the same with the Burmese pythons that are getting established in the Everglades and just wiping things out there. Unfortunately, while they've had that same competition with the pythons, pythons are way better at not getting caught. Give me a moment. I'm just going to snooze these ads so we don't get hit with the ads. You put them in a giant tank and grow them? Oh yeah, I'm sure there's a worse thing. What's funny is sharks aren't usually predators of lionfish, but divers who spear lionfish have basically taught sharks to go after them by spearing them and feeding them to the sharks. Yeah, that's the reason why the lionfish are such a problem here in the Atlantic versus the Pacific, is they're not native here. And so what's happened is a lot of the predatory animals like sharks and all that, you know, the lionfish looks kind of this like weird spiky fish, and they kind of just leave it alone. They don't want to mess with it. they haven't kind of associated as food. Because lionfish do have quills that are venomous on them. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's not a super nasty venom, but it's not a good time. So it is one of those things that until we start having predators here that see lionfish as food and manage to get around that, they don't really have much acting as kind of a pressure valve on that. Well, in this, the quills are venomous. If the shark eats it, then it is poisonous. Anything that is venomous is likely poisonous. Not everything that is poisonous is likely venomous. Because the difference is, venom is done to you, poison is you ate it. And it made you big sick. Oh, did I sneeze? Let's see, what's funny to you is that... Yeah, you already read that one. But yeah, so there are people who are trying to train the local wildlife to be like, hey, go eat that. You cut the sharks, cut the spikes for the sharks? Yeah, because it's those quills. That was one of the interesting things. So different poisons, like some poisons you can cook it to chemically change it to make it inert. Some poisons that doesn't work or it has to require too high of a temperature. Obviously, make sure you know how you're preparing your food to be safe. My understanding with lionfish is the venom in their quills is one of those ones that you cook it at the temperature required to like really cook the fish is enough to make the poison inert. So it is a, you know, it is a thing that people just, you know, divers will go and they'll bring up lionfish and they'll do lionfish skewers where they take the lionfish and they skewer them on their own quills and grill it. Because of how much they hate the lionfish are actually just killing the local ecosystem. And the reason, and the thing that the lionfish are doing to kill the ecosystem is they eat young tropical fish. So they'll go to the reef and eat all, like, the babies of, like, clownfish and whatever else is around. And so, you know, it decimates the populations. Like, by the time a lot of those fish get to adulthood, they're too big for the lionfish, or they won't tend to favor those. Okay. It won't be too much longer before it starts getting dark and we stop fishing. But this gives you an idea of how lucrative the fishing is. In our first day, with almost fishing alone, we're at coming up on $30,000. Very genuinely in this game, if you're talking about in-game months kind of thing, that might genuinely be some of the best money you can get. Maybe not counting against lumberjacking, because lumberjacking is really solid money, especially when you get production line. You can't block Cookie? Yeah, that's what happens when they have moderators. Also, you know, Cookie is talking about from the reference of Cookie. So what Cookie's actually talking about is getting, what was it, Cookie Crisp? Cookie's just trying to explain that Cookie eats Cookie Crisp. I think it's Cookie Crisp. Was Cookie Crisp the cereal that had, like, the tiny mini, like, wannabe chocolate chip cookies? I haven't had it since I was a kid. I remember liking it. For me, it was like really young me was into stuff like Lucky Charms and all that. And then by the time I became like tweens, it was Kix. And then like after that, it became like Chex. And I don't really eat cereal anymore because breakfast requires waking up and putting effort in. And even as low effort as it is, that's asking a lot. In this case, you're talking about eggs because egg. That's also fair. I'm also thinking the good news here is we're going to have like this one big binger of fishing. And then probably not have to do like any meaningful amount of fish. Well, not have to. Probably won't do any meaningful amount of fishing for a while. It'll just be when I hand over the tractor to the AI that'll end up going and, you know, run over, do some stuff. That comment taken out of context is bad. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not super worried about out of context stuff being there. Like, it depends on how, like, the bad about it. Like, if it's bad, like, oh, wait, hang on, that's weird. That's fine. Now, obviously, if it's something that, like, you know, we have someone who's talking about the air suspension brakes, which the technical term for it is the R word. And then someone just says that word by itself, where, you know, it's a derogatory term most of the time that it's used online. That is a different exception. Now, usually, even when people are talking about the air brakes, I won't allow the R word. Because, again, yes, I understand, in that context, people are talking about, like, the mechanical system. But on the internet, at large, the amount of times that the R word is used to refer to the braking system, the suspension system, unless you're specifically playing like American Truck Simulator or Microsoft Flight Simulator, the odds that you're using it and not meaning an derogatory term are pretty close to zero. They're not technically zero, but they're circling right around there. So that's the reason why I will always keep that screened. You always call them a Jake break? Yeah, that's the thing. They have other names to them that don't use the term. It's just the thing like saying like fire suppressant versus fire the R word. Both of those mean the same thing. So why not just use the one that you don't have to worry about it? Then you don't have to worry about people catching it out of context and being like, what the hell? Or nowadays, the thing you gotta worry about is as more and more stuff is moving to AI and LLMs and all that crap, that very genuinely, like, you look at a platform like TikTok. So for those who don't know, if you go on, like, TikTok and you say, like, Twitch or YouTube, it actually will affect the amount it presents you in the algorithm. So if you start talking about Twitch on TikTok, you'll suddenly find yourself practically suppressed by the algorithm. And that's if it detects it. And that's where it's doing, like, speech-to-text nonsense, yeah. Right, exactly. So people say, like, the red app, the purple app, that kind of thing to work around it. And that kind of stuff. And it's the same kind of thing that can happen on YouTube, where we could be talking about, you know, fire suppressants and all that using the other word. All YouTube does is it grabs, you know, it grabs the word, it does its closed captioning, it's like, oh, streamer's saying the R word. Immediately just murder that from orbit on the algorithm. So you do have to, like, worry about that stuff. And whether or not that's a good or a bad thing is a whole discussion we don't need to get into, because that's going to get, like, solidly smashing the politics button. But it is a thing as a creator playing on the platforms as they are. You know, it's things you have to be cognizant of. You also have to worry as a creator about people clipping you out of context and, like, making a big stink about it. Not something I'm likely to deal with, but, you know, as you get bigger, you can say something that out of context might sound super awful. And it could be a whole thing. Miss Longy? Yeah. I hope Longclaw's been doing good. I know he, if I remember correctly, he is in the US now. But it was via a visa thing that he was worried about the impact that streaming would have, that it could potentially jeopardize things for him. So it's just, you know, as well as things that can mess with the visa kind of stuff. But that's a year plus out of date information. I also feel for, like, all the South Korean content creators who just, they put all the effort into their channels and growing all that, and then South Korea passed some, like, really asinine law about how the ISPs do, like, pricing and everything. And so Twitch just had to be like, hey, man, we can't operate there without just, like, there isn't a feasible way we can operate our business over there without just getting absolutely murdered by these ISP fees, so we're just going to shut it down in South Korea. And for all those creators who put all that time in it, just suddenly, it's like, it's all gone. Years of effort. Well, the scary things about being beholden to any business. Just takes one policy, whether it's company policy or government policy, and it's all gone. It's tough. It's one of the reasons why I've been talking about them putting a lot of effort on the back end to try and do more to, like, broadly promote the stream, that kind of stuff. One, because short form content is where a lot of your influx of new people comes from. That and networking. Networking's the big one, but the short form content definitely draws people in, and the long form is what hopefully gets them to stay. And, you know, generally speaking, Twitch sucks on short form. Like, we've got clips and we got shorts, but it's not the thing that keeps people popping in and drawing in. Whereas stuff like TikTok and YouTube's in this weird place where they're really pushing the short form hard, and it's getting numbers, but, like, it's kind of in this weird sort of there, sort of not there stare, but the long form is what it's kind of known for. And then TikTok is only exclusively known for its short form, and it's been trying to branch onto long form, but just the mobile nature of it, it's not done as well. But it's, as a creator these days, as much as you want to stay on one platform, you really kind of have to hedge your bets a little bit. Because all that takes is, you know, Amazon turning around being like, yo, Twitch, we need more money, double the ads, and then Twitch dies. Or Amazon's like, you're not making enough money, Twitch, we're shutting you down, and then just Twitch is gone tomorrow. And I don't think that's coming. But it is one of those things that you realize it's just one decision like that, and suddenly it's over. Versus if you can manage to build up your audience, like your community broadly speaking, and whether it's like mostly on Twitch or whatever, but you know, you've got the people who are really into your stuff wherever it goes. It's good to have those multiple paths. That way, you know, if Twitch suddenly shuts down tomorrow, like for me right now, Twitch shuts down, my content creation's over. Like, in the time it would take me to build up an audience someplace else, I would not be able to sustain that. I'd have to figure something out. Like, we're fine with Twitch, but if Twitch is shut down, that's like where 90% of my audience is. Like, I ride or die on Twitch right now. But it'd be nice to at least have a little bit of safety there. But yeah, so I've been working on a lot of the back-end stuff, and it's just been pain. Like, that's the one that impresses me, and I know Dream streams to TikTok as well. That's the one that impressed me. I did that way back, using their live studio thing, and I've tried to do that recently just to, you know, I'm starting to feel the pinch of I'm not drawing in enough new people kind of thing. And, man, live studio is such a piece of trash software. But it was crashing OBS from time to time, and it's like, I'm sorry, I can't risk my existing audience for a maybe audience. Like, this just, especially one that you never know what the future of that is going to be, like, with all the quote-unquote politics around it. I could see, you know, a year from now that platform effectively doesn't exist because, you know, politics, we don't need to dig into it. I just, like, it's an investment of effort that doesn't make sense. And I really wish they'd just let me use the stream key like literally everybody else does, whether it's YouTube or whatever. But for those who don't know, TikTok is like, unless you're huge and kind of gonna force your way in, you either have to use very specific pieces of software, whether it's Stream Elements or Streamlabs, OBS, or their own studio. And it's only recently that they allowed Stream Elements. But you have to use their stuff, and all of it's so bad, man. Streamlabs OBS is fine. It's not my preference, but it's fine. But I can't justify switching to it with all my stuff sorted out and being very happy with my setup just to accommodate that one thing. You know, like both Streamlabs and Stream Elements got some not great stuff they've done, especially Stream Elements. It's a whole big headache. And I just want stuff to work. Alright, so in just a minute, we're going to have the ad break that's going to come up. I only run the minimum required number of ads per hour to get rid of pre-rolls and not a second more. So what we're going to do here is this is my quote-unquote long break to the stream that's coming up. Basically, take about 5 minutes to quickly run down, throw some dinner in the oven, welcome my wife home, that kind of thing. So we're going to do that really fast. I am going to pause the game, though, because this game does not pause. Oh, man, I got to remember where the heck this thing is. Because just being on this screen, I believe it itself does not pause the game. Am I just not remembering where that is? I thought it was like right here in settings. There it is. Alright, so I'm going to quickly step away, go get my dinner going in the oven and all that, and I'll be back in under 5 minutes. But thanks so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I really appreciate y'all hanging out. So thank you so much for that. And we'll get back to more actual farming when we get back. Okay, and I am back. Yeah, no, that was that breaking streamer thing, that clip. That was just like that week was a really tough week. We won't dig into all that. It was very bad times. Unrelated to streaming, all outside of streaming. And people were just being extra generous, and it was just like, I was already in an emotionally fragile place. So like all that positivity, all that support, like really, really helped. Let's see. You don't think the zombies are able to destroy those windows? Kind of sure the devs are already on that. Yeah, no, that was. Oh, did the prison clip come up from Project Zomboid? The barred windows. Yeah, no, the only ones who could destroy that is the players could destroy that using the torch. That prison used to be. I can't speak for now. The prison used to be absolutely vile in Project Zomboid because what would happen is the zombies would get on the window, and there's only supposed to be like 1 or 2 or 3 of them can hit the window, and the others would just crowd it. But there was something about those unbreakable windows that would mess with the zombie AI, that over time they could pile up literally dozens of zombies on the window. And so what would happen is you get too close to the window, that would trigger the zombies to aggro over to you. And then suddenly they're just like balloon out, because the game would have to figure out how you could have, 2-3 dozen zombies all occupy the same space. And so you'd have people die a lot where they'd go and sneak up to the window and suddenly just balloon out, overtake them instantly, that you couldn't even run away from, because it was like an instant spread out kind of thing. So we called it zombie bombs. But it was indestructible things the zombies could bang on was the primary culprit for that, because otherwise they'd just destroy whatever it was and move on. Luckily they fixed, like, when I say they fixed it, it can still technically happen, but it's pretty rare and is nowhere near to the scope it used to be. Like, they basically added some, I don't know exactly what they did code-wise, but they added some, like, guard code or whatever to try and mitigate it. A clip from this episode? Oh, did we get a clip from the dare drop? Yeah, that's the one and only negative about the way the dare drop works with the clips, and I understand why they do it, to show that you actually did the thing. You do end up needing to clean up those clips afterwards, because normally you want clips to effectively be kind of fun moments, engaging, interesting, intrigue, milestones, whatever. Something that kind of goes, this is what this channel is, this is why you want to tune in, here's the fun. It's effectively, it's an advertisement for the channel that we can all kind of share in it. Like, it's a moment we can all enjoy, have a fun, laugh, whatever. It's feeling accomplished. But it also is, like, something you use as effectively an advertisement for your channel. And the dare drops do a terrible job of that when it comes to those clips, because it'll be like, talk to the NPC. Well, that makes a real bad clip of me walking up, pushing a button, and the NPC dialoguing. Those make for really, really not good clips. I actually need to go through and do some cleanup. It feels like fishing is more broken than solar panels. So if you're talking about fishing from the standpoint of in-game months to cash, at least until the mid to late game, I would agree. If you're talking about human hour investment to money, the solar panels still win, because you can put down one solar panel and just fast forward and all that. No, this is the new DLC that came out today. It's an expansion. It added fishing, it added aquaculture, both small and large scale. It added field onions. It added, well, actually, I think the border collie just got brought in with an update, not part of the DLC. It's just a thing in the game now in general. What else got added? They added boats. Boats are a new thing. Scotland exists now. Scotland's real. So we can go look at Scotland over here. Prior to this, the existence of Scotland was, not, as of yet, not confirmed. But yeah, so we're basically doing 1 day of fishing. which will probably go to around like 7 p.m. in game. And then we should be able to buy our first piece of equipment. We are doing a 0 to hero challenge that basically we decided, and we did a poll for this, we decided I am allowed to do contracts, but only with equipment I own. Which does mean I can't just, you know, grab logging contract after logging contract and just, you know, print money kind of thing. And we're using the fishing as a way of making our initial investment. One, because on this map you get a fishing pole for free right at the beginning, otherwise it's like 150 in-game bucks. And because the alternative is to just go full-on lumberjacking, which honestly requires, to be reasonable, more equipment than the fishing does. I actually really appreciate the fish just instantly I get to choose to sell or release it. I don't have to, like, grab the one fish, walk it all the way over to the vendor, and drop it, single fish by single fish. You know, that case, I give myself a truck or whatever to dump them all in. So I'm glad it works that way. Because it actually makes it like a pretty solid thing to start these type of challenges with. Because there's always the weird thing with the, like, Survivor Man and 0 to Hero challenges in Farm Sim, is at the very beginning on these challenges, you would almost always have to give yourself at least some equipment for practicality purposes. Otherwise, it was cut down tree. Well, I mean, no matter what, you had to give yourself at least a chainsaw. Otherwise, you'd, like, cut the tree down into a section you could carry, and then walk the one log all the way over to get, you know, your 50 bucks. You know, 100 bucks, whatever it ends up being. And repeat until you get a vehicle to ship it. They'd end up giving yourself tens of thousands of dollars in equipment because it would be the minimum to get, like, the pickup truck and a chainsaw or whatever. And a piece of land that you could work on because you're not allowed to cut down trees on other piece of lands without mods. How am I liking the expansion so far? I'm liking it pretty good. We did a little bit of a really kind of quick walk around of the map. I haven't done like a thorough walk around. The map looks pretty good, where it's got meaningful terrain to it, where there's like ledges or whatever, but not as mountainous as, say, like Silver Run, because that was kind of the big negative with Silver Run, is for lumberjacking it was a really fun map, but for farming it was pretty obnoxious because it was just the terrain was so all over the place. This one does a nice job of being kind of hilly, little craggy without being like full on mountain. Doing pretty good. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We haven't gotten to the point of checking out the aquaculture or the onions yet, because we are doing a challenge run, and so I don't have the money to do that. The good news is this fishing has been incredibly lucrative, because we're literally on our first in-game day, and are getting that sorted. So the hope is, in-game tomorrow when we start the day, we're going to see if I can't snag a tractor on sale, or a piece of equipment to go with it. But we'll get our first tractor, being that I'm going to be probably sitting around 35,000 maybe. By the time we get there, that should be enough. I can at least get an okay tractor. And if I can manage to get really lucky, if we can manage to get really lucky and get a tractor to a decent piece of equipment, we can do that. What boat are you currently using? I am using the dock. I am using the boat known as the lithosphere. I mean, I guess technically not the lithosphere since I'm sitting on something sitting on the lithosphere, but you get the idea. We're using Earth. One thing I appreciate is, for those who didn't see, getting trash, you actually get money for cleaning it up. It's like every N amount of trash, you get a good payout. I do feel like it's going to eventually cap, because it's like, you got one at 5, you got one at 20, I'd assume 50 is the next one. I think we actually already got the 50 for trash. And I would assume like the last one's probably 100. You know, maybe it pays out every 100 after that, maybe that's it. I don't know. But they also do the same with the releasing of fish. So weirdly, it seems like getting a piece of trash is roughly worth $200. And then the fish, whether I keep it or release it, it looks like it'll also probably be worth roughly $200. So that kind of tells me, you know, if a fish is worth less than $200, release it. If fish is worth more than $200, keep it. But we're just doing the one in-game day of fishing, and then we're going to move on to making our stuff happen. And I'm not going to, like, fish late into the night when it starts to get dark. Unfortunately, because we are doing a Zero to Hero challenge, we don't own a home at the beginning. So you're going to have to do... Hey! And just like that, we are a serial liberator of fish. We threw back 50 fish and $10,000. So that's pretty solid. Let's see, what button do you use to swap between the fishing pole? So to break out your fishing pole, flashlight, or chainsaw, you just keep pushing 1. What tractor are you getting? So because I'm doing a challenge run, what I'm probably going to do is we're going to keep fishing until the end of this in-game day, and it's gonna be around 7 in-game that we do the end of the day where I just fast forward into the next day, because I don't want to stand here in the dark. But we'll check to see if anything's on sale. That'll be kind of the first determination, because sale means I can get something potentially at half price. So we can punch way above our weight that way. Otherwise, it's going to be a matter of looking at what contracts are available and what the cost of the tool is and, like, the tractor that can run it, and just trying to figure that out. You just had Twitch acting up for about 6 days. Found out it was not on your end. It was on your end, not Twitch's end. Yeah, that happens. And you're getting super mad. Yeah, that's the trick when it comes to connectivity issues. It's really hard to tell, is it your end, the ISP's end, the website on the other side, and there's ways you can narrow it down. But I've seen people, like, blow up, especially, like, mobile apps not running well, and being like, hey, actually, your mobile connection sucks. So, like, they're doing the best they can with what you've provided. Especially nowadays, in a lot of ways, your phone kind of lies about your actual signal strength and puts it way higher than it really is. Like, especially on Android phones, which I say as someone who's a fan of Android and uses it. Well, I shouldn't say fan. I use Android, and of what I have as options, it's my preferred. I actually liked Windows Phone back in the day when it was still relevant. But, that's a whole separate animal. And thank you, Rongor, for the Tier 2 sub. I really do appreciate that. For 34 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really appreciate that's continued support. I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing, as well as the emotes. But thank you so much for that. And your 100 stream streak. Nice, solid, big number. Yeah, no, I got, ooh, do I have the Pixel or the Nexus? Whichever one. But yeah, no, I've liked those phones. But, one of the things they do is between the phones, like the hardware of the phone, and the Wi-Fi calling and the signal, it kind of really misleads what your signal strength is compared to what we used to use for rating it. So it is kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, but it's not, like, you'll see yourself at 4 bars, and you're like, well, in reality, you're actually like 2 bars, but because of Wi-Fi and everything else being considered in here, it puts it higher. Which is a little like, it's kind of true and kind of not true, which is why it's not, like, a false advertising thing. Like, it's not like they're gonna give us, like, 3 or 4 different icons for all the different possibilities. Thanks, wifey.
I love you.
I love you too. Let's see, what helped was your stream has run the best. When your stream is buffering, I was, like, fixing this right now. Yeah, no, I put a lot of effort into trying to make the stream work as well as possible on as many different things as possible. It's one of the reasons why in almost every game we stream, if I have the option, I will scale up the UI. So that whether you're watching on your computer, or on a tablet, or on your phone, or on television, or anything else, hopefully it's about as readable as it's going to get. Oh, I totally forgot. that reminds me, for the people on the vertical thing, boom. It doesn't work well because I'm not in a tractor right now, but I went ahead and set up a mask for the vertical mobile thing so that you can at least see the money up above me. And then down there where you have like that weird funky thing kind of cutting into the fishing pole, that's basically where the speedometer and all that's going to be whenever I'm in a vehicle. For those non the mobile app, all that basically happened is because the mobile app cuts off the edges, that'll have like what the weather is, what the money is, and all that. I did a customization for Farm Sim that on mobile devices it will put as the entire top of the screen will be the thing. You'll notice it like disappears and all that with that. So it's not perfect. I do wish I could turn the transparency off on like the thing up here, because then I'd be able to do it really well, but that's not a setting. Nor did I see a mod to fix that. It's fine. But basically I just made it so that on the top right where it's got the money, the time of day, all that, it's basically the entire top of the mobile app, whereas normally it'd be just cut off. And then the mini-map, I brought that in for them. And then I have where the speedometer goes, but right now, because I don't have a speedometer, it's just this funky thing where it's showing a little bit of water, where normally the bottom of the fishing pole would be. Some games that kind of works way better than others. This one, because some UI elements you want disappear and reappear based on context, that hurts it a little bit. Whereas if you're playing like a first-person shooter, like your Overwatches and that, where you've got like your thing in the bottom left that's like your life gauge, it's almost always there and that kind of thing. Or MMORPGs or whatever, that usually those UI elements are pretty consistent, that it works extremely well for that. It just takes time to set up. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, yeah, we'll say 7 p.m. is the call time that we end this in-game day. We're at 42,000. Probably gonna get to 45, 46,000. You know, assuming I don't hit some other milestone. Because I mentioned this before, I have had people let me know that there is a non-specific something you get for releasing 100 fish and for dealing with 100 pieces of trash. I don't know what it is, don't spoil it. And we're not just going to sit here and grind it the whole way up. We're just doing one in-game day to collect money. Then we're going to do contracts. And anytime I just don't have any contracts to do, we can come back and do a little bit of fishing. Or if we get to the point where I've got, like, you know, I've got the AI plowing a field, and I'm like, well, I don't want to take that over. You know, we could throw a couple of fish catches in there. Okay. After this one, let's take a look to see if there's a Deadwood contract. There was one earlier that was only offering $300, and I'm sorry, but the answer is no. That might still be the case. Okay. Yeah, so it's just the one there. That'll probably stay there until I accept it, or, you know, the season changes, whatever. I wonder if it shows you, like, what count of fish you've released versus trash you've gotten or whatever. I'm also curious if when we hit 100 trash, since it was, like, what was it, 10,000 or something for the 50, and it's been increasing by more than just the base, it makes me wonder if I'm going to get, like, 25, 30, or 50,000 or something like that for hitting the 100 trash. Let's check, see if it's in the statistics. Pellet cost, milk, whatever. Oh, statistics is probably where it'll be. Cultivation, plow time, not here. Alright. So technically, sold animals, we've sold $10,000 worth of fish. Oh, and that was bought a hand tool. Yeah, so I'm not seeing a thing here that reports how much. Oh wait, never mind. I didn't even check the right side. Sold fish. We've sold 35. We've released fish. Okay, we only have 9 more pieces of trash till we have 100 trash. So there's a good chance we'll get that. And then we'll get to see what that happens. I'm imagining that might be our last payout for trash. It could be every 100 after that you get more, or whatever. I don't know, or every 50. I don't imagine you'd want to sit here and just fish for trash forever. But weirdly, not counting like macro scale farming, this is probably more lucrative than any farming you could do yourself in one in-game month. Hours wise, like real life human hour wise, you could probably do better. Contracts you could certainly do better. There are certainly contracts that can make you buku bucks in a couple of hours. Okay. So I got, what, 7 more pieces of trash I gotta get? For the 100? I'm expecting that to be maybe like 25, 30,000. It could go all the way up to 50. It really depends on how big of a multiplier they want to give it per stage. And I think any and all of the above would be potentially appropriate. Let's see, still not working. And at on vertical, the link in the pinned message doesn't linkify. It was like this for the pinned message for a good rehaul sub button. UI cutoff put on the top. There's no way to hide. Oh, is the mask too far up? Are you saying that basically the mask is too far up that it's getting cut off by Twitch's UI? I can fix that real easy. Like, the way I would ask it, if it's getting cut off by that top bar on Twitch, where, like, how far down on the, on that banner is it? Uh, 7-3. I was planning to stop fishing at 7. I might push through just for the last little bit of trash, but the plan was 7 in game. Means 15 minutes in game. Yeah, no, actually, I mean, I could check on my own phone real fast, wherever I put it. No, genuinely, where did I put it? That's up there. Because I know we're doing a real binger of fishing right now. Because these are the kinds of things I can't check in previews or whatever. I have to, like, go live kind of thing. So bear with me for just a moment. Minimize the volume. Do this. Profile. My own thing. You know, compare to see how much, if I need to move that or how I want to deal with that. Okay, I mean, honestly, I'll probably keep it the way it is. It does have a little bit of overlap. Let's see, yeah, the sub button reaches about halfway of the mask below it. It's blocks over language. Yeah, so the sub button, it was covering the money a bit. You can kind of sort of see it through. I'm just thinking in my head, if I go to fix it by making it narrower, then that makes it way worse. Like, I'll have to shrink it a lot, like to squeeze it in the middle. And if I lower it, I feel like it's gonna be weirdly kind of over the top. So, I mean, I'll try moving it right after this fish. Because I saw what you're talking about with it overlapping. The big one is all the stuff on the bottom where chat overlaps it. There's not really a good way for me to deal with that without having it like way up there. So let me go ahead real fast and drag that wire so I can see the lock. Unlock you. Oh, I'm not gonna deal with that. I forgot I got them all grouped. Yeah, you make a screenshot? Yeah, that'll help. Because then I can deal with that after stream. I was just thinking I'm gonna start messing with this and I'm gonna get right into the weeds on it. I think I'll accept it being the way it is for now because it's not bad. But then after stream I should be able to, you know, use that to figure out like how many pixels I need to move around. Because Twitch actually gives us a guide being like, hey, be careful about putting your stuff over this part of your screen because Twitch is gonna have its UI there. And that kind of thing. I did not reference the guide when I was setting this mask up. I did on the initial setup of the layout of where I put my camera and everything. Honestly, if I put a mask on the camera to put like the circle around it, I think that would make it work better on both the desktop and the mobile. It just cut off like my elbows, and that's not a big deal. I gotta be down to the last piece of trash or two. Because we'll check that. I just want to get that last piece of trash or two, see what we get for 100, because that's likely to be a big cash payout. And that means that we go into tomorrow, we can potentially buy, you know, about as good as a tractor as we can afford, and at least a piece of equipment to do some contracts. Okay, we're ready to do three more trash. Okay, so it seems like if you don't cast the whole way out, it doesn't really get fish as quick. I also wonder if the thing, like, during different times of the day, they bite faster. Or, like, have a higher tendency to be bigger or littler fish. You just need 3 trash. 3 trash, come on. Because I want to see what that payout is, because I'm expecting to be at least 20,000. It could be considerably more. I don't know how much more. Two. I also just realized I did not have the control showing. That's all fine. So nothing super exciting up there. They need 2 more trash. And then we get to see what 100 brings us. One more trash, and then it'll be the 100, and then we'll fast forward time. And I'll probably have some rule for ourselves when it comes to fishing later that I can only do so much fishing at any given time, just again to not sit here and just like slam out more and more fishing constantly. Because I know I've been doing this for a while now. But we are doing a 0 to hero challenge, and basically we just replaced logging and all that with this. So where another, like your other Survivor man, you just have your truck, you load it up, drive it back, load it up, drive it back constantly. We've just swapped that for this. Same with if you set up to like do the grass mowing right at the beginning. Exact same idea. Just traded one early game income for another. But honestly, making like 4,300 in your first day is very significant. I also noticed we were getting a lot more trash earlier than fish, and it could just be RNGing. It could be different times of day, you have different rates of catching things. It could also be that maybe behind the scenes they're doing a thing where it checks, like, how much fishing you've done and, you know, finagles the numbers based on if you caught a whole bunch. Because you can see something like that being a mechanic. So it's kind of like leveling, but not really. Oh, 75,000 was way more than I was expecting. I was being excited about the idea of maybe getting 50,000. I was expecting 25. Okay, well, we just now have 117,000. So unfortunately, because we don't own a house, what we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to fast forward time till it's tomorrow. So this is the way we're sleeping, is we're just standing out looking upon the ocean and letting time pass at its thing. That's way better than a pickup and a chainsaw. I was expecting it to be strong. Like, very genuine, I was expecting it to be strong. Because, I mean, even if we ended the day with, like, 65, 70,000, that would be extremely good for a first day. But the fact that that paid out 75,000 all at once, that's easily, like, meta money there. Now, what we don't know is if that's a one-time only thing ever. Vehicle leasing cost? Excuse me? I don't own a vehicle. Am I paying the leasing cost of the forklift that I don't actually own? Because that'd be a little obnoxious to have a permanent vehicle leasing cost. Especially since it doesn't show... Oh, you know what? That could be it, Conrad, is that I jumped in the train on accident, and maybe it treated me as having leased the train. Because I've never been able to, like, just tab and end up in the train. I hope that's not the case. If it is, it is. It's not that much, but regardless, it didn't show on the list. I'm hoping it's not the train. Alright, with that, we consider our day properly started. Okay. So with all that, it is time to see what we got for sale and see what our contract options are. So unfortunately, our sales are mostly garbage. We can get a cultivator for relatively cheap, which is not a bad thing. I'd have to have a 300 horsepower tractor, which is not going to happen on our budget. So we get $150 or $115,000 that we can throw at buying a tractor and a piece of equipment to use that contractor for purposes of doing contracts. So let's take a look at what we got for contracts. So we got some cultivating ones. We got some fertilizing ones. The harvest ones are not happening. We've got some mowing ones. So it's looking like most likely the big ones we're going to be able to potentially do is spraying of some kind, whether it's fertilizer solid or liquid. That's going to have a lot of opportunity. Yeah, either one of the fertilizing and the spraying, that's a strong candidate, or the cultivating. I think those are what we're looking at. So if we look at our tractors, if I go way down here, and the DLC we have in here are just the official DLC. We haven't gone and grabbed a bunch of stuff. These are all stuff that are official. So the Fendt here is an interesting vehicle, because it's designed so you can actually put a sprayer on it. And it's like pre-built for that, front and back hookups. So there's certainly an argument to be made for that one. I'm not sure we could get away with buying the big one and doing it, but same deal. That you can buy that and then attach the kit to it. So if we were to look at the combination, yeah, it's got a front loader. So yeah, so we could get the sprayer. So sprayer's 6,000. The front loader is another 5. If we look at you, it's the same one. Well, sorry, no, it's slightly more. So for $6,500, we could get the full sprayer hookup and be able to do the fertilization contracts. So that would put us at about 70 to 80,000. We could also potentially look at the cultivators, and we could get a relatively inexpensive cultivator. So that would allow us to do all of those types of contracts. I think that's a route we're going to go. Now, I would have liked to have catched it on sale, but that's fine. So we're going to go ahead and get the bench designed to be a sprayer. We are going to change its color because we're going to. Yeah. There we go. And then we're going to have no license plate. So the wheels, honestly, I'm not worried about it all. All right. I honestly don't care about these at all. Okay, so we are buying that. So I've got our tractor. And now we're going to go back here. We're going to go to combinations. We're going to grab the front tank. And we're just going to... Apparently the front tank has its own license plate for some reason. I'm going to buy that. Let's see, the vertical box on the view still is a little jury rigging, I guess. The auto capitalization for me. Yeah, no, the big thing... Oh, I forgot. Your whole hookup to make it modulate this is super expensive. That's okay. So the pulse will enable uniform application regardless of speed and cornering. And then the weed seeker is for weeding. We definitely want these things. But I definitely don't feel like we're dropping 46,000 on that right now. Because this will massively cut back on the amount of... Yeah, I'm trying to remember. So I believe with this, that'll cut back on our fertilizer use. Let's say no on those things now, because I can opt to add them later. So that gives me everything I need for spraying. So we can spray now. The next thing we should do is let's check, what is your horsepower? So you're 147 horsepower. You're actually a pretty solid one. So we will check our cultivators. Because we can get the cultivator contract. So we can't go over 147 horsepower. And I got 50-something thousand dollars to work with. That 300, 200. That's right on the fence for 5 meters wide. Is there anything fancy down here? Because sometimes the mod ones that got added are down here. I can almost get away with that 7.5, but not quite. Yeah, so it looks like we're probably looking at one of, like, you. Probably looking at you. Because these are about the same price. This one is a full meter narrower, but I'm worried that that one's a little bit over and we'll have, like, the stutter stopping, that this will end up being faster. Okay. And you have the combination of a weight. And I'm just checking, because sometimes these will have interesting things you can hook up, and I don't keep track of all them. Yes, all those are just regular cultivators. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and grab you. And we're going to buy that. Oh, we can also have it where it has the roller on it. It's interesting that we can change the Tine's look. But, None of these cost anything, so you just change the way the rollers look. Sure. Okay, so we'll buy this. So that means we can cultivate, we can fertilize, we can pesticide. What I'm going to try to do now is well, actually, that's fine. We'll keep with that. Let's take a look at our equipment. I dislike the train. How do you hook up? Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, so we can have this in the front and back. All right. So let's start looking at contracts. Clips into object until it attaches. Exactly. You know how this works. So we have our cultivating contracts, and some of these are pretty big. We got our fertilizing contracts. These should go relatively quickly. Now you've got our weed spraying contracts. So let's start with the fertilizing. Let's grab you. And we'll need to go down here and we'll have to grab some fertilizer. Consumables. So liquid fertilizer. I'm going to grab 2 of those right now. Oh, okay. I understand. So the sprayer itself has a small reservoir on it, and then the front thing has a bigger reservoir. Okay, so we've got our first one of these. So it's field 28, which is just around the corner down this way. Okay. Oh, right. We're in Scotland, so left-hand driving. Just 24 bucks? It shouldn't have been 24 bucks. It should have been a lot more. Yeah, no, that's, the liquid fertilizer is 3,200 bucks. Okay, and we will turn on steering assist. All right. So now I can start making some money actually farming in our farming simulator. I know, everyone wanted to see more fishing. I'm a big bully. But yeah, so as you can imagine, eventually what we'll do is some of these tasks will pass off. So it looks like the reservoir in this thing isn't too significantly large. We will have more than enough to do the field. But it'll be one of those things that will take a bit of a bite. The good news is, while we're going to cost ourselves a bit on the fertilizer, we then turn around and make a bunch. Because we didn't fully utilize any of those containers. I have just a bit of, I have like around, I think it was 1,550 liters worth of the fertilizer on the vehicle. And this contract was going to be paying 6,000, I believe it was. So I would guess we're probably going to use 40-50% of the container. Or 40 or 50% of our storage. And that the container, so far as how much it carries, I want to say is 2,000 liters? Yeah, 2,000 liters. Okay. So we're going to be using somewhere in the area of like probably 800 to 900 liters. So that means we're investing somewhere in the ballpark of $1,600 worth of resources that we're going to be consuming to do the contract, and then getting 6,000 something dollars on the other side. So we should be making a profit of somewhere in the area of like 4,500, something like that. It should be our profit on the other side, because the gas and the maintenance cost should be relatively negligible for just one field this size. We can still go for a fish break if we need to change scenery. Jack will get over it. Yeah, well, that's what I'm kind of thinking, is I'm kind of thinking we do a bunch of the contracts. If we start getting to the point that the contracts get repetitive, we do some fishing. Or if we have a situation that it's a very slow contract, so, you know, we've got the AI just harvesting carrots or something else like that, which I don't plan to do because that would require me to buy all the stuff for harvesting carrots. But if we pretend that we're doing something that's that time-consuming, what we would be able to do then is hand the keys to the AI and go, deal with this, I don't wanna. And then when that happens, we just start chucking the line. Okay. And if you're wondering why, like, if you're playing and going, why are you not just absolutely obliterating your fertilizer? I don't understand. We are using, it's an official mod called Precision Farming. So normally when you play Farm Sim, you just turn on the fertilizer and it just blasts. And it just goes through. So it's weird that in a lot of ways, precision farming is actually the easier way to play in the game, but it's the more complicated way of playing the game. But even then, it's not really that much more complicated. I actually found, since I've done it, I just really prefer it. Because normally when you play Farm Sim, you set up your field, and it's you kind of put down your crop. You need to do something to counter weeds, whether it's you're going through doing like the weeder or the spray or whatever, and you need to do 2 rounds of fertilizer. And it doesn't matter what else you do to your field, you've got that. And you can do stuff like slurry as part of your application and all that. I'm not trying to say that's not a thing. But the basic idea is 2 rounds of fertilizer or other stuff, and a round of like dealing with your weeds every single time without fail. And you have to like fully fertilize it and all that, and it will hit it like the first pass, I think it'll get you like 50%, and then the next one will get you pretty close to 100% yield bonus. Now with precision farming, it actually keeps track of like how much fertilizer the different crops are using and how much, you know, the pH is being affected by the crops and all that. So instead of just full blasting your entire field for a guaranteed like 50%, instead it's based on what you actually need. And so it can be one of those things that you have a crop that you don't have to use a lot of fertilizer. So instead of going through 2 full tanks of fertilizer, doing 1 pass to get 50%, you might get through the entire field, max out its fertilizer, and only use 10% of the fertilizer from the tank, because it just doesn't need that much. And same with, like, again, the acidity of the soil, the pH, and all that. So in that sense, it's much easier because your consumable goods go way farther. Now, you do have extra things you got to do, like you have to survey the field soil. So I could go to a field that I own, I could click on this, and I'd have an option to do the survey on the field to figure out, like, you know, this one's telling me it's loamy sand, sandy loam, and silty clay as the soil makeup. I would actually have to do a survey every so often. You can manually do it where you take a little machine, you poke the little stick in the ground, and it costs you a little bit of money each time to get it tested. But it's like $100 per round. You just drive around, you poke it a bunch. Or you can spend like $600-700 to just make the AI do it, where it just gives you a survey at the end. So there's like extra layers of stuff you got to deal with, but it can do a lot of it. And I want to say you can get a slightly higher yield when you're using precision farming than you're allowed to without it. So it makes it a lot thing. Let's see, you didn't need to buy intelligent equipment for precision farming though, right? Yes and no. So the sprayers in that, I want to say you have where there is an extra accessory you add to it, which is where I spend like the 12,000 to make it so it does a uniform it does a an application where the different sprayers can turn on and off. You'll notice that when I'm turning and all that. And then there's a much more expensive one for the weeder sprayer where it only sprays where there's weeds. And that's one that saves you a ridiculous amount, because that stupid sprayer costs you like $25,000 to get that add-on, which is really pricey. But when you start doing your fields, if you're spraying your weeds, you'll literally have like a container of weed spray, and it'll last you for like, you know, like 100 acres of, or 100 hectares of land. Like, it'll go a ridiculously long ways, because it's just only spraying like the little crops here and there versus, again, blasting the whole way as you're going across. Okay. And so with that, first contract done. Oh, you were the little one. We still came out ahead on that by a fairly large margin. So you go here. We got another fertilizer contract. We'll accept that one. So let's go up the road, top off our sprayers before we start the next contract. But yeah, so basically with precision farming, there's a lot of cases where you're doing a bit of an upfront investment, and then once you've done that upfront investment, you just are good from there. More than likely what we'll do is when we get to the cultivating, there's a pretty good chance the cultivating we might pop off and do a little bit of fishing. Okay. So that's field 17. That looks like it's on the bottom right. So you can take 10 plus spraying rounds, but it'd pay you off eventually. Yes. You're spending a bit more money up front to then forever make way better. And considering how ridiculously expensive the fertilizer is, because, you know, it's just ridiculously expensive. Alright, so, oh no, I'm wrong. So it is, the field we're looking at is top right. Yeah, so it's almost exactly to our east. We'll hit this road up here, we'll take it to the east, and we should be able to see it and go down that way. And I'm instinctively driving on the right side of the road, which is not where the cars go. I believe the weed herbicide is actually the cheaper of the two. Yeah, so we've got, yeah, so the fertilizer is 3,200 versus the herbicide is 2,400 for 2,000 liters. So the herbicide ends up being a little bit less expensive than the fertilizer. And then when you get like the upgrades, the efficiency is just, like, it's like 80-90% more efficient. Like, it is absurdly more efficient when you get the sprayer upgrade for the herbicide. Like, it is bananas better. But that's kind of the way it would be in real life too. Getting your fancy equipment to do all that, you got a pretty big chunk of change involved in that. I also can't tell if those are just hedges I can drive through. Okay, cool. I was a little worried there'd be like something in the hedges that was solid and rigid. There we go. Was hitting all the wrong buttons. Yeah, the efficiency upgrade to something like that would be ridiculous in real life too. Yeah, and that's this kind of thing. It's like in real life, one of your biggest expenses in farming is fertilizer. As far as like that kind of stuff, not getting into like human labor and everything else. Human labor for almost any business ends up being one of your primary expenses. But very genuinely, fertilizer is one of your primary expenses in quite a few things. So far as reoccurring, not initial equipment purchase, that kind of thing. I'm sure maintenance ends up getting up there, but just something you're going to drive across an entire field and just blast onto the ground because you need it adds up fast. It's also not cheap to begin with. It's one of the things that makes it so difficult for smaller farms, I should say, to make it versus like giant mega corporate farm kind of things. Is you have all the efficiencies of scale that can happen, where you have like the giant mega corporate farm can get the giant equipment with all the bells and whistles, and because it's going to be doing some ridiculous, thousands upon thousands of hectares and all that, that paying that overhead will just absolutely make their money back. Whereas grandpa's farm, they can't pony up an extra $30,000 that is ultimately going to save them a bunch of money eventually, but they would need to spray that field literally 100 times before that thing pays itself off, and it just doesn't work. Which means the cost, crop to, like, the amount of money going into getting the yield out, they just get a less efficient rate. Now, let's see. Now you think chemical companies ask for almost €1 to €1.5 per liter of fertilizer, or even herbicide. It'd be cheap as buying bottled water. Even more payoff, yeah. Give me a moment. Can't leverage out to the... I'm not catching it. Was that like a self-censorship thing I'm not getting? But yeah, no, it's, yeah, no, and also, like, with borrowing money and all that kind of stuff, Grandpa doesn't have nearly as much on the assets to do and all that stuff. And then you can usually negotiate better rates on a lot of stuff, too, when you're a big group, because if I'm going through and I'm going to say, all right, well, I'm going to get you, I have no idea what an appropriate amount of bushels or whatever. Here, I'm going to get you 1,000 bushels. Yeah. You're going to say, I can get you 1,000 bushels, and you're trying to negotiate a rate or whatever. And then you're a separate company who comes in and goes, well, I can get you 1,000,000 bushels. You're negotiating power when you're selling 1,000 bushels, unless it's, location kind of thing. You've just got more negotiating power as the bigger one. It's the unfortunate reality and why, like, so many large businesses have such advantages in so many things. Economy of scale is a very significant thing. There are certain things where economy of scale doesn't work. Like, a lot of your more creative and that kind of stuff where, like, you're not just going for a volume or whatever, and quality is more subjective. Some of those ones, economy of scale can actually work against you in the sense that if you're seen as being a large production kind of thing, it kind of devalues what people perceive the value of your product is. But that's getting into stuff like art and all that kind of things, where the thing that can, like, mass produce art, generally your individual art pieces are seen of a much lesser value than the individual. When you're talking, ore, refined metals, crops, those kind of things, you don't care usually. All you care is what's the quality of my product, what volume am I getting it, and that's going to dictate the price. With supply and demand and everything else, and location and yada yada. And even that could be a thing, like carpentry. if you're looking at carpentry as being more the utility side, I need a shelf, it serves a purpose, very utilitarian. Economy of scale can work really well there. Whereas if you're like, I need a shelf, you know, for my bougie multi-billion-dollar mansion, you know, you're gonna pay someone extra to get like the bougiest shelves. Um, which, you know, you don't care about scale there. You want one heckin' fancy shelf. Go find that endangered tree that there's only 10 of them left. I want it. What do you mean it's illegal? Don't worry, I'll grease the right palms. You can get it. I'm joking. I'm sure there's more of that than I want to exist in the world, as in more than zero. But, I don't imagine this person's like, that's endangered? Is it the best tree? Don't care. I just care that it's scarce. Let's see, here there's a local machine station that do this spring. Yeah, sometimes smaller farms could sort of get an economy of scale by grouping together. So not a co-op, that's not the right word, I don't believe. But, you know, if you got a bunch of small farms in the same area, you know, they have a lot of the same processes between them that they can afford to collectively work together to get a, you know, maybe Grandpa doesn't have the budget to justify buying some big harvester or something for their farm alone, and, you know, renting it out locally can be just very cost prohibitive. But if Grandpa and, you know, their 30 neighboring farms are all little farms, can kind of go together to have like the communal harvester, that can be a thing that works. Now, granted, the challenge there is that you don't have tensions because, you know, everyone's trying to rush to get their stuff to harvest as fast as possible, and you're all fighting over the same harvester. You know, you want first billing so you can get the best yield before your crop's been sitting there for a couple days too long, kind of thing. Let's see, discount supermarkets have driven down the pay rates for independent farmers to self-destructive pay rates here. For milk potatoes, there was no cookies mentioned. They went so far as to threaten to cut off the contracts of those farmers, and the vendor co-op organization would vote against it. A cheap vending rate? Yeah. The one I'm more familiar is not on the agricultural, but more on the manufacturing side, because from my mom's side of the family, we ran manufacturing, prototyping, those kind of industries, and it was one of those ones that you would have peers would get all excited because they would be manufacturing something, and it'd be manufacturing it for, like, let's say they take a contract with Walmart, and Walmart's like, we got this thing, it costs, you know, $5 to manufacture, so we'll pay you $7. And they're like, all right, that's not a good rate. That's actually a pretty low rate. You usually want to be making double or whatever, at least historically. But, you know, that leaves some margin. We can, you know, produce X number of millions and millions of units, and we can make a happy amount of money. The margin's a little thin, but that's manageable. And then what ends up happening is, you know, a year goes by, and they're like, cool. This is good. We can just keep doing this. And Walmart comes around and says, all right, well, you made us 1 million units. This year we need 5 million units. We really need to have that. And we're also going to be bringing that rate down, so now it's $6.75. Or sorry, it's $7, or it's $5 manufacturer. We're going to pay you $6.75 per unit. And you go, okay, well, that cuts into our margin a little bit, but, you know, that's going to be a major scale up. This is going to be like making us ridiculous amounts of money. This is going to be great. And so you take a whole lot of loans to scale up the operation and all that. And a year goes by. Or it says, cool, we're really happy with how that went. This year we're going to need $7 million. And also, we're only going to be paying you $6.25. And you're going, all right, that margin's getting really, really bad. That is an outright terrible margin. But we're still going to be doing volume. It's probably fine. We'll scale up a little bit more. And then eventually what ends up happening is Walmart goes, okay, we need 10 million. And you go, I cannot make my business bigger. Like, I've hit the limit on my real estate. I can't get the loan. I can't go bigger. And you're telling me now you're going to pay me $5.25 for something that cost me $5 to make. I can't, like, those margins, I can't do it. And then Walmart goes, okay, well, we've ended our contract with you. And then suddenly you've got this giant debt in this giant manufacturing plant that just implodes. And it was kind of just one of those things that they would just kind of do that thing where it's just every cycle they would just cut back a little bit, and if you ever pushed back too much, you instantly got dropped. And so you just have your margin that just keep eroding to the point that it stopped making sense. And if you ever didn't keep up with their numbers, again, it was the same thing. They would just dump you, and to keep up, you had to take on a lot of debt. And so the reality is, like, a lot of the people in the industry, you'd have Walmart approach you with that big contract. They'd take the first one because there's no reason not to. Sure, the margins aren't as much as you'd like, but it's just a solid contract. But when they would come back into nickel and dime, a lot of them would be like, no, sorry, we have our rate, deal with it. And then Walmart would drop them and they wouldn't have debt and all that. But it happened to so many because you'd understand someone who wasn't aware of that practice. You'd think you got your big break, that, you know, all these other guys around here, and you're the one who scored this, like, giant contract for millions and millions and millions of units, which is just absurd. But the problem is the amount of debt you'd have to take on to service it, you would never recover from. And yeah, that was a big one. But I imagine it's no different in, you know, foods and everything else, that as those giant stores, you can kind of just, or giant companies, it's not even stores, giant companies, you can really kind of just bully around the people. It's why monopolies are so dangerous, or close to monopolies. All right. And field is done. As far as the contract's concerned, they do have a thing where the game gives a pretty strong margin on the contracts. So it is one of those things that you end up having so much of the field still left. Okay, so we need to go west back to where we're at, because we pretty think there. Yeah, so the big retailers lower their own price, hence make the big market share. By the way of pushing debts on the producers. Yeah, and it's an understandable problem if we're assuming everyone's on the up and up. You can understand where it happens by the nature of the business from the retailer. Because if you're big box store A versus big box store B, and you're constantly trying to bring your prices down so far as, like, that you as the retailer are getting a bigger margin because you've got your shareholders to make happy, you're going to be hitting up both your customer and trying to raise the prices, as well as your supplier trying to reduce the cost. You're going to hit on both ends. And so is your competition. And if your competition manages to knock the suppliers down more than you do, then now they're charging less for the product than you are. Your customers are going to be going over that way. Broadly speaking, there's certain amounts of, like, customer loyalty and yada yada. But you get the idea. There is a pressure that isn't purely, we're here to, like, put the screws to the little guy, but ultimately the result is still the same, that the screws do get applied to the little guy. Whether it was, like, malicious, nefarious, or by the fact, I keep going on the right side of the road, and I'm gonna slam it. Is that wait. That's a Reliant Robin. It's a three-wheel car. I mean, it might not actually be a Reliant Robin so far as model, but it is a three-wheel car. Because I want to say the laws around roads in, I think it's broadly the entire, like, not just Scotland, but, you know, Scotland, England, the whole United Kingdom. That the way they determine their vehicles and whether you are a car or not is based on number of wheels. So there was reason, or was it licensing? There was some reason that, like, three-wheel cars, you would potentially want them under certain circumstances. I think someone sometimes in the org might also say, hey, our contractors' contracts are too expensive. We need to have them drop down. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that you're always trying to improve your margins. And unfortunately, a lot of times that has to come at somebody's expense. Because total units and all that can go up and down and all that, whatever. But the margin, so you know how many dollars you make per sale, that is ultimately just a calculation of what did it cost you to get the unit, how much are you charging for it. You could do some stuff where it doesn't really cost someone, where you just, you have like improvements in efficiency. But there's only so much you can do there, which means it's gonna have to come from somebody. Again, charging the customers more, nickel and diming, whether it's your employees or your contractors or your suppliers or whatever. Said British Summon, you used to be taken on car rides and grandma's boyfriend's Robin Reliant. It's a freaking terrifying experience. Yeah, no, it's I was trying to remember. I can't remember if it was around the licensing, like getting your driver's license, that you did not need a driver's license for a three-wheel, or it was a taxi. I don't remember. But there was a reason why having the three wheels so you didn't count as a car was a whole thing. And so normally the rules are made so you could drive stuff like trikes and motorcycles and similar things and not need the same requirements as a full-blown car. And then some companies, when they're like, well, people want a car, so what we'll do is we will use the three wheels and we'll make it look like a car. So it's not a car from the legal definition, but for all intents and purposes, it has the feel of a car. But yeah, the front being one wheel means when you turn, it'd have a tendency to roll. That they dip a lot and then want to roll real bad because you don't have the stability of having two wheels on the front, and you got this big weight hanging over on both sides. It's a good. The solution be to insure against that kind of event. Insurance, risk, equipment, resale value, costs will be added into the piece production. Oh, you have to go higher and lower limit. Oh, so you're talking about trying to counter the pushback. There's things that you can do. It's like the supplier can just be like, we're not playing ball. Like, the supplier, you can sit there and say, hey, our agreement was it costs us about $5 a unit. We're going to charge you about $10. Or they could even have the agreement be like, we're going to take whatever the production cost is and add $2 for you. You could have all those negotiations. Whether or not that's standard, I don't know. But you can hold your ground on that. And, the risk is that the company you're working with says, well, that's not acceptable terms, and stops doing business with you. But I imagine that depends on the strength of you as a supplier. So, like, Tyson is like the big supplier for chicken. At least I believe they are for the big supplier for chicken. I imagine if, big grocery retail chain were to be like, hey, you need to give us this chicken for, like, we're going to pay you 5% less. Tyson can say, well, go fly a kite. And your choices are to pay someone even more for chicken, or to not have chicken as a big grocer, which is probably not a realistic decision you're going to make. But again, if you're little family-run manufacturing plant or whatever, you've got no leverage. You're too small that you can just be bullied around. Yeah, they bounce around course. Yeah, no, I'd imagine riding in it, they would have a tendency to like dip, like at the angles, the Reliant Robins and those. I'm not sure if that car specifically was a Reliant Robin or just another car that took that strategy. Because I don't think the whole three-wheel thing was like universally only Reliant Robin, but they're the ones who I know became, famous/infamous for it. But they were a well-known brand who did the three-wheel car. But yeah, no, you would have to have pressure as the producer that you can get leverage. In some of the ways, that's where you can have a bunch of producers get together. And so even though they're small individually, if you can get everyone to play ball and be like, hey, we're not going to accept terms like this. But that's, industry self-regulation, and that doesn't exactly have a great track record. Or that'd be the best situation, but you expect that, as you say, the retail might find someone who doesn't stand their ground to switch supplier to them. And that's a common factor, the upfront risk to pieces. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Is you'll have a bunch of... It's kind of the same thing we deal with content creation. that you'll have sponsors who, they try and be fair to content creators and pay a reasonable rate and all that kind of stuff. But because there's a lot of people who are desperate in content creation, you'll have different organizations will try and nickel and dime and underprice. And it's kind of one of those things that it's race to the bottom, where the more people who are willing to, hey, I'll take this underpaying thing, one, because they might just be blissfully unaware that they are getting kind of screwed, but hey, I'll take this underpaying thing because then I'll have my in on this company, so that, sure, I might not get paid as well, but I can keep getting that business. That's going to make it worth it. But it is just one of those things that it kind of devalues those things for everybody, which in turn kind of just hurts them in the long run, because the organization they're working with, their whole shtick is underpaying it. So as you bring down the entire market's value, it ends up becoming one of those things that, of course, they're going to lower their value because their whole thing is they're the cheap option, because who they're advertising for and all that. It's always a tricky one there. And again, the solution is, at least from like me as the producer in this case, the solution to be for me to push back when then someone starts nickel and dime being like, hey, here's my rate. Well, we want it to be this. Sorry, this is my rate. Take it or leave it. And there's certainly a negotiation to have there. There's certainly times where I've negotiated where, like, hey, this is less than I normally would go for, but you're a little indie studio. I know you don't have the budget. I like your product. I'm willing to work with you. And then there's times where it's like, no, this is my rate. Well, that's not our budget. It's like, all right, well then, sorry. And honestly, the times I've had plenty of times where people reach out and they're like, hey, what's your rate? And then I never hear back from them. And then there's definitely times where someone will approach me with a rate and I'll be like, hey, I appreciate that, my rate's this, and then it works out. I've also had people who've approached me with like wildly inappropriate rates where you're like 100 CCV, hey, are you willing to do a 4-hour stream for $35? No, I'm not. Literally that'll cost me money because I'll have a lower viewership, and your sponsorship is not going to make up the difference. Meanwhile, I notice my camera is covering the speedometer. Let me get that sorted. So we're gonna unlock you and just go whoop right there. Let's see. Producers banding together, then billion unit discount chains, doing intrigues and manipulation to break them down. Prisoner's dilemma. Yeah. Well, when you get in that situation, especially if you're a small operation, so you got your mom and dad, family-run manufacturing plant, and it's been a tough year, for whatever reason, for us with our family, it was the recession happened, and so business was a bit slow. There was less people buying things, and luckily for us, we were a little safer than most, because this was the Space Center, and Space Center was still sciencing, and the area of expertise that our operation had over there was prototyping. So you would have something there like, this is the thing we want to do, we've got some ideas, and we've got our engineers working on it, or they'd hire our people. But we'd be like, here's what we're looking for, and we'd go through doing the iteration of here's the first version, all right, well, we found this problem, well, here's the second version, and get that sorted out. And a lot of those things would be very small runs, so a lot of companies would literally just not be willing to do it. Literally just they would be unwilling to do it at all, because, you're only producing 12 units, but usually you have really high margins on those because you're figuring it out. There's a lot of engineering and all that going on. But you can imagine you're sitting there and business is slow, and you're looking at, an operation that size, you're probably not hiring that many people, 15, 20, 30 people. And you're sitting there going, okay, I'm going to have to start laying people off unless we can bring in some contracts. And then, and you're kind of desperate. And then Walmart pops in there and says, hey, this is well below your normal rate, but, we're willing to give you that contract you're so desperate for. They're not taking advantage of your desperation specifically, but rather it is a contract you would normally refuse. But you're looking at being like, I'm gonna have to tell Bob he's gonna have to go home to his wife and kids with no job, and I know they're in a bad way, but I can't pay Bob, and so you make a deal with the devil and you take that bad contract, and it keeps Bob on payroll, but now you've got yourself on that treadmill where you keep having to grab that it's right there opportunity that you're getting a bad deal, but you're taking care of your people, but you're kind of hurting yourself in the long run, that the collective you accepting those is bringing those prices down, and that's also going to be a problem, and it's tough, and that happens in so many industries. Okay, so we got that one paying. They're probably going to, starting to get into some of those smaller contracts here. These spraying contracts will be likely herbicide. There's something to be said for that. So I can get these small ones here, relatively speaking. And I'm mixed on how I want to do that, because we got 36,000. So that is enough to get the herbicide upgrade. We probably do that. I think realistically, since I'm going to have to go back to the garage that's right here to top off anyways, we spend the money to get the herbicide upgrade, which is not cheap. It is a very significant investment. And I have no idea where the maintenance spot is. Because that's usually what you have to do, is you have to park and configure. Oh, we need to... Where's the button? So what I need to do is kick the extra out. And I'm not remembering the button to do that. It does not appear to be on my list. So that's just the tank. Unload, there you are. Okay. Well, they do exploit desperation. It's not a sustainable situation. Exploring the misery of commons too. Yeah, no, it's a thing. It's certainly a thing. All right, so this looks like it's the repair location. Yeah, that's looking promising. So what we can do here is we can go to you, we can go to customize. Oof. Oh, I guess I didn't have the pulse width. Yeah, so apparently I have that basic one. So do I really think it's going to save me that much? That's 30,000. We're probably going to be using the sprayer for very long term. The thing is, by putting 30,000 into it, while it's going to really, really, really prolong the spraying, we're talking 20, 30 spray applications before that pays itself. If I do it early, that's the best. It's probably the right thing, because it genuinely cuts it down by like 90%. I'm going to do it. I'm not happy about it, because it's a lot of money. But it's one of those things, if we do it now, it makes sense. Well, that's the thing. I could do the contracts without it. It's just the consumable goods I will be using for the contracts would be significantly more. And that's kind of the algebra. Is going, okay, I can do it, and eventually it'll pay for itself, and once it does it, it's just all uphill, like it's all good news from there. But it's getting to that stage. But I could still spray and just have it be less efficient. But yeah, so we'll take this one. So that's 15 near the top. All right. Now, plus, I could, when I sell it back, I'll only get partial return, but I will get money back. That said, this is honestly a relatively good sprayer. It's not nearly as big as we can get, but most likely for the field size on this map, this is a reasonable sprayer to use well into late game. Like, late game, you might get bigger, but a lot of these fields are not particularly huge. Let's see here. So 15 is where? So 15's to my east. Oh man, from always driving on the right side of the road, left-hand driving through a roundabout hurts my head. Roundabouts I'm fine with, but I'm not used to left-hand driving. So it just feels weird. See, now that you have a welding machine, all the problems will henceforth be solved by welding. Oh, we got a stone wall around this field. So let's figure out where the gate is. No, but seriously, where's your gate, buddy? There it is. Way over here. I actually appreciate that we have to open that. There was definitely a hesitation when I smacked into the gate and it didn't have physics. I was like, did I just make a big goof? I mean, it wouldn't have been a big goof. We would have just canceled the contract, and because he didn't spend anything on it, would have been fine. Okay, turn that off because apparently... Alright. But yeah, so again, normally we would be going about 1 liter every second or so from it just going, you know, just blasting the whole time. Do you have an example of a company doing similar in our region? But it's a little too busy of a story to type. Yeah, no, that's fair. Because he finally, after 20 years of being a welder, bought a nice machine for your garage. And for the next while, I'll be finding an excuse for it. I definitely know that feeling. I've definitely done the thing where you get your brand new tool and you're like, all right, what are all the problems I can fix with this tool? This problem that like nobody cares about, well, it's getting fixed. On the priority list, that's, you know, like 50 items long, it's like number 48 on the bottom. Well, it's fine. It's still getting done first because I got my new tool that I needed. You know, you get a hammer drill because you're dealing with concrete and you're looking at everything going, all right, do I need to put a drill in this block wall? Do I need to put a screw in there? What if we hung the TV over here instead? which was not good with me selling tools, because I'll tell you, that was a time I had a lot of discretionary currency because, you know, I was making relatively decent money and I didn't have much in the way of expenses at the time because, you know, young people haven't quite moved out of mom and dad's yet problems. So when I kept finding those tools that go on clearance because people forgot about them and I could get them, you know, 70, 80% off, do I need a 300-piece mechanics tool set? No. Am I buying it? You better believe I am. And granted, as adult me still having a lot of those tool sets, I really do appreciate having all those tools. At the time, it was a bunch of junk to fill up a room that I didn't really have and I'm sure my parents were not the most thrilled about having all those extra tools laying around. That was definitely a big spend for me as a teenager. I ended up spending, man, I don't want to think of how much money I spent working that job. Like, it definitely made way more than I spent. But every once in a while I'd be like, oh, I don't have a circular saw. Well, I can get a circular saw on a really good deal with that one going on clearance. Yeah, I'll grab that thing. Oh, you know what? I don't really have room for a table saw. Well, I'm going to grab that one. Me and my dad did not get along around the table saw later on in life. I had gotten a workshop table saw, so like one of those ones you can fold up the legs, take it someplace else, fold it down. So not really meant for like high volume work. It's just very, very portable. And you know, he never got a table saw. He got a lot of cool equipment, but that's just not something he really had need for around the house on a regular basis. But you know, I had gotten it for like $100 or something like that. You know, like a nice decent strength table saw, but very portable for like $100, which is something like that probably would run you at that point $250, $300, $350, give or take. Because it was a good commercial grade one, but it was just a very small commercial grade one. And I was pretty upset when he started running stuff like, you know, plexiglass sheets and all that through there, but you know, not doing the proper cleanup and all that. I was pretty upset about that because that's something that just makes a mess. That'll kind of shorten its lifespan, and it's fine like if that's what you got to do with it, but not having the right blades and not doing the proper vacuuming up and all that. And it's not that he didn't maintain his tools or anything like that. I don't want to imply that. It was just, you know, it was mine, and I took my, you know, generally speaking, I took better care of my tools than he did. Not in a bad way, not trying to imply he just didn't take care of his tools, but it was a very practical thing. But for me, you know, if you're going to borrow my tools, I expect you to take, like, extremely good care of them. So, I got a little unhappy about that at times. It's fine. It wasn't like the end of the world or anything. But yeah, to give you an idea, we've already done the full outer pass. We're doing our second pass back and forth. And we've only used about 3% of the herbicide. But they must have take care of better tools ourselves than others because we paid for them. Oh, no, exactly. And like, there's certain tools I take better care of than others. There are certain tools I'm like, this is a $20 drill. I really don't give a crap about this thing. Hey, here's this totally sus thing that I need to just throw a drill at. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. It's $20. Versus, you know, you've got something that was like a genuinely expensive tool. You're like, all right, hang on. Obviously, I'm going to use it because what other purpose does it have if it just sits around? But at the same time, no, genuinely, I'm going to take care of it. Like, I've got a little wood lathe. In all practicality, and I got it for free from a friend who was moving and just didn't have a place to keep it. So it's like a little wood lathe it's like 24, 30 inches long bed. And I got it for free, but that thing means a lot to me because one, that friend's not around anymore, which unrelated to anything that he like, not some big tragedy. He was old. And stuff happens. But you know, it's like there's a sentimental part to it. I also really like, for woodworking, well, for practical usage, the wood lathe is not something I use practically very often compared to, like, you know, the table saw or, you know, the circular saw or anything like that. You know, I use that a lot more for actual things that needed getting done. But there's something that, like, I don't want to say it was like a passion. That feels like it's overstating it. But, you know, it's a woodworking that I just enjoyed doing, that the thing I got out of it was more for the fun of doing it than necessarily what it was useful for. Like, you know, circular saws, regular arm saws, table saws, you're making a bunch of planks and you're cutting them different sizes to doing all sorts of stuff. It's a very practical machine. But like a wood lathe is for making things round, typically like cylindrical things. And while there's certain stuff like table legs and all that, I admittedly have never had a need to make a table leg. And so it is just a thing that'll make stuff on it. I haven't done that in a while. That poor thing is going to need maintenance when I go to finally break it out. I'm sure the belt's probably dry rotted and shot and needs to be replaced and everything. Yeah, well, a wood lathe I can make my own baseball bat as long as it's below like 30 inches long. So as long as it's like this long. It's not a super practical machine for that kind of thing, unfortunately. It's not a very big lathe. It probably cost, at the time I got it, probably $250. I'm still salty that when I worked at the tool place, we had a really, really big commercial wood lathe. We're talking, you know, one of these giant machines. You know, ones that would end up charging you upwards of like $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 that got lost and forgotten in the warehouse. And so the price got zeroed out. That basically had been pulled from the floor long enough that we wouldn't be allowed to sell it anymore. And when that happens, because of how large and impractical it was to move, it had to be destroyed. And I begged and pleaded, being like, hey man, I'm willing to throw money. This is money the store is not getting. I certainly cannot buy a lathe like this on my budget. Like, I will make this happen right here, right now. I am ready to buy this thing. It's like, where am I going to put it? I have no idea. I was still living with my parents because I was still a teenager at the time. I was like, where am I going to put it? I don't know. Are my parents going to be livid when it shows up? Almost certainly. At the same time, when I'm willing to bet they would have worked something out. But it was one of those things that like just too many people knew about it, that like it would have just gotten someone fired. And I'd like, for me, honestly, if I would have lost my job over it, if I got it, I would have even been okay with that. It was just, you know, a stupid retail job. Nothing wrong with retail jobs, by the way. It was just, you know, at that point, it was not a job I was particularly invested in keeping. Lots of decisions were being made at the company I did not much care for. You know, which it was kind of the beginning of the end kind of thing. At the same time, you could have sold it. Well, that's not even what I was thinking. Like, I didn't care about the secondary market, which is, I'm sure, why they have those policies. So that, you know, we wouldn't have people squirreling stuff away to then, you know, buy it on a bargain and turn around and resell it. I'm sure that's exactly why those policies got enforced that way. But it was just sad to see them destroy that thing. Because you're like, this is a really nice piece of equipment. And it's just because someone lost it in the warehouse and it sat there for a while, it's just going to be junked. So they smashed it up and they dumped it in the dumpster, and that was deeply upsetting. But if it's a 30, yeah, I have no idea what the diameter was. It would have been a pretty decent thing. But like it was a full bed lathe, so it was a big lathe. Like we're talking, this is a major piece of equipment. Like the fact we had it in the store was even surprising as it is. We wouldn't have had that on the floor for displaying, because like that's a commercial product. That's when you popped open the catalog and say, I need one of those. I'm gonna pay to have it shipped because I'm already in this, you know, $7,000. What's the extra 100 really gonna make a difference? So that's why it got forgotten, I would assume, is it was just a product no one is showing up at the store to buy it. So it got shoved in the back of the warehouse and forgotten. But yeah, that was a bummer. That was a fun job. It was an interesting job. Because they started as doing like sales and all that stuff. Yeah, you work around one of those in your shop all the time. The lathe is massive. You buy a new one, you could easily see. Oh yeah, no, if you're talking that big, yeah. Yeah, I hate policies like that where they destroy and throw things out instead of letting people take it. Yeah, no, I get why they do it, and I don't agree with the fact that they do it. Like, that's the thing. I accept the reason they do it is to prevent people from, you know, deliberately squirreling stuff away, making sure it gets forgotten for a long time, and then, you know, getting on discount slash walk off kind of thing, and that still happened to some, like, a little degree. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but really, you're taking stuff that's totally functional and you're just destroying it. Like, to me, the thing you're trying to prevent is a lesser thing than, like, you put all this, like, you know, people, you know, mined the material, refined it, they manufactured the individual components, they assembled it, they shipped all of that crap 2 or 3 or 4 different locations. It ended up at the retail store. Like, there was a number of people who put work into that thing, and like a lot of stuff that happened. And just, you know, to prevent a little theft, as it were, you're going to destroy it. And it bothers me so much. It's just needless. Okay, so we got another field to spray. And the good news, because of how little herbicide we use 7% herbicide. Not even a full container of herbicide fills this up. 7% for one of the largest fields on the map. So yeah, that's where this thing makes thing. It's like food waste at the grocery store. Yeah, that one gets more complicated. There's certainly the side of it where it's like, okay, this is expired, like, this is about to expire, you know, get it out of here. It's not fresh anymore, but it's still safe. And their refusal to, like, donate it to food kitchens and that kind of stuff, that I don't agree with. And then there's this thing where it's like, oh, but this food is expired. Is it probably fine? Sure. But then there's the liability, and then you could unintentionally food poison people. So that one gets a little bit more complicated. But yeah, like, especially, like the places where you'll have, like, a restaurant or, like, a pizzeria or whatever, and people order a pizza, and the person just a no-show. And so they just chuck it in the garbage at the end of the night because they, you know, don't let the employees, you know, whatever, because then they might start, you know, deliberately, you know, getting orders wrong to get themselves a free meal. Like, I don't agree with that whole thing where it's like, yeah, you got food left over, it's 100% safe. You know, let your staff take it and all that. If you run into situations where your staff are putting in false orders to do that, then you fire them. Like, at that point, it's like, sure, if the staff are doing something to effectively deliberately steal food, sure, whatever. I get it. But at the same time, having a policy, it's like, no, this food has to be thrown in the garbage at the end of the night. Again, not counting food safety if it's something that's a concern, but that's usually not with that type of thing. Grocery stores do get weird on that, though, because there is a lot of regulation around it and all that gets involved as well. That makes it a headache. But yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of that where, again, it's like, oh, this food expires tomorrow. We won't be able to sell it. Go get it off the floor and chuck it in the garbage. It's like, well, can I take it home? No, it's against policy. It's like, come on, man. If the food didn't sell, there's no need to be wasteful. Like, take it to a food kitchen, soup kitchen, you know, let your staff, you know, take it home. Even if it's something that's like, oh, but it's not a needed thing, it's a cake. Okay, well, reward your staff with a cake. Your staff might like that. I don't know, there's so many problems we could solve in this world if everything didn't have to be about maximum money. Like, very genuinely, we have so many problems that are 100% in our ability to solve if it wasn't all about money. And I understand we need some, like, the money and all that to get, you know, there's jobs that people don't want to do that they have to be compensated to justify it, kind of thing. But at the same time, there's got to be a better way. Like, to me, if economics are the reason we don't do things that just make sense, the economics needs to change. Like, the thing needing being done is still logically a thing. But so often, so many policies are just needlessly cruel because profit. Or, like, enshittification and all that kind of stuff, where you take a product and you deliberately make it worse and worse and worse because you gotta extract more money out of people. Like, there needs to be guardrails in some of that. Well, we can move on to that, because that unfortunately just... That just riles people up. And with good reason. There's definitely people who truly believe, you know, profit at all costs, and that's really sad to feel that way. Okay. So after this contract is done, we got another really good spraying contract just came up. Now, part of the reason we're putting all the effort into the contracts right now is there is a cycle because of changing seasons in Farm Sim. So you'll have, like, your spring and fall, you'll have lots and lots of contracts, like the planting and the harvesting seasons. You'll have lots and lots of contracts between, like, cultivating and spraying and seeding and, you know, harvesting and all that stuff. But there's this really dead time from like November to like February, where it is very, very famine with the contracts. Because, like, in real life, there ain't a whole lot to do so far as work in fields in the middle of the winter. Okay, so we got to go back over here where we were. So just very genuinely, you got to get the money while you can. And so there's going to be time, like, during the winter that we'll probably spend a lot of time most likely fast-forwarding. Because I don't want to, like, maximize the money where we just sit there and I just spend the whole time fishing. I don't think that'd be fun to watch or to do. Like, the fishing's fun, but I imagine it's probably one of those things that you want to do, like, 15, 20, 30 minutes of fishing, and then do something else. Or, you know, do a round of fishing while you're waiting for something to get done, like, just, like, little bite-size here or there. That's one thing with a lot of games, especially games with lots of different systems. Everything from simulators to, like, your slice of life games, like your Stardew Valleys and all that, that they have tons of mechanics, and if you find yourself just doing one mechanic, you end up burning yourself out on it real fast. Whereas if you do a little bit more bouncing around, it can be a lot easier. I wonder if the tram lines here will be reasonably lined up for what I need, or they'll just... Yeah, no, they're not. It makes sense. They are considering whatever equipment they have, not whatever equipment I'm bringing. Luckily, it is a thing in Farm Sim that, unless you get mods, you can't destroy any crops but your own from driving over. They do have a setting that when you drive over your own crops, and I believe it's turned on several of the different starting things. I don't know if the easiest one has it, but they do have crop destruction as a mechanic, where when you own a farm, if, say, this is my field, I would be leaving kind of two different tire lines through my field where I'd be crushing all my crops, and I would lose those crops that I'm driving over. Now, I could hire the AI and do this, and I'd still make good money. One big change between Farm Sim 22 and Farm Sim 25 is Farm Sim 25, the AI is substantially cheaper than it was in Farm Sim 22. Like, Farm Sim 22, when you're playing in the harder difficulties, if you had relatively small equipment and you use the AI to harvest your fields and everything, like, the whole process, like, you know, cultivating, harvesting, all that kind of stuff, it very, very genuinely, you would finish the field and barely make a single dime. Whereas this one, it's got to be pretty egregiously bad, even on the hard economy settings, before you're at the risk of potentially not making money by using the AI. Let's see, that's how you get equipment with similar widths, so the tram lines don't bankrupt you. Well, the tram, usually in Farm Sim 25, usually you don't have to worry about, like, you making money in this game is relatively easy. Even on sweaty tryhard settings like we've been doing right now. Like, we're doing contracts, which gets good money. But even if we weren't, what would most likely have happened is we would have gotten our tractor and all that. I wouldn't have gotten the sprayer. I probably would have gotten the same tractor because this seems to be a pretty solid choice. What we would have likely done is gotten the tractor and then immediately bought a field and then probably just pulled a trailer behind it and cut down some trees to mix things up. And then once that was done, we would have tried to get, you know, the seeder, the cultivator, all that kind of stuff to get things going. But it would have been a while before we could have gotten that. I mean, actually, what I probably would have done is gotten the seeder, gotten maybe the mower attachment, deforest the entire map. Well, you have to buy the land, and the land's expensive. We're honestly doing relatively good here, considering we're only in the second in-game day. We've already got a tractor, a sprayer, and a cultivator. So we can fertilize, herbicide, and cultivate. So we're missing the seeder and the harvester as the only things that we need to be able to run our own field. And then obviously the field itself. So we're honestly in a really good spot there. Now granted, because we got those, what I'm assuming are one-time payouts from the fishing that were very lucrative, we probably won't be able to get that much that fast from the fishing. But the fishing, even without those bonuses, still seems like it's fairly good money. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to mute my mic here. Eat a little bit of this food I've got here, so I'll have that muted. I'll still keep things moving, but while we're on the ad break, I'm going to try and get a little food in me. Because I ran into technical issues before stream that I basically got to like 10 minutes before stream to resolve. And I realized I didn't eat lunch. So I'm going to go do a little bit eating. So give me one moment, and I'll be back in a minute. No problem, B-Type. You have a good one. You know, it was something I could eat relatively fast, so I just wanted to snack real quick. Because I know if I don't, I'll start getting pretty low energy as the stream goes on, just because, you know, didn't eat enough, not getting that energy, all that. I'm normally very good about eating lunch, but like I said, I was working on something real fast because I wanted to make sure I got everything updated and ready for stream today. And the thing I was tinkering on, unrelated to this game and all that, ended up breaking, and it broke like everything. With OBS that was, and it just took a long time to get it resolved, and everything ended up turning out fine, but there's definitely a lot of burnt time dealing with that. I was having a conversation with a couple other creators that are friend of the channel and all that, and one of them was sharing that, like, every once in a while as a creator, you know, you've been fortunate enough that you hit partner and all that, which to a lot of people is that, like, bar that they consider you have succeeded in streaming, which, you know, whatever. But, you know, you managed to get over that initial hump that really most people get stuck on, is just getting those first couple of viewers. And so people occasionally reach out and be like, hey, here's this thing I'm dealing with, you know, asking advice. And a lot of time it's like, how do you grow? Like pretty repeated questions that you can almost point people at FAQ and be like, man, this has been covered enough times. Like, I don't have more to input here that hasn't already been said. But every once in a while you'll get some more wild ones that you actually have to stop and think about. But in this particular case, the person's like, all I want to do is have it where I can stream and not have to run into tech issues on a regular basis. and it's pretty much just like, yeah, it's not a thing. Like there's no such thing as not having tech issues on a very regular basis in content creation. Even if you are playing literally the same game, not changing everything or like anything ever, you're still gonna run into tech issues. So much of all of this is like duct tape, bubble gum, and tears holding the whole thing together. Like, you'll change nothing, everything's gonna break. You'll change anything, everything's gonna break. It is a reality that if you're in content creation, you just either have to have a dedicated IT person or be your own IT person. Because so much of this is just like hobbled together, Wild West, shove it all together. That's actually one of the places I think if we got a company who actually tried to have the entire pipeline start to finish the whole thing and was just focused on the quality of the experience from the creator end, I do feel like there is a room for a company to just dominate. They would just have to have that pipeline the whole way across the board. And the issue is there's so many players involved that kind of control different pieces. Making that a reality is just not going to be an easy thing. Like, you have companies trying, like TikTok is trying to do that, where they control the application and they control the software you go with that. Sorry. But they're also doing a pretty terrible job on a lot of it. Like, their OBS equivalent, TikTok Live Studio, is one of the most aggravating pieces of software I've seen. It's just badly optimized and has so many issues. And you've got other companies like Stream Elements and Streamlabs who are trying to do the same thing, but again, they only control certain parts of the pipeline, and quite often they make decisions that are very understandably purely business oriented, but it ends up undermining their product before they can kind of really get that market share. And the danger, of course, here is you get a company that controls the entire vertical, and then people got dependent on them, and then they nickel and dime you into the dirt. But there's still, you look at that and be like, man, there's an opportunity there just to be able to have an application that it just works 99% of the time, that the whole thing from the video editing to the streaming to like the chat interaction and all of that is just in one piece and smooth and elegant. And to be fair, one of the big problems is the actual platforms that we stream to, like Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, all those. They control their piece of the pie, and they're arguably the most important piece. And you're not going to wrest that control away from them. But as a creator, I very selfishly want to be able to just like hit the go live button and it just works. One piece of software. Because I think I have 7 different. Well, actually, we got OBS, we got the labels, we got the browser, we've got man, there's probably like 8 different plugins in OBS that are all different developers behind it. You also have to deal with like your video card, your operating system, the game itself. There's just so many points of failure that if any of them break, the whole thing breaks. But it was just fun having that person be like, yeah, so I just wanted to not have tech issues. Like, oh, that's just not a thing. Like, that's a chaos you just have to accept as just part of the trade. It's like asking for a retail store, but you don't want to interact with customers. Like, you're not going to be operating in retail. The only way you operate in retail and you don't have customers is when you're putting the closed sign in front of the door for the last time. It's just not how it works. low key, and this is not a new thing, with Farm Sim 25, the addition of the GPS is one of the best things they ever did to the game. Like, don't get me wrong, I know in Farm Sim 22 we had mods that accomplished the same thing. I've always been a mindset of like, yeah, I'll grab mods. Like, I grabbed that mod in Farm Sim 22. Actually, thinking about it, I didn't end up grabbing the, oh man, Course Control. That was the name of it. Was it Course Control? Whatever. I didn't end up grabbing that mod till super late in playing Farm Sim 22. I either just had the worker do it or I drove it myself. Or no, was it Course Control or GPS? I don't remember. But either way, I've always been the mindset, like, yeah, a mod can be used to do quality of life and help, and that's good. Like, I think it's great. But when you have that obvious thing that, like, you're playing a game and almost everyone is getting a mod to accomplish the same thing, and it's not something that, like, goes counter to the vision of the game or something like that. It's just one of those things, you just bring it in. And I know people get upset that they feel like, a game stole someone's idea and didn't credit them and all that. And one of those things I bring up with that is often you don't know what's being worked on in-house. Like, I've known I've been involved more than once with projects that we were already developing something when someone came out. It wouldn't be a mod, it's not what we'd call it for our use case, but came out with a product that filled the thing we were making we were expanding our product to do. And the optics look bad because, from the outside, it looks like, hey, this product had a negative, had a fault that needed to be fixed. This company fixed it, and then we stole their idea, when in reality we were making the idea well before that other product came out. But, we can claim that, and we can show emails and all that, but no one pays attention to any of that. And it'd also be a thing that'd be a really big negative, is imagining you have a game, it's got a very obvious, problem. You go to something like RimWorld and dealing with Blight. It's got a very obvious problem there that everyone's getting a mod to solve. Because Blight originally was very aggravating and annoying to deal with. It just was very, very laborious to, like, go and switch the zone and assign people and change their priorities every time Blight happened. And so, if we kind of disallowed that, we'd accuse them of stealing the idea if they did what a mod did. That means for people who don't like modding, for all eternity, they would have to deal with the bad version of Blight. So, eventually they did improve Blight, but it was borrowing ideas from mods. And again, we don't know if they're working on it their own first. But it'd be kind of one of those things, you'd almost have this pressure that you're not allowed to fix known issues in your game because you might be stealing an idea from someone. I don't know, as a developer, I never agreed with the sentiment that, hey, it's a stolen idea or whatever. Alright, that's only $1,000. Let's not worry about that one. That's not very good money. But there's just all sorts of stuff like that. That's always, when you're making software, whether it's plugins or mods or products to work with other people's products, there is a certain understanding you always have that you are basing your thing off someone else's thing. That, again, they can change it at any time and suddenly you have no reason to exist on their platform. And it always is a risk. So let's go ahead and drop the herbicide over here. And go pick up the fertilizer because we're switching fields again. And I know we're doing a lot of spraying today. It's just what we have equipment for. We also have equipment for the cultivating. The cultivating is way, way slower. So that's the reason I'm trying to focus on the herbicide and the spraying and all that. Okay, so I do need more fertilizer. So it's this one on the right, I believe, is the fertilizer. Now I need to turn around and back you up to fill up the other side. Okay, and that field we just agreed to is on the right near the top. Okay. So all in all, I'm making real solid money. Because each one of those contracts are doing for like 8,000. I'm getting to keep somewhere in the ballpark of like 5,000-6,000 of it. Maybe what we'll do in a minute is we'll grab a cultivating contract just to mix it up a little bit. Because we do have a cultivator. Not a big one. But I'll do a little bit of cultivating, and then what we might end up doing from there is I might hand it off to the AI to do the cultivating for a little while, and we'll do a little bit more fishing. Now the question is, do I want to focus on catching and releasing the fish? Maybe I'll make it so only the $400 fish we hold on to. And the reason I'm saying that is there's obviously going to be another big cash payout at 100 released fish. Now, how big, I don't know. But nevertheless, that'll be a useful thing. Okay, so it's just around the corner of this weird tall field. Because if it's another 75,000 or whatever, that would end up being huge, because that would be enough for me to potentially get a field. And with a field of our own, we start getting options for being able to do our first crop. Or at least, if not our own crop, you know, some other stuff around that. I love how I opened the gate, and I'm pretty sure we can just drive through the hedges. Okay. Let's also check. Yeah, so nothing new on sale. Let's see, Farm Sim 25, for some reason, has a giant flying lizards. And two-legged cats and lizard playing right game. No, I think you're talking Skyrim. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, and as a reminder, this is being sponsored by Farm Sim 25, the devs through Daredrop. So we do have a link on the top if you are looking to pick up the game on Steam. I also do have an affiliate code with Giants, the creators of Farm Sim, that is in the About section. I don't usually push it because that Giants code, while it is an affiliate link that does ultimately throw money at the channel and all that, it is not for the Steam version, whereas the one on chat pinned to the top is for the Steam version. So by all means, if you care if it's on Steam or not, do whatever. Do whatever makes the most sense for you. But I'm just mentioning it there because it does give me kickbacks to the channel and all that. But it's not a thing that'd be like, oh man, really do it. I tend not to push my affiliate stuff hardly ever because it feels weird. But I also know there are perks if I do get enough people to buy the copies of the game. And so it's like, alright. Not like, fine, I'll do it or whatever. But rather, I probably should be doing it. Most of the monetization stuff around Steam is always, or streaming, is always one of those things that I tend not to push as much as I should. But it is what it is. It's always a weird thing. But yeah. I do hope people are enjoying Farm Sim. It's been a hot minute since we played. I very much enjoyed the game. I know we did, at one point, run a community server. It didn't last very long. There just wasn't... A lot of people wanted to watch, not very many play, so we only ended up getting, like, 4 or 5 people on the server, really. Now, granted, that's been true of a lot of the multiplayer server stuff I've done, not just Farm Sim. We did have an exception with, Project Zomboid was kind of the one exception where I ran a multiplayer server. And that I had run a multiplayer server in Project Zomboid, I think, 2 separate times. And I think the first time, not many people hung out and everything. But the second time, we had a fairly active number of people on the server. And, you know, eventually it wound down, because that's just what happens. But that was a lot of fun, and unfortunately I didn't get to play on that server nearly as much as I would have liked to. It's just the classic ebbs and flows of content. Now, one of the other things we'll do is maybe after this one, after we finish this field, let's take a peek at the castle. For those who don't know, with Farm Sim 25, one of the changes they had versus Farm Sim 22 was while Farm Sim 22 introduced the idea of having a giant project on the map with Silver Run and their roller coaster, Farm Sim 25, every single one of the official maps has had like a giant you do this big construction project. So for like example, what is it, like Riverbend or whatever it is? Riverbend has like the playground on it. You've got the Southeast Asian map has like this big temple you build. This one's got a castle on it. I always forget. I think the last one had a museum. The Eastern European map, I believe, had a museum on it you build. And so these kind of these cool projects that, if you don't care about them, usually if you're selling the goods they buy it at a better rate than anyone else on the map. So you would end up gradually doing it. The catch is sometimes they'll ask for stuff like rope, and the vast majority of people, you know, don't end up getting stuff like rope. You don't think Sri Lanka has one? The museum's Riverbend? Yeah, I thought Sri Lanka does have one. I could be wrong. I was pretty sure they did add one or had one originally. I always forget, because it's one of those ones that, like, I don't think it has one, and people be like, oh, actually, it's got this one. I'm like, oh, yeah, it does. But I never remember it. Because for me, Sri Lanka, while honestly is probably the most balanced map we have this version so far as having, like, really usable land while still looking good and all that, it's, to me, as far as aesthetically, is probably the least interesting of the official maps. Whereas, like, you know, the East Asian map was, like, really cool, and there's, like, so far as the architecture and all that. Riverbend is the more interesting map so far as, like, the actual physical layout of things. While I will certainly say from the balance side of it, Riverbend is a really rough map with all those winding everythings. It's also full of root crops, which are the worst. Yes, because the Sri Lanka map came out in Farm Sim 22 with the root crop. I believe there's a project on that map. I don't remember what it is. Because, like, again, it's not a bad map. It's a very balanced map in the sense that it's got tons of these little fields, but they're all close together. So you can do your early game where you buy, like, a little field to work on, and when you get money, you can buy the field next to it and then combine them into one larger field and that kind of thing. So it's a really good map for, like, having a nice progression for building up. And it's very usable in the sense that there's not a bunch of ridiculous terrain. It's just also, to me at least, aesthetically, not as interesting of a map. And part of that is probably because, while obviously I'm not saying where I live looks anything like East European, you know, just generally having a bunch of that style of building and flat is something I'm very familiar with. So it's not particularly interesting to me. Whereas again, Riverbend, while Riverbend is a rough map when it comes to, like, using all the land, there's a lot of parts of Riverbend where you got these winding roads that kind of go up and around and, you know, ferrying back and forth. And it's a really cool map. But when it comes, like, actually using the farming equipment, you can't use big equipment on a huge range of the map because these narrow winding roads through trees and buildings and all that. The South Asian map has a lot of really usable area though as well. That one I'd say of the maps is probably the most friendly to the really big equipment. That or Sri Lanka, it's kind of a 50-50. Riverbend's is real bad for big equipment. There's only a couple fields that are really well positioned for it. They're just too much winding. This map, I haven't got a good feel for it quite yet. It's honestly looking like it's probably somewhere in between. I see there are definitely a bunch of big fields along this main route here, and like there. So all those should be very accessible for big equipment. But at the same time, I'll show you when we turn around, it also looks like there's a bunch of windy, narrow areas that would be really rough for big equipment. Yeah, like if we look, so like this field's over here probably fine. This area would be really rough to take big equipment through. These fields down here look like they'd be rough. This whole area here where it's all forested, I imagine a lot of that would be really rough for big equipment. This is probably really good for big equipment. No idea. That one's actually probably really bad if that's the only way up to there is that little winding road. This one would be really rough. This one looks like it's got a tiny windy road, so that's probably really bad for big equipment. This area up here looks like it's probably pretty rough for big equipment. Same with this one, because it's like trees in between. But yeah, it looks like it's mostly these big fields are kind of the ones you want for the big equipment up there. And all the littler ones seem to have like a lot of like little roads. They've also got lots and lots of those walls. And those walls, while they look aesthetically amazing, they suck for dealing with big equipment. Because it means you can't drive off the field and turn around because there's nowhere to do that. Now, the shrub walls here, those are fine. Because you can just drive right through them. They're not real, they can't hurt you. So, like, this would be a map that something like the Nexat would be pretty rough to deal with. It does look like it's relatively flat on a lot of the fields. Like, there's some ledges or whatever. But it does seem like the big fields are relatively flat, which the Nexat really needs to behave well. Whereas, like, again, Riverbend, those maps, they're very hilly and all over the place. That's a really rough map to try and use the Nexat. Or similarly, like, really, really large equipment. Because I want to say this sprayer I'm using is about 30 meters wide, which tells you that the Nexat, which is the giant monstrosity of a piece of equipment, is actually a little bit wider than what we're dealing with, and that's for your harvesting and everything. But it just wouldn't be... It wouldn't be a reasonable piece of equipment to deal with. Not on this map. We'll zip on over here. So yeah, so if you're someone when you play the game, you like to get like the really big end game equipment kind of thing, what map you choose is going to be very relevant. That's something that got you in Silver Run. The few actual fields exist are lined with fences. They aren't actually solid. When you finally realize you can just drive through them, you almost chuckled. You almost chucked your mouse across the room? Gotcha. Yeah, no, Silver Run, I want a map that's kind of Silver Run-esque in the sense there's a very heavily forested map. And I want it to be hilly. But I don't want it to be the full-on mountain like we've got Silver Run. Like, Silver Run is a very gorgeous map. I think it's a great map. But it is a map you do for lumberjacking and nothing else. Because it has a couple of fields to start with. Not much. But even if you take the time to cut down all the trees to, like, make your farmland, it is just one of those things that it's really hard to actually put that area to use. Because it's just such rough terrain. And while we do have terraforming tools in the game, they're a little bit of a mixed bag. They work, but you're not changing a mountain. Like you can flatten out little ridges here and there. You can raise and lower the ground a little bit to accomplish things, but fine finesse is not a place that it works well. Okay, so let's get this back over to the house. Or not the house. Boy, way too early for that. Oh, I turned too early anyways. Okay, let's get this back over by the shop, because regardless of what we do next so far as using this thing, I'm going to need to go back there, whether it's to do more spraying or cultivating or whatever. Yeah, that's what we could do. Let's grab the cultivator, get assigned on a field. We could start that thing working, pass it off to the AI. Then we can go check out the castle. Let's see what all we're going to need to try and do to get that started. And then once that's done, we'll do a little bit more fishing to kind of round out a long day of farming. Okay, let's drop off our sprayer. Now, I have to be a little careful on whatever cultivating contract I take. And the reason for that is our cultivator is, I think, 4 meters wide. It's not bad, but it's not huge. So if I go and I take some giant monstrosity of a field that's like, you know, whatever, 60-something hectares or whatever, that'll be a pain point. Actually, honestly, it's honestly probably doable. All right, so let's get you over here. So we're going to the far west. Hey, Mr. Gamble, how's it going? As we go way over to the west, I will say this map is gorgeous. Like, aesthetically, I really do like all the things lined with the shrubbery as kind of walls, and then the actual like fieldstone walls and all that. I do think it is a very aesthetically pleasing map. Favorite crop? What am I looking at over here? I don't really have a favorite crop that I can think of. It's like a bunch of stone spires. Sort of Stonehenge-y without having like the actual other stuff. Okay, note to self, those fences have enough force to do that. As far as favorite crop goes, I don't have like, you know, whatever, because like a lot of your field crops kind of all operate, you know, similar enough. I do think, genuinely speaking, the rice and all that can be pretty good. All right, so we're gonna let you cut loose with this. So you handed it over to the AI for right now. So what we want to do is find the castle. Is this the castle up here? This feels like the castle. Okay, so this is the castle that you build. So needless to say, the castle is an absolute ridiculous disaster right now. It's just a bunch of stone. But yeah, I'd say the rice, mostly because it's something a little bit different without being too laborious or obnoxious. Because it is one of those things that, unfortunately, a lot of the root crop, while they can be pretty cool, the equipment they have in the game kind of makes them pretty miserable to deal with. Yeah, so we've got the castle up here, and this is the big project. It does look like it's going to be asking for wood beams and planks early on as well, which is pretty standard. I imagine this one's going to ask for a lot more brick and all that than we're used to. So our biggest dare drop is to finish that thing. That would give me a key of the base game and the year 1 pass to give out if we finish it. That's not going to get done in one stream. That is a significant project. Okay, so you're cultivating that. So while the AI is doing that, we're going to hop up here. And I'm going to do a little bit of fishing. Not a lot of fishing, but a little bit of fishing. And one of the things we're going to try and do is if a fish is not worth at least $400, we're going to release it. Because, as I mentioned before, I'm under the impression we get something good at 100 fish released. It's very clear they're going to at least give me money. But it would be good to get a feel for that. So we will release you. Because that way we're not spending too much time just grinding the fish. We already did that at the beginning. And that cultivating contract was a good chance that'll be the last contract for this in-game day. Just because it'll take a while for that to get done. So it'll be good to get a little bit extra money in here. Because the fishing has, so far, been pretty lucrative. But yeah, then we'll have, this day has been, like, relatively productive in the sense that we got we got all of our equipment, so a tractor, a sprayer, a cultivator, so far as that. So we're good on all that. We did a bunch of herbicide for fields. We did a bunch of fishing, we did a bunch of fertilizing. We're gonna get a cultivated field. We did some tree cutting yesterday in game. We did a bunch of fishing yesterday in game. We do just a bit of fishing today. Needless to say, getting 100 released fish is gonna take a little while. We're not gonna just binge this. But I am hoping to just get a little extra money in here. Now, one of the other things we've got going on is the AI is taking money from me right now. So if you keep an eye on my dollars up there, the AI in Farm Sim 25, even on the hard economy settings, does not hit your money hard. It just kind of trickles away. What is interesting is it looked like it changed, because it used to be it just dropped like $1 at a time. Oh no, I think they changed. Well, yeah, I think it would drop like $1 a time. And then like on the hour or 15 minutes in the game, it'd be like, okay, you spent $200 something. I'm not seeing that like slow trickle down. Like I said, we're going to release them if it's less than 400 to try and get to the releasing 100 fish faster. Yeah, so it looks like it's taking me about 300 a tick. So far as like when it does the update. Which of course means I'm making way less money from that contract than if I did it myself. At the same time, while that's going on, I'm making my own income over here. So we're going to supplement all that. And give me 1 second to get your proper thank you. Thank you to our Strider for the tier 1 sub. That's 21 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing. One thing we'll do is after this fish, let's take 2 seconds to look at what the costs are for the aquaculture stuff. Because we got a bunch of dare drops around the aquaculture. It is one of the new functionalities in the game. So I do want to get into that relatively early. And it could even be that we end up buying, like, we end up buying things. 1 second, let's check it. We end up buying things along with the plans of being able to produce the fish food and all that. Then we got Dark Strider on their 130 stream streak. Catch the last 130 streams without missing a single one. Okay, so the questions we have. Oh right, I forgot. They did add some new barns and all that to the game. So we do actually have some new barns for the cows and all that kind of stuff. I forgot that was a thing. When we have land, we can get the doghouse. So I'm not seeing the fish stuff there, so let's check under the production lines. It wouldn't be greenhouses, would it? No, definitely not that. Ah, aquaculture has its own thing. Okay. So, we can get a small pond as the minimum one. So we would just, take a tile of land, and it's just your classic, like, or a lot of fish farming where they have, like, the fields, and they just put a bunch of these things, and they just chuck fish food in there. Yeah, so we get a fish lake. Then we have, like, the young breeding thing. Ah, I see. So we have the young breeding thing. I put fish food in. I get small fish out. And then for 1,200, I put small fish in, and I get bigger fish out. Gotcha. I actually get the same output stuff with the offshore and all that. So it looks like to set this up, we're probably talking almost 100,000 to get the aquaculture started. Now, the thing I want to see is somewhere in here, we're going to be able to make fish bait. Or like fish food, whatever you want to call it. I would like to see what building does that and how much they cost. So we could start making that happen as well. It's not preserved food. At least I'm assuming that somewhere in here we can make it. Because I want to kind of see what crop we're going to need to accomplish that goal. Okay, so there's where we can make onions into, I can't quite make out what they're thinking of, bagged onions. Okay, so I've got the fish food factory, which looks like it takes oil. Is it oil, flour, and soybeans? Oh, we can just make straight up a quarry where we put water in and stone comes out? We have vegetable processing, spinner, stonemason, pellet hull palletizer. Oh, that's the straw harvesting pack. Okay. Alright, so that's an interesting one. So the fish food is unfortunately a pretty significant thing. That it's going to require oil, soybeans, and I believe that's flour. If I remember my iconography correctly. We can check the... Yeah, it's flour. So that's actually not a minor undertaking. Okay. So, it doesn't show that I can use rice flour. It's showing wheat flour. So the good news is, I can use the same harvester for all three of those crops. So I could have one field that's canola, I could have one field that's wheat, and one field that's soybean, and be able to get all three of those done. I would need a oil mill and a granary, and then that would get me the fish food. And now the fish food, it honestly seems like after that much investment, the fish itself would probably not be that big a deal. So it looks like, as far as the product line goes, fish is late mid-game to end-game from the looks of it. Because the initial investment crops, all needing one piece of equipment, not too terrible. The production lines you needing 3 separate production lines between the oil mill, the granary, and, sorry, the oil mill, the flour, whatever. The oil mill, the thing that makes flour. and the actual fish food place, plus then the actual fishery stuff, that is going to be a lot. We're going to be talking pushing in the area of like $1 million in the game. But money's not that hard to come by. We'll approach it the same way we always do. Most likely I will get the basic equipment to be able to get grains and all that done. Probably going to the soybean first. Most likely without production line, the soybean's going to be my best choice. Go from the soybean over to probably getting the flour online. You know, get a couple fields up. Then we'll get the oil online. And that'll be a nice relative diversification of those products. And then with that, we can get the... Let's say with that, we can then turn around and get the fish food going. And once I get the fish food going, just getting the very last thing of the actual fish production should be good. At that point, I'm probably making big enough money we could very quickly bootstrap the whole thing. Especially since, the thing to get the really young fish, where it's fish food in, small fish out, that seems like it's going to be a pretty straightforward one. It also does mean I'm going to be moving a lot of product around. And I'm assuming all the fish stuff is palletized, so what we'd end up doing is bringing the fish food into the first place, bringing the young fish into the second place, then getting the fish themselves out into the third. Okay, we're 1/4 of the way done with the cultivating field. We'll probably check in on that in a minute. I knew the cultivating was going to be significantly slower just because of coverage. And you're making good money. So where's the point where we get, we overfish our quotas for the area and we actually destroy the local, fish population? Yeah, so we've got them going. So, interestingly enough, he didn't do the heteros first. Or they. I have no idea. Nope, you can, like, she's at it. Oh, we have field stones turned on. I'll leave them on. I probably won't collect them very often. I'll probably wait till they get unmanageable. But you can get rid of the field stones by just taking over the roller. What is interesting is I'm pretty sure this cultivator has a roller on it. So that should actually be pushing those down as it goes, because that's one of the things you can do with the field stones is take a roller over it and it gets rid of them. That's fine. We can leave them on. Okay. Oh, is there any good Deadwood contracts? Nah, it's still the $300 one. Okay. Yeah, so just a little while for us to get the cultivating contract done. In the meanwhile, we'll probably get like 10, 20 released fish towards our goal. Maybe not that many. Get a couple thousand more bucks. I also am curious about like the trash thing. Where is the 100 where we get our last payout? I know it's not going to multiply past here, but will it kind of like reset where it gives me a little bit of money here and there? I don't think it will. I'm imagining the payouts they gave me felt a lot like where you could get the collectibles, where you'll get really good payouts for doing the collectibles, but when they're done kind of thing. Which there are 12 collectibles on this map called Captain's Logs. I do have the dare drop for that. Usually with that kind of thing, I end up just pulling up a guide. Because unfortunately the reality is with looking for those collectibles, you can spend hours and hours and hours and hours on stream trying to find them. They actually do a pretty good job of hiding them, and the maps are relatively big. And without... Actually, wait, did they add... They might have added a thing that kind of gives you a direction of where it is. I take that back. I want to say in Farm Sim 25 they did add a thing where they give you like a relative idea where they are kind of thing. Or maybe when you get close to done. Let's see here. Because imagine the collectibles... Yeah, to be places like that is usually where they'll hide them. Yeah, so I'm not seeing any indicators. My assumption of what'll happen is we will end up seeing the icons on the map. Like, say there's 12, that when we get down to, like, 3, the last couple, it'll put markers on the map or something like that. Because I remember that being a thing they had in this one, when you get down to the last few. Because, like I said, it's one of those things that, when you're looking for them, there isn't anything to really guide you where to look. So as you get fewer and fewer, it just takes you longer to find the next one most of the time. We could take a peek for one or two of them. Check some of the places that feel like they'd be an obvious hiding place. Because imagine they'll have at least one by the dock. Somewhere. Let's take a peek. Imagine I have one by the dock here somewhere. Alright, let's... So the first one that stands out to me is probably an obvious one. Is that island. Probably the lighthouse there. There's a really good chance they put one there. That feels 100% like the kind of places they chuck them. Because they like to hide them by buildings off on their own. They like to hide them in areas that you're going to have lots and lots of buildings in an area. And they like to hide them in stuff like where there's a tunnel and that kind of stuff. And there's lots of exceptions. This one only has 12 of the things. But, like the very... I can't remember the name of the map for Farm Sim 22. There's one of the ones in Farm Sim 22 that had like 125 or some nonsense, or like 100 of them. Okay, so let's run up here. Because my next thought would be this lighthouse. Should also check any buildings nearby it. And I'm also curious how obvious they will be. All right. So like I said, that area there to me screams of one. Anytime you have a bunch of random buildings that have nothing associated with them, usually a good indicator that they can have hidden stuff there. Interesting, that fence doesn't work. And some of the maps are really obvious where they are. Other maps, they're really make you work for it. Like, there'll be times there'll be just like a little pocket in that brush I saw back there. And that tiny little pocket of brush would end up having, you know, like, the item, like a little toy or whatever, just sitting on the floor in the middle of it. And other times they'll be like, they'll only be on, you know, park benches. It's super obvious to see. Okay. Yep, so not seeing any on this one. We got a bunch of buildings down here. And I don't know what the collectibles look like in this one. I do know they call them Captain's Logs. At least that's... Sorry, I thought it said collect. Yeah, so just gonna wander around for a minute here looking. See if we can't find one. I wonder if it's gonna stay decorated for Halloween, or if that's a temporary thing. I'd be fine with it either way. Yes, I'm starting the back of these houses. Now once we've checked behind all the houses over here, we can check in front of them. Okay. I'm willing to bet there's probably already videos coming out that are like, here's where you find them all. You'll check the back of these ones, and it'll cut through the middle. And if we don't find any over here, we'll just move on with our life, so I'm not spending time wandering around and getting nothing done. I mean, granted, in the whole time, we do have the AI working on that one contract. Alright, so it looks like nothing on that side of the fence. Okay, hold up. So the person putting that pumpkin there, why? Why are you putting a pumpkin, like, in between your houses, like, mashed in there where you could, like, barely scooch in sideways to grab it? Now, for finding them, you just have to be, like, kind of next to them type deal. You don't have to be, like, right on them kind of thing. They can get a little finicky. But usually they're not hard to find, like, once you see what they look like. It's seriously going to be able to open the phone booth. Alright, well. I am striking out on the team find captain's log. That's fair. There's only like 12 of them. I said I was going to stop, but I want to check like one or two things, because they almost always have one like tucked under a bridge or whatever. Or like along the edge of the bridge. Okay. Oh, we're wasting time on this, so we'll probably go and duck back soon. Or some type of dock there. Because we're also just kind of looking around the map at this point, kind of seeing what there is to see. Okay, so we can go into this barn. So they took the time to add the doors to the barn when it's not something you can buy and it's just kind of out there. And they added operating machinery on it. Okay. That's surprising that they... What am I seeing over here? I think we've got one. 7th entry. Good news and rather confusing news as well. Fog's gone. As fast as it came. Like, it'd never been there at all. But not before it left. Something behind. A rather mysterious memory. We weren't what time it was when we heard this water splashing. Like, the words are hard, man. Like tons and tons of sea being shoved aside. The kind of sound something big makes when it rises slow and stays risen. At first, we thought whale. Had to be. But it did not come down again. And we've been calling it a hallucination, for lack of a better word. We made out the silhouette of what appeared to be a large structure, like a mountain of a strange form rising. We stared, all of us, long enough that nobody asked if it was real. It must have been the weather phenomena of some sort. Mariana claimed. Maybe it was gone when we looked for a second time. Okay. Gotcha. Well, so it glows. So I'm taking this as I'm approaching this entirely wrong. That it looks like it's just going to be glowing bottles maybe along the water. Now, if we look at the map and our choices, we've got a river that cuts across here, a river that comes up here. So really, there's just kind of these 3 rivers that cut across, and this is the edge of the map. So let's just run along here. It had like a green glow to it, which is why I was like, what is that? Needless to say, they're going to be cheeky at some point. So we'll do this while we're waiting for the other guy to finish their thing. But if they're going for the whole glass bottle along the water kind of vibe, it shouldn't be many places we can run into those. So we'll just truck along the water. Probably not, yeah, it's not going to be down that far. So we'll teleport back up here. But yeah, so we'll run along the water here while we're waiting for that to get done with the cultivator and see how many of those we can find. I was going to hold off on doing those, but it kind of feels like a thing I could do as something to do for a couple of minutes or whatever. Oh. Okay, so I got the stream over there. So let's check down here. So I wasn't really anticipate this being like this little wooden stream thing. Yeah, because again, if they're going to be going glass bottles, and they want to make it work thematically, it'll probably need to be along waterways that would carry them. Which I think would be interesting. Because that's kind of my complaint with some of the stuff like the toys, is a lot of the toys were in places that made utterly no sense. They kind of just head scratch going, but how would it even get there? Granted, I don't know where this person was that supposedly would be looking upstream, but you know. It's fine. I also wonder if the glow... Oh, here we go. See another one. Let's wait to read them until I have all the chapters. Because we're starting in the middle of the story. And it definitely doesn't feel like that's very helpful. So, that was the 9th. We had the 8th before that. So, I don't think we're going to have, like, 7 more up this way. Realistically speaking. But yeah, so I think the thought that they're going to have those along the water, I think is fair. They'll probably have, like, 1 or 2 upsets that'll be off on their own. You know, some place you can see, like, oh, well, it got drug out to this other area and dropped. Or, like, farther up the bank or something like that. Okay. And I'm not going to look for them, like, if we don't find... Oh, there's another one. If we don't find them all relatively easy on our own, I'm not going to sweat trying to look for all of them. Okay. Oh, I'm wrong, so let's see. So we got the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th. I also haven't noticed I've been getting paid money for it. I actually don't mind if I'm not. Okay, so that's the beginning of the water. Okay, so that's the beginning of the water. So we checked from about here. But we still got a bit longer on that cultivator. Yeah, because the first one we found was like over there along the shore. I also think it's probably pretty unlikely you're going to find a series of glass bottles from, you know, who knows when in the past, just chucked along a river. But that's fine. Because you definitely have someone, you know, poking around out here along the shore, especially like in the middle of town. Yeah, because I'm hoping if they're all like this, where we can just run along the water and we can find them. We'll find like the 4 or 5 where it, you know, reveals where to find the last ones. And then at the follow, welcome to the stream. Normally when I do these dare drops for like the collect all the collectibles, it's almost always like looking up a guy, because usually they're just scattered utterly randomly. And you could burn hours and hours and hours. Okay, so checking our map. Yeah, follow this one to the south. And after that, we'll take that to the north. And I will get through all the rivers that way. Let's get a canoe. And I'm sure we'll end up overlooking one or two just running along like this. It'll be like tucked in the crook of a rock or something like that. Okay. So not finding more this way. We might find if we take the water upstream, we might find them. Okay. So approaching the edge of the map down here. No luck on this end. Nia is getting relatively close to finishing the contract. Yeah, we're about to hit probably where the invisible wall is. Well, actually, probably an invisible wall here. Like, we see the road going to the south, but I think it's fake. Yeah, that's the terrain's gone on those rocks. Okay, so we checked from... Oh, you loud. Alright. So we can run up here and take a left. We still get about 30% left on that field with the cultivator. We'll just follow this up because, if I'm not mistaken, we got this just goes up and out, and then it'd be along this shoreline. And I'm willing to bet there's probably a couple along that shoreline. It might also be that island I went to first with the lighthouse. We'll probably have a good chance of finding a couple up there, or at least one up there, just out on the beaches, because I was checking for the lighthouse itself. Like, I was looking for, like, a ledger, not a glass, you know, not a message in a bottle kind of thing. I was checking the other side of this, because I can see them hiding in here where you won't notice it as easy. I do appreciate this time that they added, like, a little bit of a glow. Because, again, going back to Farm Sim 22 and the collectible toys, half the time you can be staring right at the toy and just not even realize it's something in play. Like, after a while you get a feel for it, but... there's just a lot of cases where it just wasn't really clear. Okay. The first three came along relatively easy. I could see it being a thing where they could also have those that are like a path that supposedly they followed. Where, you know, they came from upstream and then, you know, got across to someplace. Maybe you find like the old busted up stone buildings. So they saw there was a busted up house that we didn't check out because it's just busy doing our things. But this is the first set of collectibles that they actually had, like, a story associated with it. Oh. So it's the fourth one we found. I practically stepped on it before I saw it, so that's concerning. So that means we've already collected a third of them. And I'm deliberately not using the flashlight since they glow. So that they hopefully stand out better. But yeah, so it does seem like in this particular case, most, if not all of them, do seem to be by the water. I think I feel relatively confirmed on that. Like I said, we might find one that's in someone's house or whatever is like they found it kind of deal. But broadly speaking, it does look like it's going to be just something where we run along looking for them. Okay. And we are running out a river here. And I got these bridges and all that. Okay, so now we're at like this inlet. Oh, I see another one over there. Okay, so I don't see any more room for them here. Let's go check the other shore real fast in the inlet. We're fast approaching half of them found. Okay. I say that felt like a good place. Oh, I see another one over there. I'll deal with that in just 2 seconds. I want to just check that right here. Okay. So I do see one tucked up in between here. It was over there on the left. All right. Not seeing any icons or markers or anything showing up. Before we cut over there, let's keep going to the left first, because there's less shore that way. To the west, whatever. Hey, Server Lord, how's it going? So circle this island really fast. And then we're going to cut west. You can go from there. Okay, so let's go west and check that shore. We can go ahead and teleport up across the way. Good, got roast beef on? Nice. Okay, in hindsight, I probably could have skipped the dock. Yeah, so we can check over here. And honestly, we might be able to get all the shores checked by the time that cultivator's done. And we'll see how we're good going on with that. So, I lost track. We're at somewhere around like 7 or 8 of the collectibles, maybe? And that's surprising without like looking up any kind of guides or references or anything and just being like, alright, let's just check by the water and let's run. There's another one. Like I said, we can read the story a little bit later on when I got them all, and then we're doing something like right now where we've got someone working the cultivator. And, I don't want to babysit them. Then what we can do is just hop in, start the cultivator going. Oh, that's the edge of the map. Okay. So then we left off just around here. And I'm assuming there'll be some kind of achievement or signifier or cash reward or something that's like, hey, you got them all. But I need to go over here where we got that castle. We checked the baseline up to there, but didn't check this direction. So we can check along here. And then we can return to where that lighthouse was. And my suspicion with the lighthouse is it'll end up being along the shoreline where I was looking up close to the actual buildings and all that, thinking it was going to be, some scroll or ledger or book or something sitting on stuff. I do think this is a very good way of doing it, though. The glass bottles where it's like you kind of isolate the handful of places where it was without just like handing them to you. So there was at least a strategy to how you could approach looking versus just kind of getting lucky. Maps are just so big to try and just look at everything. Oh, there's one. I figured there'd be one up in the rocks. So we've got 8 out of 12 found. Do we have markers showing up? Not yet. Because like I said, I believe they made it in Farm Sim 25 that with the collectibles, once you got a certain percentages of them, the last handful would show up. I'm going to be honestly impressed if we didn't miss any just by running past it. Fully expecting that to be a thing. You're right, 84% on the cultivating. So it's on its home stretch. The number of random tents relatively close to the shore is interesting to me. That wouldn't really be a thing you'd consider doing where I'm at, so it's kind of a novel thing in the sense that it's just not something I'm accustomed to seeing. Yeah, there's the island, so there's going to be at least another bottle over here somewhere. Okay. So we're going to stick to this shore. And then there's definitely, we'll definitely run across there to the island. There's got to be at least one over there. I can't imagine there wouldn't be. Alright. Probably also going to be one of this rock line. Because these are the kinds of places that, someone took the time to make on the map. that you have no real reason to ever go to. It's just like this random ledge. Okay, it's fast approaching the edge of the map. Maybe there won't be one along this rock line. Okay, well, we can see where the edge of the map is by where those trees stop being visible. So at this point, I'm kind of doubting they're here, because we should hit an invisible wall pretty much any time. There we go. Alright, let's go back to this island, and this time, instead of going up looking at the tower, let's just run around the shore. The cultivator's at pretty close to 90% of the field, so that's going to be done very soon. And it looks like we might get lucky and get down to only missing like 3 of these bottles. Like I said, I'm kind of hoping that without having to look up a guide or anything, we just get lucky and find that many. But I definitely don't want to spend like multiple days looking for them or whatever. We took just a couple in-game hours in the end of the evening check-in here. It's a lot of places you can hide it up here. Okay, so let's check over here. So it's unlikely to be on this flat side on the back. But we'll check to our diligence. And then we'll stop sloshing around in the water, which will be nice. Oh, I wonder if, like, that beached boat is going to be considered, like, their shipwreck. It'll find, like, log number 1 on it or something like that. So the idea is you would, you know, find it, work your way back. Check the other side there, so it looks like we can climb up on it. You might be able to jump down to it from that ledge up top. Not a shipwreck. You parked it there on purpose. I mean, it doesn't look like a super old ship, but I also didn't get context for how old these things were. I just kind of assumed they were old. Because, you know, message in a bottle is probably not a super common modern trend. I'm gonna be really surprised if there's none of those bottles up here. Okay, we're getting pretty close to looping back to where we were. Because I think I came across right about where that peninsula is sticking out. Alright, well let's try going and see if we can't jump over onto that boat. Huh. We already checked the lighthouse the previous time we were up here. As well as there was a couple buildings. And I even thought when it came by here, I thought that was like a telephone pole or something from what I saw. I was like, oh, maybe I should check that. I was like, eh. Or not. Oh, you do not move forward much when you jump. Well, I mean, they did model the entire interior of the boat. Well, looks like a nope. This is the Jaws ship? Don't know. Okay, is there anywhere else we think would be worth checking? We checked all the water. And most likely the reality is I probably just missed it along the water. I don't think it'll be at the castle. There was somewhere along here I just saw a destroyed house. And you're finishing up that field there. And I'm not seeing any like little inlets or anything I missed, because we checked all along there. We checked along here and down there. Let's see if we can actually... I actually don't know how you check the book. It's fine. So, doing that. But the area finding new mechanics, you're a little underwhelmed, but you see the vision of it. I've been enjoying it so far. To be fair, I've not gone to play through a whole bunch of it because I am doing a challenge run where we started with 0 to hero, hard economy, yada yada. No leases, no loans, all that jazz. So I'm only a couple of hours in, so far as like 5-6 hours in. Closer to 5, I guess. So we have done a bunch of fishing. We actually just finished getting about 2/3 of the collectibles just because I happened to say, you know, like, let's take a peek, and we found them, like, not even a guide, just literally just running along and finding 2/3 of them. Now, granted, other than just repeating the path I already took, I don't know where I would check next. Why wait? Like I said, I know it's a thing in the past. Or once you got close to having them all, they put little icons on the map, like really small, like I think it was like a little tiny X. Because I know that wasn't a mod, and I know it wasn't a thing in Farm Sim 22. I believe it was just Farm Sim 25. With only 4 of them missing. Oh, you know what I bet you it is? Got a couple more seconds? Yeah, a little gold dot. Yeah, that's right. There's a good chance it'll be there. Because it's probably worth checking in the castle itself. Yeah, I'm willing to bet we're probably just 1 or 2 away from that. So let's go check this castle. Because also, we haven't looked at this castle. We looked at the castle you helped build. But I could see, you know, in theory with this, that the captain's logs or whatever be from up here. Let's do a little run around of the castle grounds. But yeah, no, if we, like, I imagine we get just 1, maybe at the worst 2 more. We'd probably see a little gold dot. With this looking like vaguely, you know, castle/museum kind of combination, I could see them justify having one of the bottles as like a troll thing, like on a display or whatever. Assuming non-functional door? Yep, non-functional door. And our cultivator's right about to finish. Oh, first entry. Oh, okay. So this is where we can go back. So we got the first, second, third. We don't have the fourth. We have the fifth. We don't have the sixth. We're missing the 10th and 11th. We're missing a couple in the middle here and there. But that's interesting. I was not expecting to run up there and have like this floating tome that I'm able to read. Okay, so the contract's done. I'll deal with that in a second. Because it was making the comments like, I don't know how we read them. So I understand we could just go up to that thing and read them. I know I checked already, but I'm going to run over the top of the rocks. Because especially seeing that that's the start point. Well, actually, yeah, because it was the fourth I was missing. I wish I had paid attention to where I had picked them up so far as, like, I don't know if they're going to have, like, an obvious order. Yeah, we had found one of them out here. Alright, well, with that, so, get out of here. We can go ahead and finish that contract. We're going to quickly take our tractor back home. But yeah, so we got 8 out of 12. Why are you struggling so much? I do not know what the squiggle on the side of the road by the lights is. Is that like... That's the area to... Oh, right. Right side of the road driving. Oh, those stop signs don't let you go. And I know that's telling me not to go this way, and I'm ignoring it because I want to go this way. Yeah, genuinely, I don't know what a lot of those things on the road mean. We just don't have a lot of them where I'm at. Yeah, I'm seeing these, like, squiggles on the side, and it seems to be that they're approaching what I'm assuming is a pedestrian walkway? Is that saying... Well... I was gonna say, is that saying you can't be in them? But if you couldn't be in them, that would be, like, really, really up on those. Oh, hold up. Is this a not obvious place of water? You think it's dangerous bends or pedestrian crossing? That's what I was thinking, is pedestrian crossing. It doesn't look like a dangerous bend there, but I could be wrong. It is squeezed because, you know, video game. Oh, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking it's like, oh wait, I didn't see a spot for that. Alright. So let's get back to the garage. And just trying to keep a general eye on the water. Why would you stop? Because every single one of the ones we found was along the water. It's not to say they couldn't be elsewhere, but with the bottles being the way they are, I think it's very likely. Yeah, I'm thinking they're definitely like pedestrian crossings. Nah, but it's just interesting seeing like all the different ways of handling stuff. Like it's just a very different approach to how it's done. I don't think it's like better or worse. I mean, actually, I'd say it's better. There's a lot more signaling and like, oh, you got a pedestrian crossing. Here's like the squiggles. Watch for the squiggles. You know, that kind of stuff. Because it feels like we don't have much of that in the U.S. We just have like the, you know, the little yellow sign that's got like the picture of the crosswalk. but it was just, you know, your stripes had like the zigzag on them. Now, granted, on the other hand, if they don't keep the paint up, those would wear away, versus the signs a little bit more obvious when stuff happened. Okay. All right. So, with that said, it's late enough. We don't own a house, so the way we sleep now is we stare up into the sky. What's happening? I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to grab myself a drink and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment. Actually, I'm not going to keep it going full speed while I do that. I've learned that lesson. I'll end up getting delayed because Toon will have a question and that'll be like a day later. All right, so I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. All right. Oh, I have to actually unpause the game. There we go. And back to staring up at the sky as the day changes. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. I honestly think had I let that going. Yeah, so we're getting hit for this 2,000 vehicle leasing costs, but I'm not leasing a vehicle. Like, we look at our list of vehicles, all of these I own. There's no leasing here. And we had that when I had just the chainsaw. I think genuinely we might be getting hammered for the train, but I'm not leasing the train. Like, I hit tab and I just ended up in the train, and I was like, I don't know what to do with this. Can I, like, click on the train and just enter? That's the only option. Like, it's not the end of the world. 2000's genuinely not that bad. It's annoying because it's going to be hitting me every single month for it. I'm going to try to deliberately not use tab. Hopefully not hop in the... well, I mean, it shouldn't matter with the way it calculates that. But the point being, there's a forklift and a train already on the map. And neither of them are under my lease, but I am getting hit as if I'm leasing it. And that's my guess, is that that's what's going on. All right, so we got the next day done. Let's check for any sales. That's a big harvester. I think you can turn off it selecting the train and tab settings. What? Okay. So I think you can turn off it selecting the train in with tab in settings. Okay, so I think it's like literally looking at it. Switch to trains off. Okay. Cool. So we'll see then if I avoid getting it against me now that I literally am not hopping in there. So this would be an amazing very first harvester to just skip right up to this monstrosity. But it's not happening. I'm not making 140,000 a day without doing some real egregious stuff. Okay, but let's check for our contract options. So we do have a big cultivating job here. We got some fertilizing ones, and we got some spraying ones, and a bunch I can't do. So the harvesting ones would be nice if we could do, though. We are making a rule that I can't lease stuff, including from the contract. So needless to say, oh my god, it's roots. It's got roots, cotton, roots, cotton, roots. Oh, sorry, that's more cotton. It's just roots and cotton the whole way through. I mean, it's also October, so I guess that's fair. The deadwood is terrible. We've got the cultivating ones, we got the bale wrapping ones I can't do, and we got the spraying. So let's start trying to get some of this stuff done. So we're looking at our spraying. Let's start with the spraying ones, because these ones we could do really, really cheap. I'm gonna go ahead and take both of them, because we did fork out a lot more than I necessarily should have. To get the thing that makes it so we use almost no herbicide. Which was a lot to get it. This definitely was ones I sat there that was like, you know, I'm not sure if this is an idea I should be doing. But I figured I'm gonna do it early. Okay, so you got the liquid fertilizer. So what we were doing is we'll put the liquid fertilizer over there. And then I put the herbicide over here. And this is after we had done multiple contracts with that. So I believe the two containers over here on this side. Yeah, those are my herbicide. Okay, so looking at our map, where are two places? We have one on the very bottom left and one on the very far right. So what we'll probably do is go south to reach 38. Which looks like if I take this road straight out over here, it should take me straight down the side towards 38. And then the other one didn't have a really direct route, which is why I took that. So unfortunately, pretty spread out, but I think that's fine. Hello, Sunlight. You showed up kind of abruptly. I see someone paid the Sunlight bill. Because it's like, man, it's pretty dark for 7 in the morning in October. And then instantly the light flicks on. Like, don't get me wrong, 7 in the morning in October, if you're fairly far north, is probably going to be pretty... You're going to be in, like, dawn. It's going to be still pretty dark a little bit. But it felt like it's still, fully nighttime kind of thing. Okay. But yeah, so I'll spray some fields, and we'll probably go until we get a contract that's going to take me a little while. And probably do kind of the same thing we did yesterday in game. Just in the sense of we'll have the AI take care of that contract, and we'll do some fishing and whatnot. I'm trying to avoid the temptation. Oh, you know what? I just realized we didn't check all... Did we check all the way up here with the water? I think maybe we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah. Because we found it at the bottom of that waterfall. That's right. That's fine. For some reason, I thought where that 55 number is, and it looks like it kind of vanishes, that maybe I had stopped there thinking that was the end. Normally, I'm not committed to looking for the collectibles at this stage. It's just because we found so many, I'm like, all right, we're just one or two missing. Because once you find where they put the little yellow pin on there, then they're super easy to find. Because you're just like, all right, within like 10 feet, where am I looking? Maybe let's get to the other side of this before I try and run through a fence and railroad tracks and all of that. Ah, I see we're up on like a little ridge. That's fine, we can drive around. Okay. Switch you to using steering assist. All right. Doing this all wrong, that's fine. Cool. So we got our weed spraying. Percent no go up. We'll give that a minute, but it doesn't seem to be going up. We are using the herbicide, which should be correct. This doesn't feel like it'd be a field that we'd fertilize. Let's check. Let's double check, because I'm not noticing that contract advancing, which does worry me. Yeah, you want it. You want herbicide. That's fine. Well, we'll do the contract, because we're not using hardly any herbicide with these, which is fine. Because I'm wondering if it's just like a UI bug. But it's not encouraging that there is a possibility that it just won't work. Which I've done a bunch of these contracts in the past before this update. So there is a possibility of a bug being introduced either by the map. Because we did have a couple of when Farm Sim 25 first dropped, there was a couple of fields on certain maps that wouldn't calculate right when it came to contract progression. But I've not seen it literally do no progression. The only time I run into that is with weird stuff where you've got like a piece of equipment that can do multiple roles. So like the seeder, harvester, weeder combo that certain of the contracts it wouldn't count for. Are you spraying the right thing? Yeah, no, I did just check that it did want me to spray herbicide in both these fields, and I do have herbicide in. So we are spraying, but yeah, that was the first thing I checked as well. It would be like the most likely problem. Yeah, so I only got like one more road to do. If that doesn't work, I'll try, without canceling this one, driving over to the other contract and starting it, and seeing if we get something weird, like it starts counting for both contracts, like it misassociates it, or like, you know, it kind of teleports them up. If we don't see any progress on it, I'll abort both the contracts and assume that maybe it's a bug where when you take two contracts simultaneously that something's going on. Which is interesting, because I could see it being a thing where they're trying to correct that there used to be certain contracts, especially harvesting contracts, that you could abuse, where you could get certain contracts to double dip. But even then, the abuses were pretty minor. And I mentioned before, Farming Simulator is not a game that's like super difficult to get money in, even with it set to like the sweatiest try-hard settings. Yeah, so I am low-key hoping it's just a UI bug that like we are getting, you know, 70-80% credit already, and it's just going to, you know, be like, contract done. That's what I'm hoping it is. Most likely we're just not getting credit. Do you need to lower the sprayer? No. I actually distinctly usually try not to lower the sprayer. It looks like it's actually not killing the stuff I'm spraying. So it could just be this field is like in a weird bugged state. Because I thought it was a bit weird that I was spraying the herbicide on the weeds in a field that doesn't have a crop in it. So I think something's happened, that this field's in a bugged state, that I'm not actually spraying the stuff and killing it. Yeah, so that didn't work. I'm glad that was herbicide. If it was fertilizer, we would have not followed through to see what it was. If I was like just doing the full blast spray of herbicide without the upgrade, or the fertilizer and how much more that costs, we would have just been like, nope, abort, moving on. I'm gonna make bad choice. We're gonna follow the water. For like the 2 inches I can do that. I'm not gonna be able to follow that and mean anything. I was gonna try and follow the water just to see if we could spot any more of the bottles, but with all the trees there, that's not happening here. Oh, hey. You. Let's see. Yeah, so we're gonna have to go south and cut across down here. The bridge is down there. Okay. Just keeping an eye on the water as we're approaching the bridge. I find it interesting, like, all the buildings, they show the roofs as, like, really worn. And this is probably just me being in Florida and things being different here, because your roofs get trashed every 15, 20 years, so you have to get them replaced. but like you wouldn't keep your roof like that here just because, like I said, you'd have a hurricane or something rock through and just peel it off. It's again things that like it's just different where you're at, not better or worse. Okay, so okay, so what we probably want to do is take this road to the south. This field way over here is kind of out of the way. So yeah, so I still want to do the experiment. We deliberately did not cancel number 38 because I am curious if it'll double dip on this other one, like it's misassociated, and that's what the problem is. If we do finish the contract for Field 16 and it works fine, and 38 still that way, we'll just cancel and just assume it's like Field 38, you know, spraying is bugged. Because we did have a little bit of that when the when like the game first came out. There was 2 fields, I believe, on the East Asian map. Is it Scotland Highlands? Things are a bit older? Yeah. No, I realize things are older here, but it was the fact that the roofs were all worn out. Like, the building's showing a lot of wear and tear. That just makes sense to me. But even here in Florida where you got a lot of, like, you know, older buildings like St. Augustine and all that, granted, I understand they're not nearly as old as a lot of the European places. You still look at most of them, and most of them will have relatively new roofs on them. And it's just a thing here that, you know, hurricanes hit us, they trash our roofs, we get our roofs replaced a lot. So it's just, like I said, it's probably just a very different animal of, you know, you're mostly dealing with lots of rain from my understanding. Not that you don't have, like, bad weather or anything, you certainly do. But it is, I think it's just, I have an unusual, or I have a, not unusual expectation. My experience is counter to what might be considered, like, typical in a lot of places. Just because, you know, when I lived up north in Michigan, I didn't pay attention to roofs. Okay, we're almost to that field. Alright. So unfortunately, it looks like you gotta overshoot this one. So in the future, when we're going to these fields up here, we want to take that road. This road goes way out and around, and that's fine. But it does make it, like, pretty inconvenient. And I don't think it's a thing I could easily just, like, go flying off the side of it. Especially since they got this big fence. It's meant to go the whole way around. Okay. But yeah, no, it's like just different things you notice, like different problems different places deal with. You know, the classic, if you're in Florida and you get hammered by, you know, like 6 inches of rain or whatever, 4 inches of rain, that's just, you know, that's Tuesday. Okay, so we are getting credit here. That's just a typical Tuesday. Whereas if you're in the middle of, like, the desert Arizona or in the valley in California and you get 2 inches of rain, things start properly flooding to a point of being a genuine concern because you got that hard pan that the water can't penetrate well. So very, very quickly everything starts flooding because the water just takes a long time to go anywhere. And so it's just like you build differently. and the things that wear out are different. Like, it's one of the things that impresses me in California. You get to places like the San Diego area and how little weather they get, that you'll have buildings that are, hundreds of years old, and they look better than buildings that, that are only decades old. And it's not like even they made a bit, better kind of thing. That's certainly one discussion to be had. It's just, it almost like preserves the buildings over there in Cali, just because, you don't have tons of rain, you don't have tons of nasty storms in a lot of those areas. They're very mild. Earthquakes are a concern, certainly. But over here, you have to do constant maintenance, otherwise stuff just falls apart. Let's see, that kind of rain is Tuesday here. Yeah, no, I was having in-laws visit that live in what's a literal desert, and having just like your typical afternoon tropical shower, and like they're like, "What do you do? Like, do we need to put anything like under the doors or anything?" It's like, no, it's rain, it's fine. It's like, don't get me wrong, I understand where you're at. If you had this kind of rain, it would be a major ordeal. Like, this would be like a humanitarian crisis level of rain where you're from. That's understandable. But here, it's like, it's fine. There's many things Florida's bad at, but there are some things we're really good at. And moving a lot of water is something we're good at. Like, it's genuinely a big enough problem that we put retention ponds and ditches everywhere, because we do need some of that water to actually stay. We're a peninsula. It goes off the sides. But we need it to stay long enough for it to get absorbed into our aquifer. And so you'll see, like, it's a very Florida thing to, like, you see like a neighborhood and there'll be like, retention ponds all around, and then the next neighborhood and there'll be a bunch of retention ponds all around it everywhere, to just try and hold as much of that water as they can. Because Florida's one of those weird places that the state can be in a literal drought, where you have like firework bans and everything, while also it's raining outside at like torrential downpours, and these can happen at the same time, because all that rain's going on, but it just goes away so fast it doesn't really help. It's been a while since we've had that, though. Yeah, honestly, when was the last time? Hey, Jolly Roger, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month and you used it here, and that does mean a lot, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Also, a very appropriate name for having just mentioned St. Augustine, considering all of the pirate history there. Let's see, are glaciers solve retention here? Unfortunately, due to global warming, they're not going to last forever. Yeah. Yeah, no, for Florida, for our fresh water that's local, it's our aquifers. So what ends up happening is you've got a bunch of limestone and all that. It rains. The water needs to sit on it long enough so it can slowly work its way through the limestone, which acts as a filter and everything to get the clean water. And we have all sorts of problems like, seawater intrusion and yada yada, but that's a whole extra thing. But the point is it has to stay there. Because if it just goes and washes off, there's a little bit of water getting through, but most of it just goes into the ocean, and it is no longer fresh water for us. And so it's a whole big thing about trying to keep the water there as long as possible. It also helps with like a lot of the wetlands wildlife and all that as well. But it's fascinating, because like that's just the way we have to build here to do that. Versus, originally I'm in Michigan, outside the Detroit area. And so we had lots of considerations we had to have around rolling hills and snow. That you had to be careful about some of your house design, because all the snow would pile up on one side of the house and could potentially compromise windows and all that in a particularly bad snowstorm. So you'd have stuff like your homes would have their doors facing certain ways, or that have like the windows would be at a higher height facing towards the hillside and all that kind of stuff to mitigate it. Or that have, popular design was to have, you'd have your house, you'd have your front door, and it had like a little walkway that cuts into the hill a little bit, so that way the snow coming down and piling up would pile in what's almost like this little trough that, you know, it makes it so you can't leave your home walking, but at least it doesn't blow your window out when, you know, 200-300 pounds of snow is leaning up against your window. But that's just not a concern here. We don't worry about snow and I mean, okay, if snow happened here, we would worry a hell of a lot, but we don't worry about it happening here very often. Where is the stripe we hadn't done? It's over here, right? Yeah. Like, if snow does happen here, it's bad. Like, we get a day or two of freeze, and it's usually the state news and, you know, huge efforts go into trying to protect the manatees and the citrus groves. Now, granted, a lot of Florida citrus groves have been going away the past decade or two. It's just getting too hot in parts of the state that it's killing the oranges and all that. They still exist, but they're mostly very interior of the state now, where there used to be a lot more of them that were close to the shore. Okay, so the good news, bad news of it is it does look like Field 38 did not get counted. So it's just Field 38 apparently was bugged with that one. It was a small contract. I'm not too fussed by it. But we did not get credit for it when we did the other field. It didn't give me credit when I was doing it. We did do the entire field just in the case it was like a UI bug. But that just wasn't it. Okay. So we are going to go ahead and try double dipping on the contracts again. So that one's also up in that same corner. Come on, third one's a charm. You are not near the other two. It's fine. So grab those fertilizing ones. Now I got herbicide right now. So unfortunately, while I do have this field that's right next to me, it's just nothing to do with that. Let's see, Canuck saying, yeah, municipal water around here is pulled from the rivers, and run through basic treatment. And the rivers are fed by the glacier and snow melt, even when they're technically in drought conditions. There's plenty of water. It just means snowpack glaciers aren't getting built back up, and that's a problem for future us. Which of course means people think it's not a problem. Yeah, that's a lot of places get their water from similar things. I mentioned a couple times that I'm really impressed by, for those who don't know, California has a whole series of like aqueducts. And it's kind of the same idea that the aqueducts, it's not a glacier, but they go way up into the mountains where they have all that snow collect, and then just kind of shove the snow into the aqueduct, which then melts, and then, you know, works its way down to, you know, LA and all that kind of area. It's a pretty slick setup. But it is one of those things that when they have a drought, it kind of doesn't hit you then. It's you get like way too little snowfall, and like 6 or 8 months later, when you're melting all that snow to feed the system, and there's just not enough snow there, is when you actually feel the pain of the drought. It's very, very delayed. Okay. Yeah, so we cross here. We could switch out our herbicide for a fertilizer. And there's a lot of things that are problems you have out there that, like, when you hear about the problem isn't when you feel the problem. Not even just weather things. Like with stuff like when tech companies, when they cut a bunch of workers, you'll have a bunch of people say, "Oh yeah, you know, it's been a couple of months and, like, you know, they cut a bunch of workers and everything's fine. Clearly we didn't need those people." But it's kind of a maintenance problem. You know, it's not just going to fall apart, you know, the next day. It'll end up being, you know, months and months that gradually you start having more bugs, more issues, and they just continue to escalate until you hit whatever the point is that starts to be, you know, the customers start getting properly pissed off because things aren't working right. And the bigger issue is then you're playing catch up. And unfortunately, the longer you went without that maintenance, the worse it is. And it's hard for people to catch that with software and understand it. Whereas when you look at your car, and you're not getting your oil changed and your tires swapped out and all that stuff, you start to like, you can really kind of see where things start getting gradually worse and worse. It's very visible. But maybe, you know what? You can see your car's in bad shape. It's making some knocking noises it wasn't before, but it's still running. It's probably fine until your engine blows up. You know, your head gasket blows, or a piston has a problem or something. Because you weren't doing any routine maintenance and oil's an issue and all that. But if you kept up with routine maintenance, most likely when it did become a problem, it'd be something fairly minor. Oh, hey, you got a little leak here. Let's just deal with that. And you wouldn't be dealing with, like, oh, I guess I junk my car because the engine's toast and it's just not worth fixing. But it's really easy with those delayed problems. You just kind of ignore them because you're able to get away with it. Or like health stuff especially is another one that a lot of times be like, oh, your blood pressure's a little bad, or this is a little bad. And in the moment, it's not a big deal. Just something to work on. But if it continues to get ignored, it just slowly escalates to a point where it's like, oh no, now it's a real big deal. Now, or it can be, honestly, a tragic deal. Playing catch-up is never fun. You have a desk job where the paperwork, HUD related, and with this housing, that was on the line. Built up a year behind, and I was hired, and God, trying to catch up was awful. Yeah. Well, yeah, so what we have in software, the term we use is technical debt. And I like that term a lot, because that's usually one that you can kind of explain for people that as you ignore your problems, and they gradually escalate more and more, it's kind of like you just ran a charge on a credit card. You got away with it today, you're not paying for it today, but you've acquired a little technical debt. You didn't spend the time to go to clean it up, to do the extra work, and so you got this little bit of a debt. Not a big deal. In those things, when you're doing your software development, no matter what you do, you're gonna acquire technical debt over time. It's just the reality. But sooner or later, you gotta stop and start doing cleanup and paying down that technical debt. Because that technical debt has interest. That the more it builds up, it can have kind of an exponential growth. Because the way it hurts you in software dev is everything gets to be slightly less efficient as that debt continues to go. And so what ultimately ends up happening in the long run, if you really let it go for a long time, you'll be like, oh hey, developer, can you put a button on this screen that when I click it, it does this? And you'd be like, cool, on any other application, 15, 20 minutes, an hour if you want to count testing and everything. Not a big deal, we can knock it out. But because you're gone through like a number of massive changes that have just had all these like little bits of debt you built up, it's like, cool, that's gonna be a week. And you're like, for a button? And I'm like, well yeah, I gotta do this button thing in like 4 different places because of all these systems that they've changed over the years. We've got so much of this that's like spaghetti and bolted together that I keep asking for time to be allowed to clean that up. So I've got to test things that should really not be related to this, but they are, because, it's just a thing that happens. And it can get to the point that's like, can you do this? Like, sure. How long? I can't tell you because it's just going to take so long to do because of all of these like little headaches we're going to hit the whole way along. And some of that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but it can get surprisingly bad for how much it can set back things. It's one of the reasons why when it comes to, there'll be a mod that comes out for a game that fixes some issue that a game's had for a long time. And people are like, well, how can this mod do this so fast and the developers can't? And usually the answer is, one, they don't have to go through half the testing or consideration for making sure everything plays nice and yada yada, and it might not be their focus. But also it's just the matter of you can bolt it on and not consider half the technical debt and just keep adding to that mountain of debt versus the developers themselves go, okay, well we could just bolt this onto the side and it'd work, but then it becomes a maintenance nightmare. So we want to like take the time to properly implement it into the code so that future you doesn't have to hate past you. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. Thank you again for hanging out and all that stuff. And there's definitely a couple times in my career that you'll have certain tasks you get as a software developer, that there's certain tasks you look at like, I understand the value in this is something we should absolutely do, yada yada. And then there's the reverse of that, where you've got this idea, you know it's dead on arrival, that the moment it meets the customer base, it's going to be like just pulling a pin on a grenade and staring at it in your hand. It's not, it's just bad news the whole way across the board, and it's going to take 30 seconds once it comes out for just really upset people and for the people to say pull it. And I've developed features, and also check out Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator. I've been playing some Whiskerwood recently, which we've been playing recently as well, so if you like it, you can find it over there. Treacle's amazing. And thank you again for hanging out and all that, Treacle. It's always good to have you. But so circling back to what I was saying, very genuinely, you'll have these features that you get asked to implement, and you'll even tell your boss, like, I don't want to do it, I think it's a terrible idea, and yada yada. And eventually the boss pushes you so far, you're like, alright, but am I ready to quit my job over it? Maybe not. Or get fired or whatever. And I deliberately developed stuff that the more correct way of implementing it would have been different, but I knew it was going to get yanked because of how incredibly unpopular it's going to be with our customer base, that I deliberately made sure to keep it all off on its own, in its own separate thing, and only poking the little holes that I had to get it to work with what was there as much as I absolutely had to. So where I like should have looped it into existing code, very much like kind of sequestering even the parts that should have been added into other places off onto its own. Because then, you know, a month later, when it comes time to rip it out, I just have like the 2 or 3 places I gotta touch, and then just delete the rest of it out. You took a paw to the face that smacked your glasses hard enough that they cut open the bridge of your nose? Ow. Yeah, no, I've seen some people get like properly conked in the glasses and get that exact same injury where you get like right where the pads meet your nose. Cut you up a little bit. Alright, so you can go ahead and get that cash out. So we got another field just north of here. I probably need to top off the... You're all a bunch of trolls, you know that? Alright, rather than fight with this, let's top off our fertilizer. Because this thing stores about 1,600 liters, and we're at about 1,200 liters. So we did use about 400 on a relatively small field. We're probably fine to do field 15. I'm just a little concerned we'll get like 90% of the way through the field, and then the fertilizer will run out. And then it'll just be a massive inconvenience. So we're going to go ahead and zip along here. Get the next field knocked out. Bring in that money. Did I already check the store today? Oh yeah, no, there was trolling me with that harvester that, you know, is like a mid to late game harvester, so would be amazing to have. But also I need like an extra 100,000 to afford it. More than that actually, because that doesn't even count the header. So it's kind of one of those things like, I could buy you. I mean, I can't buy you. Not without selling the things I need. Alright, so let's top off the fertilizer. Okay. And then we head back up. And for those who haven't played this game a bunch, if you get into playing multiplayer, like, multiplayer opens up a lot of stuff you can do on it. I generally primarily play solo, but it can be a fascinating thing where, like, you're sitting there running the harvester, you've got your buddy who's like, you know, races back, drops off the stuff, comes back over to like scoop up off the harvester again. You can have situations like this where maybe for the fields are spraying, the capacity of the sprayer is insufficient to do all the fields. So you're sitting there just spraying away, and you have your buddy bring like a trailer with a bunch of the fertilizer loaded up on the back, moving it around. You can even have cases where it's worth taking the time to get the big semi-trailer to drive other vehicles on it. A lot of that doesn't make sense when you're playing solo. Like, in the time it takes you to set up half that, you might as well just drive over and just do it. Like, just do the slow process. You can do a bit of it when you're using the AI. So, like, have the AI harvesting the field and you just drive back and forth. But there's definitely a limitation to go with on a bunch of that. Alright, so the entrance to this field is on the other side. That is one bummer with a bunch of these fields, how many of them are walled off where you have only one way to get in. I don't think it's a problem. Because realistically, when you buy the fields, like I'm probably, like if I were to buy field 15, I'm probably buying 18. I'm bringing my equipment and just parking it up in between, moving it around. Oh, it also looks like it remembers that I've left the fences open. Okay, so I can just like open up all the fences and just leave it alone. Give it a second to finish unfolding. I turned on the wrong thing, which doesn't do me much good. Okay. Yeah, so maybe what we'll do is after we fertilize these two fields, grab ourselves another cultivator contract. Unless I see like a really good herbicide contract or whatever. Chuck the AI over on that. Do a little bit more fishing. I'm hesitant to go looking for the bottles more, just because we don't know where they're at. And I'd be mostly retracing the ground I've already been on, which is fine. Like off stream, that'd be no big deal. But I could definitely see just me running back and forth along the water again and again. I mean, one thing I could do is deliberately go the opposite direction on the water. So where I went up that middle area, instead of going up, I'd go down. It's like start at the corner, follow it back, and then go down. Sorry, it'd be from over here, follow it back, and go down. Just in case it's one of those situations where I won't see the bottle from this way, but I will from that way. Because like I said, we've got 8 out of 12. I'm willing to bet it's just one more for the pins to appear. Because I haven't noticed any pins yet. And I'm fully anticipating them being along this water. Yeah, so probably, like I said, we'd probably start up here, work our way over, come on down this river, and then by the time, well, we'd probably then go this way, and around there we would stop, because at that point it would have gone both ways and all the others. Yeah, now I'm expecting more than like... Oh, how are we doing on the... Let's check what we're at with the returning fish once I get on this long straightaway to the east. Yeah, how many more fish we have to throw back till we hit 100. See what that's all about. Okay, so check our statistics. I released 67 fish, so we're actually pretty good. So it'd be 33 more fish. That if I release 33 more fish, we would hit the 100. And I'm fully expecting we'll probably get the 75,000 payout that we got for the trash doing the same thing. Which wasn't something I was aware we were going to get. It's like... When we were doing it, it's like, oh yeah, we might get 25,000 for like the whole lot. And there's like 75 all at once. I'm like, all right. Just instantly bootstrapped up a tractor and equipment to do contracts. I'll take it. But another 75,000 would put us in really good shape for potentially being able to pick up a harvester. And once I've got the harvester and the seeder, we are then able to make our own. Well, actually, the harvester, the seeder, and own a field. We would be able to basically do our own stuff. Getting the harvester, though, would be good because harvesting contracts are generally relatively good so far as like the wheat and grains and those kind of things. A lot of the other specialty crops are usually not great from an hours to pay standpoint. Like, you can make really good money on the root crop, but that usually requires you having people and the good machine to do it, and even then, it's real dicey. There's a lot of times that you're just going to waste all your time fighting with the AI and all that to get that to work. The root crop is really, really rough. But, like, the cotton contracts can make you good money. All of the grains can make you really good money. I've never seen a contract with the rice at any point. I'm not sure if that's even a thing or not. Baling contracts are hit and miss. They can make you decent money, or they can be a waste of time. Let's actually take a look. Yeah, so bale wrapping, I found those could be hit and miss. Cultivating are slow, but they're fine. They, like, if you got really good equipment, they can do good. Harvesting contracts are usually where the money's at, if it's something that makes sense to harvest. These ones we wouldn't want to do. Like, the cotton ones would be a maybe. But all the rest of those are like carrots and parsnips, and those are awful. Plowing are terrible contracts usually. Rock removal are fine. Spraying is fine. Stone picking is pretty bad just because the stone picking equipment is extremely small. So you don't get paid well, and it takes a long time to do. Wood transport's good. Wood transport's really good. Deadwood's okay. Conrad's saying, the harvesting contract would be nice because you're able to nab some of the crop. Yes, that's part of what the harvesting contract makes them so good are. If you get the really big fields and all that, the way it kind of works is they do anticipate a certain amount of loss of efficiency and all that. So you only have to, like, deal with 80-ish% of the field. But if you take the time to harvest it all first before you deliver, you can potentially get that extra 20%. And some of those fields, 20% of a field is a good chunk of change that you get to kind of pocket the money from 20% of the crop. This is Farming Simulator 25. We're checking out the new Highlands fishing DLC. Sorry, expansion. It's DLC. It's just with Farming Simulator, they have, like, packs. Yeah, it's like packs, DLC, and expansion. Packs are where they just give you a handful of tractors. They're usually kind of the ones that have the least stuff going on for them. The expansion is the big one, because that's usually where they add entirely new mechanics. Let's see, you've run into seeding contracts that cannot be completed due to tram lines on a modded map. Yeah, so that's probably something you're going to deal with some of the modded maps and the precision farming. I've had weird contract stuff, even without precision farming, I have weird contract mob stuff with modded maps. It could be they've got some things not set up quite right of what is and isn't considered part of the field and all that, so it is... I don't know the details on why it can get messed up, just that it can get messed up. It's always a risk when you're running mods. Which, for the record, I've done a number of modded maps, but usually when I'm doing modded maps, for the most part when I'm playing the game, I'm doing, like, the Survivor Man-esque ones where they, you know, have the sell point you gotta figure out. Sleepy girl, go sleepy. I love you more. Okay, well, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Love. That said, we definitely had, oh, what was the run we did? We did the horrifically in debt run, where I maxed out the, I think, was it when we started with $1 million in debt, and then also got, like, the realistic, I forget, it was like the realistic finance mod, or realistic money mod, or whatever it was called, So instead of the base game of Farm Sim, where I want to say if you take out the full one, like, so you start being able to take out $500,000, but if you take out a full $1 million loan in Farm Sim, it only charges you like per month like $4,000, if that. I think it might even be, I think it was even lower than the 4,000. It was not much. Like, it's really, really not much. Like, if you're struggling to pay your debts in Farm Sim, even maxed out, it's pretty trivial. But with that mod, it ends up being, you know, closer to like 23,000 a month, which is well, like, way more on par of what you'd expect for $1 million loan to be paying, you know, tens of thousands of dollars a month to, you know, keep it paid down. Saxlingham is a pretty map, but not multiplayer friendly. Gotcha. What would you, as just a curiosity, it's okay, like, we're not trying to put you on the spot, what would you say makes a map not multiplayer friendly? Because I'm trying to, like, because, like, big or small fields I don't feel like makes, I mean, I guess small fields would be less, but then it's more you're doing, like, asynchronous work, not multiplayer friendly, as in you can't work in the same field together. Smaller fields, you just do a bunch of, like, smaller projects. So, like, for, like, Zirlanka, no public fuel, no wood sell point, no public fuel. Oh, there's just no place to refuel at all? So you'd have to, like, build your own? Huh. That to me looks like a major oversight. The no wood sell point, I'm neither here nor there. If you are doing like a survival challenge one, that could be a pain point. But it could be very well that the workaround for that is that you just set up a production line and then you'd sell logs or whatever, or sorry, you'd sell planks or whatever and sell logs. So I think the wood, I still think it's an oversight to not have it, but that one doesn't feel too bad. But yeah, the no public fuel, that even completely ignoring, unless they give you, when you start, like, they just give you your own individual fuel pump, which then again I would argue at that point they really should have just made it public. Huh. That feels like a major oversight. Like, don't get me wrong, I've had some maps have some, like, issues. Like, there's the map Calmlands. I actually really like Calmland. When Farm Sim 25 came out and they first re-released it, because that was also available in Farm Sim 22, I think it was missing the maintenance point. Like, you just couldn't go to it. They had to add it later. They had to fix it. And it was an oversight. It was, you know, not a deliberate decision. It's just when they made the modded map, they somehow missed it. I'm assuming they just kind of did a quick port over of the map. And, you know, did a quick whirl around and went like that. But they hadn't had the chance to play it properly because, you know, they were just trying to rush it through. Because there's zero chance you don't notice that the maintenance missing and you do a playthrough that's more than just a little bit of time. The maintenance point is real important. Like, it's one thing when you're dealing with a vehicle that the maintenance, the only consequence is it hurts your horsepower. And I could see people choosing to ignore that on things they don't care about. Like, you know, leaving the semi-truck to have maintenance. You know, that one's not the end of the world, or like your pickup truck. But your harvester and your seeder and all that not having maintenance, you lose efficiency on it, and it can be very costly. But the starter farm has a fuel pump, but no one can use it if it's not player-owned. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's definitely an oversight on that modded map. I would agree. Now, the good news is I think you can build a fuel pump. If not, I'm sure there's dozens of mods that let you do it. But I believe under the businesses you can do is you can place a few. Yeah, no, I definitely remember placing a fuel pump on a map before without mods. But yeah, no, that's definitely an oversight. that happens. That's always a risk with a lot of the modded stuff. Even really popular ones, once in a while you run into weird things like that. Alright, another contract done. I'm looking at some of these harvesting contracts and being like, I like money. Can we talk about the money? Okay, so 29 is by the castle. We're probably going to want to top off our fertilizer again. And so, which is a shame, because we're actually in a good position to go to the castle. I think we can do this with what we've got. Let's live a bit dangerously. So we can take that road that's up ahead of me, right up to where the castle is, and that's where that field we're looking at. Because I always got to backtrack and do the whole way back up. So I figure regardless, I'm going to go, I think. Does harvesting contracts do look good? Sadly, it's more looks than reality. Those contracts, because we're in October, it's nothing but cotton and root crop, like parsnip and carrots. And the cotton's fine. I think that would actually be pretty good if we had the machinery for it. Those would be very lucrative. Those root crop can go die in a fire. But that's because it's October. Okay. Alright, so it is a field like right next to this castle. So the hope is we're going to roll up here and get this all going. Now, one of the things we're going to need to do later on is we did take the dare drop to build the castle. And I'm going to try to do all the dare drops. If we miss on one or two, that's not the end of the world. But I would like to at least make the attempt. I know those major projects can be a whole thing. But I'm thinking with some of these areas we get where we got the trees down there, we could probably grab a couple of them, bring them up. Oh, I should probably check that house ruin down there as well. Okay, bear with me. Before we do that, there's a house ruin that's off this path. We're still missing a bunch of the hidden things. I doubt it's going to be here. But it does feel like a weird inclusion to have this, like, run-down house down here. Maybe it's just ambiance. That's very likely what it is. But if we're looking for the collectibles, we didn't check it. And as I mentioned before, I could see a thing where they'd have that. I do think, though, from what we've seen, all of it's been by water. We're missing 4 of them. Like I said, we'll probably, after... Oh. That gate's not real. Oh, that's not even the right field. Okay, your gate's on the other side there. I'm a little worried about some of those, because we've had a couple of gates that we can't interact with. And a lot of them were on ones that you could just drive through the bushes and not have to worry about it. But it wasn't exclusively that. Yeah, so that one I can open. And the problem with that is if that is the case, you can't get to the field. You gotta have either a gate or an opening. So they might have a couple of bugs they're gonna have to deal with. Or some of the fields might have to have their gates like removed or replaced or whatever. That said, when you buy the field, you might be able to just straight up delete it. That's kind of one of the things that's always been in the game, is you can go to the properties and like buy a lot and it'll delete a bunch of the houses off of it. I believe it'll even give you a partial refund for the property. Not that you'd buy the land and then sell all the buildings and then, you know, make a profit by doing so. Not typically. Typically, they include the value of any property on the land to the land cost, as far as I was able to tell. Because I know if a land has a bunch of trees on it or not, it has a different price. At least I'm pretty sure it does. I could be wrong in that. It's been a long time. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. We're burning through the fertilizer fast, but this is a really small field. And then we'll bring this back. We'll swap out for the cultivator. We'll set up the cultivator, start working a field. And then we'll do some fishing. And maybe I'll take a little bit of a peek. Like I said, well, actually, what we'll probably do... It's fine, I'm just going to do this one manually. What I'll probably do is, as I mentioned before, go to that one coast that we only went the one way to go check it. We'll go the other way, because like I said, I'm hoping if we find just one more of the collectibles, that it'll put like the yellow pins or whatever. And then just, you know, at that point, finding the last three should be super easy. Just go to it, and then it's a matter of like, is it above or below something kind of stuff. Yeah, we'll be more than fine. Yeah, when it came to the dare drops, the one dare drop I took a look at and was like, absolutely not. There was one to harvest every one of the field crops. I was like, no, I'm sorry. With all the challenges I've done, like, it's one thing if you're playing a normal run and just being like, okay, we got the grain thing, go to each of the grain fields, that kind of thing. But with us doing a challenge run where, you know, we're not allowed to take loans or leases, that would mean buying one of every category harvester in the game. And harvesters could sometimes be the most expensive equipment in the game. That, like, oh, you wanna get into doing cotton, okay, go get the cotton harvester. That's gonna set you back $500,000 or 300,000 or whatever it is. So very genuinely is like, you know what? Let's not do that. So if you wanted to lumberjack, I imagine areas like this would be a pretty tricky one. Where we got this big cliff in the middle of it. Yeah, I think there's a bunch of falling apart houses here and there. Potato harvester pain. Yup. Yeah, so we go up here. Yeah, so if we follow this up and cross the river just to our northwest, we can take this up. We'll grab the cultivator. We'll grab a contract for the cultivator. We'll get in position, have that going. We'll do a quick check to see if we can't find any of the bottles that we may have missed. Take it from there. Just trying to keep an eye on the water over there. Well, I think that may have been our first sign that we actually knocked down, just because some of the signs we found were solid, like the wrong way signs. Were not signs I could like push around. Okay, so just like before, So we've got you. Drop off the canister for the fertilizer. Drop off the sprayer. The good news is that 36,000 is more than enough to get a cedar. Maybe not a cedar we want, but a cedar. Not going to sweat that until we get our harvester, though. I think the harvester will be the higher priority. Okay, so I should probably be careful about which contract we choose for cultivating. Because that is a big old field over there that I'm going to go ahead and just ignore what I just said and say accept. And let's see. So you're by the castle. So you're actually to my right. No, you are straight south. Hey, Dread, how's it going? Yeah, so you're going to run to the south. We will get this starting to do AI things real fast. See if we can't find one of those collectibles by going the reverse on the shore we were checking, since we're down to just a couple left. After which, it's just going to be following it down the shore and then down the reverse direction, this main thoroughfare. But once I've done that, whether we find it, I mean, if we find it, we should be able to potentially get all of the bottles. Because I'm hoping the pins will show up. If we don't find it or the pins don't show up, then what we'll probably do is just immediately switch over to fishing. See if we can't catch and release the last fish we're trying to do. Just watching this main drag here. Okay. So you get over here. Alright, so with that said, we now have the AI doing that. We're just going to run right up to this shore. And we start from the right here, and we're going to go west until we have where it goes to the dock, or where it goes to the port. And then we're going to cut south. And then we just need to follow that to the fork. Once we've hit the fork, we'll have gone both directions on all the rivers. So hopefully we would have seen stuff there. Because we're looking for is the messages in the bottle, which are the collectibles on this map, the captain's log. Because that is one of the dare drops. Ultimately, we don't find it. I'll look up a guide or whatever. I usually don't, on stream, go through these this way. I'll either kind of cheese it, or when I was just going for achievements on my own. I don't mind looking for them when I'm on my own. But it can be those things that you're just running around making zero tangible progress for long periods of time. But they do glow on this one, and I appreciate that. So at least once you get to the point that you're close enough to see, you can make them out, because there's a lot of map to cover. Alright. But all of them have been by the shore on this map, which I think is a good way of doing it. I know I've repeated that a couple of times now, but it is a step up from what we've had before. They're just zipping along through here. You're looking for a green shiny thing. Okay. So we're almost to the port. But then we'll turn south. And then, like I said, if we find it, great. If we don't, that's fine. We'll get to fishing. I believe we need 33 more fish to be caught and released to potentially hit that 100 that I'm assuming it's going to pay out really well like the trash did. Just checking up top here real fast. Just to peer down at the shore. And being extra diligent around the bridges and docks. Because that's the kind of place I'd like to hide things. Now we have a chance of randomly coming across it, to then coming to the realization that they can have stuff. Oh, I don't think... Do we check that boat carefully? Because I know we checked the one by the lighthouse carefully. We'll run around this really fast, and then we'll check the boat itself. Okay. So I'm assuming it's the exact same model as the other boat, and the other boat we were able to get inside. Or not. That's fine, we can just peer through the window. Yeah, nothing there. Yeah, there's not a crow's nest, so... Okay, it was worth peeking. So we can run along here. Okay. Yep, so there's the port. And we're not going to go running around the port a whole bunch. I'm probably just going to go, when we get to the castle, I'm just going to hook left. Because the port, for the most part, just had like a solid stone wall. And we did run along it, so I didn't see anything. I don't expect we would find a bottle up top. Maybe I could see if they have like a net up top, they could show it in a net up top. That would certainly be a nice touch. You know, give it a way to have like not quite along the water. Okay. Yep, so we're just zigzagging through here. We're just looking for a glass bottle with a green glow. And meanwhile, I've got the tractor over there cultivating. I know I checked that shore really carefully. All right. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? What were you streaming? How was it? And all that good stuff. We are doing a bit of some Farming Simulator 25, checking out the new expansion. Playing some Europa. Well, I hope your Europa went well and that Conquest was going good and all that good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. Again, for those who don't know Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend. Europa 5 sucks. Gotcha. Good to know. But yeah, so we're doing a little cutting your teeth in a... You read an encyclopedia for like 7 hours? Oh no. What have you done to yourself? But I hope you have fun with that as you were reading your encyclopedia. But for those checking out, if you're wondering why I'm running back and forth looking around, normally I don't do this on stream, but we found the collectibles, and we're probably one collectible away from it having, like, it showing me the rest of them. And so I'm now in that, but I just need the last one. Meanwhile, I do have a an AI person zipping around cultivating a field for me. So I want to check one last area for it, because they've all been by the water. And then we're going to get back to fishing and farming and all that good stuff. But for those who don't know Attacks, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Really good times there. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. So if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. Which of course means the inverse is probably also true. But with that said, we are checking out the new expansion, which adds something very important to Farm Sim that you've been waiting your entire life for. And what that would be is that'd be a border collie. But they also added fishing. And I missed the water. But they did... Oh, that's... I just realized we got the ad break. My bad. That's supposed to get snoozed when we have a raid. Either way. But yes, they added a border collie to the game, so you can pet the adorable dog. A border collie? Yes, it's a type of dog. It's a dog. And you can pet it. And it gets the zoomies. I'm at least assuming it gets the zoomies. We haven't gotten our border collie yet. Alright, so we're going to release the fish. So yeah, so you got fishing in the game. Very Stardew Valley-esque. A little harder than the Stardew Valley-esque on the very basics. That said, it's definitely not like doing the legendary fish in Stardew Valley, where you're like, I'm having fun doing casual fishing thing. And then you see the little hat. And then it just kicks you right in the face and says, get on my level. And thank you, Italics, for the priming gaming sub. You only get one of those a month that you use it here, and that means a whole heck of a lot. And you enjoy your chaos. And I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so what we're doing right now is, as I mentioned before, there are collectibles on this map. And for the first time, the collectibles actually have like a whole story going down to them. I read the first page, and I was like, wait, I'm going to wait till we have all these, because otherwise I'm going to read them out of order. And I can't handle that. Very genuinely, I cannot handle that. So I was like, all right, let's get the last one. I'm missing 4 out of the 12. And the belief is if I get one more, they'll put little yellow pins on the map to show me roughly where to find the last 3. So I'm doing that. I'm just going down till we hit, there's a fork in this river that I went this way up the river, and I'm going that way back to see if I overlooked one. And if we find it, great. If we don't, that's fine too, whatever. You look sus. And you're nothing. But yeah, so we're gonna see if we can't find the one. And then we will potentially, because if we get the ones where we get the pins, I'm gonna grab the last ones. But yeah, so they added fishing in this expansion. And it's both, you know, fishing, pole fishing, as well as aquaculture. So you've got like where you can get like your little fish hatchery, you put food in, fish come out kind of thing. You've got where you can take those little baby fish and then do like, where in real life they make like a big field that's kind of a trench that they fill in with water to raise the fish up to be a bit bigger, or they have where they have like a big netted area out in like the ocean or river or whatever, like, you know, get them bigger. So you got all that stuff. They've added onions, so you can actually get onions by a field instead of just water in a greenhouse and spring onions pop out. That's new. They got the border collie. The border collie, for the record, I believe is not part of the DLC. I believe that just, if you have Farm Sim 25, you now have the option of getting a border collie. We've always had a dog in the game, but it was always the same dog. Whereas now we get a choice of border collie, and I believe there's a good like 4 or 5 different fur patterns you can get for it. All, like, you buy the doghouse in game, but the fur patterns don't like cost extra or some weird nonsense. So what I'm checking is all of the bottles we saw were right along the water's edge-ish. And they glow green on this one, which is a little bit nice, because sometimes in Farm Sim 22 when you were doing the collectibles, it was really hard to tell what was a collectible and what was just background noise, especially the wooden toys. Come on, man. One more bottle. And we're quite fast approaching the fork in the river that I said when I got there. We're going to stop looking. If I don't find any. If I find one, then it's a matter of, does it reveal... Yeah, this feels exactly like the kind of place you'd find one. Just like tucked up in the rocks here. Because that way, even if it glows, you could very easily overlook it. Because glowing doesn't matter if you don't have line of sight. Because I think they've tried to do a better job of making it so just wandering around, you'll find the weird glowing thing and be like, oh, what's that? And then grab it, and then you see that there's collectibles, and then you're tempted to go look for them. Whereas I'm willing to bet in Farm Sim 22, I'm willing to bet there's a bunch of players who never realized there was collectibles in that game at all. Only if they went to, like, Achievement Hunt, or they... you know, asked a lot around between the community and all that. Alright, then we'll go check the other shore here for a minute. Once we're past these rocks. Okay, so let's circle back to about where that ridge is. And check there. I'm also waiting for them to have some, like, museum display or something and have one of the bottles there. Just as a troll, so when you're, like, looking along the water, they've got one, like, hidden in a place you wouldn't find it. Now, with that said, let's see, what else did they add with this one? They did add, so they've added Scotland. Scotland's real now. Before Scotland wasn't real, couldn't hurt you. But we now have the Scottish Highlands is where we're actually at. So you've got a bunch of, like, fieldstone walls, and it's got, like deep green that, you know, from all the moss and all that stuff growing on things due to all the moisture and whatnot. I saw that reflection right there, and I thought it was a bottle, and it wasn't. They've got the... oh, man, I forget the name of the cattle. The furry cattle. You refuse to believe Scotland is real? That's okay. Some things are hard to accept. Okay, so this area where this bridge is feels like a good place to hide stuff. And I think we may have found one along here, but I'm low-key thinking we maybe check the supports farther up. In case the idea that the bottle got pushed farther up there, because there was one I practically stepped on before I saw it. Did you figure out the field's not opening? So I did. So far I haven't had any of the missions that cause me grief from not being able to get access to a field. There was one field I wasn't able to get into, but it didn't actually have a contract on it, so I could ignore it. Alright, so my confidence of maybe finding another one by the support is waning fast. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be along these supports. Alright, let's get back over to the water. Okay. But yeah, so we got like all these fieldstone like walls. Those weren't in the game before this. There's a bunch of new decorative pieces. This feels like another good place to hide a bottle. And they haven't done anything like truly dastardly, like shove the bottle into a bush where you can't see it. They're usually pretty good about that stuff. Farm Sim 22, they got super elaborate sometimes in how you had to go, because you had to like find the toy that's on the top of the roof. And you had like this entire like systematic way you had to like jump between ladders and all sorts of stuff to get up there. They did get pretty wild, but that was That was something they did one time and they never revisited, and I think they got pretty bad feedback from it, is what I think happened. Because it was pretty obnoxious. Especially that one also had like 100 collectibles in it. And you'd miss one and be like, oh crap, where did I miss the collectible? Alright, and that fork on the road on the minimap, or the fork in the water in the minimap, that's where I said I was going to give up for now. Just double check and make sure I don't see a shine there. So it's looking like there's a real good chance that's happening here in a minute. You had no idea there's collectibles in Farms in 22? Oh yeah, almost every single one of the official maps. Like I said, the oh man, I forget what the name of the starter map that it would try to default you to. That had the tutorial in it. It had over 100 of them. They're little wooden toys. And you probably walked by and even had the prompt pop up being like collect a dozen times and just never noticed it. Because it was just one of those things. Like, it's super easy to not notice that, like, an extra button control got put up on the top left corner of your screen. And they don't, like, glow or highlight or anything. So you just walk up to a random toy and you get this tiny little prompt that's like, collect! And not even a prompt, because a prompt captures your screen. Literally just, like, a thing that appears in the corner. It's like, you can collect this. But they had that one. There was one of the maps that they had like these, I think it was toy trains that were on a bunch of the picnic benches and all that. Oh man, what were some of the art collectibles? Because I had achievements for all of them, so that's where I, you know, came to realize it. As I was like, oh, there's collectibles? Okay, I guess we'll go look for those. But those ones you need guides for if you don't want to lose your mind. You're not naturally finding those ones. This one at least feels reasonable to find. Like, you realize there is the collectibles. And then once you know that, you can, like, they're just by the water. It's just hidden. Alright, well, here's the fork. I'm gonna take a quick peek around the fork. Check the bridge right there, too. Because I don't remember finding one here, and this feels like a really good place to hide one. Okay, and let's cut across here. And then we'll move on. We'll take a quick look at our tractor that's cultivating and all that. See if we got anything going on there. Let's check this. I'm honestly still expecting to find one up by that lighthouse. There's a little island with a lighthouse on it, and a whole lot of nothing else. Like, there's no fields, no interaction point, no bridge to it or anything. And it definitely felt like one. It's like, yeah, you have this so a collectible can be hidden here. But didn't see one. Doesn't mean it's not there. Okay, check the other side of the bridge, and then that'll be that. Yep. We're going to call a bust on this one. Alright, so we got our tractor that's over here cultivating. We just handed it over to the AI and said, get to work. We are doing a challenge run here, where I started out with $0, no equipment, no land, no nothing, no leases or loans permitted, and we had to make it work. Fortunately, they added fishing, and fishing is actually pretty freaking lucrative. It doesn't feel that way, and then suddenly your wallet's full of money, and you kind of go, when did that happen? So right now we've got our thing, and this tractor looks weird. It's actually a tractor that's designed to have a sprayer that's custom fit for it on there. And we do have that sprayer. There's just no point in it being equipped while it's cultivating. So we're going to let that thing keep doing what it's doing. Because he doesn't like it if you had to look it up online, because then you have to check a lot of points you already have. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just running along here because we didn't look at this carefully. I kind of rushed the port. But then we're going to fish here. So you got a little boat, a little dinghy next to you. Come on, man. Have your message in a bottle. Alright, let's make our way to the dock. And we fish. Now, the fishing in the game is very Stardew Valley-esque. For the record. And one thing I appreciate is even collecting trash is worth doing. The trash ultimately does pay you out for cleaning up the water. But pretty standard stuff. You cast the line. You wait for the prompt being like, you got a fish on your hook. And then once you do that, you do the whole little game where it bounces up and down and you try and make the bobber stay near it. So it's not like it's a totally fine mini game. It's not gonna like win you any awards or anything. Yep, so we got a tire. So it's not like an amazing mini game. Like, you wouldn't want to sit here and just knock out a solid like 3-4 hours of just fishing. That probably would not be a good time. But it's fine to pop over here, do like 10, 15, 20 minutes here and there. You catch some fish, get a little extra money. It's perfect when you're doing like right now where I got my tractor doing a contract. Yep, and so that's the highest we've seen that you just get from the fish straight up is this one, 400 bucks. So very genuinely, the fishing can actually be pretty good. I imagine it's probably comparable if you do the truck where you load up all the logs on the back and then you drop them off, where it makes you like 10, 15,000, and you can knock it out in like 8-9 minutes. It's probably comparable to that. So not the most lucrative thing in the game, but also solid. Now granted, I think they're one-time payout things. Alright, so that's a little one. We're going to let it go. Because low-key, releasing the fish and collecting trash, they actually do give stuff. People are going to make a fishing mod? Oh, absolutely. I am imagining one of the first mods we're going to see from this DLC is just a mod that takes this fishing minigame and makes it so when you hook the fish, it just instantly pops on the line, or like that the hook just stays on it. All right, another $100 one. So the thing is, I'm trying to catch and release 100 fish. I have been told by well, not told. There's been a bunch of rumblings that if you catch and release 100 fish, you get something. Now, it could just be a bunch of money. It could be like you get some award. It could be an achievement. There's a lot of possibilities. But I want it. And if we don't get a bunch of cheap fish for me to throw away, that means I'm getting fish worth money, and that means we're that much closer to getting more of our equipment. Because to do an entire field in Farm Sim, you need a tractor, and it just depends on the crops. You need a tractor, you need something to put like the seeds in, whether it's a seeder or a planter. You need either a cultivator, a plow, or a disc harrower. They all kind of do similar things. You're going to want some way of putting down fertilizer and another big salmon. So a way to put down like fertilizer and to weed. That could be one piece of equipment or multiple. And then you need a harvester. So you got about like 6-7 pieces of equipment you need just to operate a field. There are exceptions to that for some of the specialty crop. For example, the rice. You don't need the fertilizer and a bunch of other stuff. Fishing minigame, thanks, you hate it. Well, you can also choose to not do it at all. It is entirely optional and part of the DLC. Once we get this one, I'll actually show some of the aquaculture things. They also added more equipment. Oh, and there's boats in the game now. Like, you can actually buy a boat to go on. But yeah, so we actually look at the new stuff we got going on here. If we go under construction, we have aquaculture. So you've got the big nets that they put out kind of in the river, lake, ocean, that kind of thing. So what ends up happening is you dump a bunch of fish in these enclosures. You know, once they get big enough, you bring them out. You've got, like, it's kind of like a greenhouse thing. Basically, you are taking fish eggs, making fish. In the game mechanics, you just give them food, and then fish happens. And then you got, like, the little lake. So it serves the same purpose as the thing out in the water, but it's lower yield, and you can put it out in the field. And this is the way, like, a lot of places do, like, tilapia or whatever. You just have a bunch of these that are like these giant trough things full of water. So you've got all that. We do have under the animals. So this is the doghouse the game has always had. But now we can change what dog is there. We get choices there. I don't know exactly how that works. Oh, I guess it's... so we hit U. So we can get different Labradors. And we can get the Border Collie. We get different fur patterns. Well, I can't place them anywhere right now because they don't own land. So we got a bunch of that stuff. And then they've got stuff for, you know, making fish food is now one of the production lines. There is production lines around the fish themselves and all that. So they got all that stuff. We have the onions that we can plant, and then we got the production lines related to onions. Now, that said, surprisingly, the fish food is a fairly involved thing. It looks like you need soybeans, you need flour, you need any of the types of oil, whether it's, you know, canola oil or olive oil or rice oil or whatever. So that's like actually a pretty late game production line to make fish food. You could also just buy the fish food and then use it. I don't know how well that works money-wise. Quite often in this game, if you're buying the materials to then process them, it ends up not being too good. But before we can do any of that, I need to make enough money to own land. The cheapest piece of land we found on the map was around 80,000. This map is a little surprising in that most of the land is a bit on the pricier side. And it's because instead of just... one of the complaints you had a lot of previous maps is you would get just the field, and you just kind of had to endure whatever was going on around the field. This one they did a far better job of making it so when you buy like that little field that's got like the tree line around it, you get the tree line too. But it means all the lots are bigger, which means they're more expensive. So it's good in the sense that you get more control over the map to do stuff, but it's bad for me doing a challenge run because almost all the lots are like 150,000. Not really. There's plenty in like the 90 price range. Let's see, I think AZ was doing the math, and it was heading towards 2 million to set up everything you need to make fish food. Yeah, because it'd be around 250,000 for... Well, actually, no, I take that back. You can get the super duper budget oil place for like 30,000. Or was it 30 or 60? We can check that. Taking into account land. Yeah, so let's take a quick look at this. So to set up the food production, the fish food production, we would need the production lines here. So 36,000 for the oil. 36,000 for the flour. So we'll just call that 72,000. So 72,000 gets you the first ingredients. You need the actual fish food factory thing, which is around here, and that's 27,000. So we're at about 342,000. And that gets you the fish food. You would then need the harvester, the tractor, and all that, and that's probably realistically going to run you 300,000, 400,000. So you are probably talking about 700,000 and some chain there. You add in the piece of land for doing that. You can honestly get away with 100 or 200,000 worth of that. So you're probably at $1 million there for the fish food. Would I think be a very plausible thing. Now, obviously, you're going to want bigger than that. And think of the follow. Now, obviously, you're going to want bigger than that. You're not going to want those little tiny oil plays. And I think he would be right that you'd be at $1.5-ish thousand if you got the bigger one, or $1.5 million if you got the bigger ones, because those want to run like 300,000 or so. And I imagine with the little ones there, you probably... Something about concrete? I mean, leveling the ground, but that usually isn't that expensive. Concrete. Nothing involving that process should require concrete. Yeah, no, I think if he's talking the larger buildings, like the ones that are likely to be able to keep up with the fish food production, I think he's probably in the right ballpark of a $1.5-2 million. It definitely looks like a very late mid-game to end game kind of thing, which is weird that basically making feed for fish is an end game thing. Like, maybe it makes sense in real life that it's in a complicated production line, but for video game mechanics, it feels weird that that's one that's that involved. Now, it could be that you might only need, like, the wheat or whatever, or the soybeans, and that all the rest is a, you know, higher yield output or something like that. I don't think it is the case. I wouldn't be able to check until we get the building, which is not going to be right away with our challenge. But yeah, no, I think if he's talking, like, properly setting it up, he's probably not wrong about $1.5 million. If we're counting, you know, harvester, tractor, and everything, and we're not talking, like, bougie either. We're just talking about having something practical. Yeah, no, he's probably not wrong. I do think you could get away with it for probably, like, 700,000 if you were really trying to be as frugal as possible. But I don't think that would be a very practical thing. Now, one nice thing about those little, the really little buildings that make, like, the oil and all that, usually they produce about 1/10 the yield of the big building, and they usually run about 1/10 the price. So it is one of those things that you can, you know, build 10 of those small buildings at the same as the big one. Not that I'd recommend it, because refilling those would be utterly obnoxious. But it can be a thing early on where you set that up and then save up for the better one. Okay, I'm actually kind of hoping to get more fish for releasing versus just keeping. I like the money. The money is excellent. You know, getting 400 a pop every, you know, 30 seconds, 20, 30 seconds, or whatever this is. I'm certainly not complaining. That's actually really solid money in this game. But we are under the suspicion if we hit 100 released fish, we get a bunch of money. Like 75,000 is what we got for doing 100 trash. It'll probably be similar. And we were at about 67 or something when I started. Started this specific round of fishing. And meanwhile, the whole time this is going on, we got our AI doing the cultivating. Okay, just keep giving me cash. I don't mind. Like, genuinely fishing, not counting, like, exploiting, like, the solar panels, genuinely fishing might be the single most lucrative thing for the in-game day kind of thing. Where you're just, like, in-game day. Not counting, like, super late-game nonsense. but like for just making earlier money, I think this might actually be better than logging and all that. How are we doing on our statistics? 24 more fish released gets me my 100. We can probably get that done this in-game day while that tractor is cultivating, which is going to give me like $9,000. Probably spend $3,000 on the staffing. And my hope is we'll get a good payout from that. And that then what we'll be able to do is get the harvester. As someone who knows nothing about Farming Simulator, how are you making money? Is it just fish? At the moment, I'm catching fish. What I also have doing is I have a tractor that I've got an AI driver on there. And when I say an AI driver, it's like literally you hire a worker in-game and pay them like per the job. So I've got a worker who's cultivating a field. You can do it yourself and it's far more lucrative. Most of the money we've made has been a combination of fishing and running contracts. So I've actually looked right here real quick. There's contracts you do. And so like this guy's going to pay me almost $10,000 to cultivate his field. And I know I got off that screen really fast because we're in the middle of fishing. And that's another thing. Eventually what you could do is if you buy your own land, you can go and do that. And we'll ultimately be doing that. But I am doing a challenge where I start with nothing. So land's expensive. Farming equipment's expensive. And so we're dealing with that. Now that said, we're actually doing pretty well. We've got a sprayer. We've got a tractor. We've got a cultivator. I still need a seeder and a harvester. And once we have that, I've got everything I need to... You know, once I have all that, we basically just get land and I'll be able to grow some of the basics. Like, be able to grow, like, wheat and barley and canola and whatnot. So we're not in too bad shape. The big thing that's going to hurt us right now is getting that harvester. Harvesters are expensive. But as I get that equipment, there's more contracts we can do. Normally the challenge I like to do in Farm Sim is called the Survivor Man Challenge, where you start on a map that has literally no, like it just has like your sell point and then your place where you buy your tractors and the rest is just wilderness. And that you just, you know, slowly turn wilderness into this like sweeping farm and all that. And I like doing that and starting with nothing and no contracts or anything. We're not allowing loans or leases on this one, but same there. Normally I don't allow contracts, but we put it up for a vote way earlier on the stream of what people wanted. And people were like, yes, contracts, but only if we're using our own equipment. And I think that's a nice compromise there. Because otherwise the early game grind can get pretty grindy. Now, is there still biomass power plant on the map? Used to be the easiest way to make money. Well, this is a new map. I don't know if I saw a biogas power plant. But yeah, no, there's definitely... Like, ways you've been able to make good money in the past is a very good way to make money is silage. Which is where you just take grass or whatever, you wrap it in plastic, and then you let it kind of ferment. They use that for animal feed. And that usually, for the amount of time and effort you put into it, usually pays pretty well. They did nerf it in Farm Sim 25, but it's still strong. Even nerfed, it's still really good. Contracts are very good money. Like, very, very good money. If you just start doing contracts, you'll be rich. It's funny running your own fields until you get production lines on is actually not one of the better ways to make money in the game. Which is a weird thing for a game based around farming, but it makes sense. When you're doing all your own farm stuff, you can kind of keep all that going, and you make solid money. But production lines are the big thing in the game. What I mean by that is, like, say I'm growing canola. Canola pays okay. It's not great. It's just okay. But if you turn around then and you get a oil factory, you can put the canola in there, and generally speaking, for whatever you put into one of those factories, you're going to get, I think it was like 1/2 to twice as much value out. So if I put $1 million with the canola into one of those things, I'm most likely going to get $2 million worth of oil out of it. It varies a little bit, and there's like some price fluctuations in the game, but broadly speaking, it is a money multiplier. But it is just a thing that takes time to set up and all that stuff. And a lot of it is very expensive in game. Because once you get it, you've got it. You don't have reason to get more of it. But so you build a sound system like that. We had hired nothing, only to make good investments. It can work great. Yeah, as far as the biomass, like there's been a few ways to make really amazing money in farm sim over the years. Still to this day, one of the classics is buy land, cut down all the trees, have a sawmill, put it in, sell the product you get out of the sawmill, and just basically print money. Wood chips are also really solid. Cutting grass and turning into silage is really good money. There have been ways where you can just build the production line building and then just buy the material to shove in it and make that work. I never found those to be very enjoyable because then it becomes forklift simulator where you're just spending all your times forklifting pallets onto vehicles to move them to the next place to dump them off and then, you know, selling the product back. Which is fine, but it is a lot of managing pallets. Okay. So they're about 71% done with the cultivating, and that's a big field. When that field's done, more than likely we'll be done with this in-game day. And once we're done with this in-game day, we'll probably... So it'll be in winter, so the contract options will wane. I'm not just going to fish the entire time. I'm pretty much thinking I'm going to try and fish to get these releases done. And then once the releases are done, we're just going to occasionally do like 1 or 2 casts or whatever here and there. Otherwise not constantly fish. But the hope from there is during the winter, we might take like the occasional deadwood contract, that kind of thing, because that's about all that's going to be available. And if we're lucky, I'll have enough money to get a harvester. Because we can get a harvester, that opens up a lot of contracts we can do in the year, and the harvesting contracts can be particularly lucrative. If you are new to farm sim, be very careful on what harvester contracts you choose. There are some crops that are very easy to harvest, and there are some crops that are utterly obnoxious to harvest. The root crops are famously a rough time. And it's like not like buggy rough, it's just they're very laborious. They pay reasonably well, but I would argue it's not worth it. It's still worth doing one time just to get a feel for it, being like, is this something you want to do? Which the answer is probably no, but still worth trying. But just be careful when you're choosing those contracts, because you can go and say, I'm going to sign up for a 10-hectare field of parsnip, and then realize the agony you have wrought yourself. And it is a thing in Farm Sim that if you partially harvest those fields, you will take a penalty for all the ruined crop. And so you can actually lose a lot of money to taking on a contract, be like, that sucks, and then bailing on it. But it's only the harvesting contracts that do that I can think of. All the other ones are fine. Let's see, some of the crops you'll basically crawl along. 1 second. Let me get this fishing and I'll catch up. Yeah, some of the crops you'll basically crawl along, swapping between 2 vehicles every couple of feet, or have help of a friend to co-op to it. Yeah, and you can get the AI to play nice in some of those, but it is a fight with some of them. The root crop, that's the thing. They're not bad if you are playing with another person, because then you can coordinate it and work on it and that kind of thing. It's still not one of my favorite crops to deal with, but it's at least reasonably manageable. With the AI will stop anytime you're not perfectly in position for the root crop, which means it's just kind of like constantly like fidgeting back and forth and stopping and fidgeting, and you're constantly having to adjust your position. And it's not even just like a get good kind of situation. It's really like the AI goes to turn and all hell breaks loose. And so it is just really, really rough with the root crop. Whereas like any of the stuff that has like a large storage thing, like the grains and canola and all that kind of stuff, those are just a breeze. You just cut the AI loose on the harvester, and you can just do rounds where you just pull your truck up next to it, load it up, drive off, you know, either put it into your production lines or sell it or store it or whatever you're doing with that good. And it goes really, really smoothly. But yeah, no, the root crop is definitely one of those new player lesson learned kind of things. Like I said, it can be fine with friends. You get like 2 friends with you. One of you's running the harvester, and the other 2 are just taking turns getting their trucks in place to pick it all up. It can be a pretty good time. So the things I'd like to see them change in the game, and there's mods to do some of this, is one, I do think with the root crop, even though it's not realistic for them to have an internal storage, I think for the practicality of not wanting to smash your head through the wall trying to deal with the AI, if they just gave it a little bit of internal storage, it would keep the AI from doing like the stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, because it'd be like, oh, I've got room. And I think that'd be a wiggle around. If they do want it to effectively have no storage, it could give just like 1,000 or 2,000 liters, which is really negligible. You're not going to do a whole field with that. And that would be a nice mitigating factor. And there's mods that do that exact thing. And I would like them to take the olives and grapes and really, really buff how much money you make on them. Because they're another crop that is pretty obnoxious to deal with, but can be fun. But the pay is so abysmally bad. You're putting in a whole lot of extra effort to just really not get your money's worth. Alright, stop giving me garbage. Okay. Which, if anyone does have any questions about Farm Sim, I have played an extensive amount of Farm Sim over the years. I'm not going to say I literally know everything about it, but it is the thing that like I can tell you differences on how to play with like precision farming without precision farming. Like, if you ask me like what's the best of what a vehicle is, I think that's very subjective. I'm not going to have an answer. Or if you tell me like what does, you know, specific model have a front and back hookup, I'm not going to know that. Not unless it's a vehicle I happen to use a lot personally. But there's just too many vehicles to really care about it. But stuff like, oh, you know, when should I weed? When should I fertilize? You know, is X better than Y? And usually the answer is, it depends. We're getting a nice run of these releases. Okay, we'll check where we're at again here in a minute. I'm imagining we're probably getting to like 15 or 20 left kind of thing. At least I'm hoping. Okay, how are we doing? 5 more. So even better than I thought. 5 more releases, and then we're done fishing for a good while probably. And my hope is that'll be a big payday for releasing 100 fish. Because like I said, I've been told there's something good we get at 100 released. Like rumored kind of thing. And the trash gave me 75,000. So I'm expecting that, an achievement or better. 4. And if we do get that done, I'll just take over the cultivator and finish that field, and definitely claim that I did all the work on that field, that we've left the AI to do literally 80% of it already. So it's definitely my doing. I did hire them, and therefore its completion is certainly... I'm going to take the one for 400. The AI's, you know, everything it accomplishes was certainly my doing. Certainly it's all the credit goes to me. That's my understanding of how bosses work. Not really. I've actually had some really solid bosses. I've had that kind of boss too. That takes credit for everyone else's work. But I've also had the boss who like really, really pushes back when they start getting credited for other people's work. Or they'll do the thing is like, yeah, I did that, but thanks to my team. Or like, yeah, we got that done, but because I've got a good team. Like I did my part of the equation, but it was the people under me who actually did the doing. Okay, so I think we're down to 3 more released till we're done. Now we can see what our cookie at the end of this journey is. Watch it be something like utterly obnoxious, like we get a, singing fish plaque decoration. I doubt it would be. Because that'd actually be new implementation for Farm Sim to set all that up. But I would certainly laugh at that. Where like, here's your prize, and then also here's the stupid singing fish that you can stand on a wall, and it, isn't smart, it just sings regardless. It's got a broken sensor, it just always sings. 24/7. Not sound associated to location. Global sound. We've had a few of that with when we've done demos for like Next Fest in the past, where we've had games that like they won't volume balance, or like there'll be a sound that clearly doesn't have the area effect turned on, so the rest of the game will be relatively quiet. Man, it was a slice of life game, like Stardew Valley-esque game. I can't remember which one it was. That it was hoeing the ground. So like the whole game would be quiet and you just hear crunch every single time you'd hoe the ground, like deafeningly loud, no matter what I changed about the game. It was pixel something. It's a very pixel art game, like low pixel count. Alright, so we got the Guilty Free Fisher. We threw back 100 fish and they gave us 75,000. Alright, well, I was hoping for like an achievement or that, but 75,000 is certainly a consolation I'm willing to accept. Cool. So we're not going to worry about fishing for a little while. We got ourselves another 100,000 in the bank. Nothing sale-wise I can possibly afford right now. So we're going to go ahead and take over the tractor and finish up this field ourselves, because I'm not going to be doing more fishing right now, and I don't think I want to start another contract. I could run around and look for the collectibles more, but I want to avoid just sitting there grinding that out, because watching me run around the map for hours is probably not the most entertaining. Like, I think it's fine to do once in a while, like, oh, I have this thing, it's going to take the AI 10 minutes to do it, let's just take a little gander over there, see if we can't find anything. Hey, Azriel, how's it going? How are you liking it? I'm enjoying it. I like it a lot. I know you expressed the things you said you felt were not great, which I imagine those are all still true. Like, I definitely feel it was a very weird decision to make fish food so far down a production line. Like, I definitely agree that is a weird decision, but yeah. Let's see, the other day you would realize you had a certain song stuck in your head for like a week because of the rhythm of digging dirt in Vintage Story. Almost precisely lines up with the rhythm of the first bar chords of the chorus of the song. Oh, that is like, Satisfactory, when you take the little tink, like the little chisel at the rocks. There's like tink, tink, tink. That there's a good like 2 or 3 songs that like tinking sound lines up like perfectly with. That you can't help but notice it. Why are you suddenly struggling? I deliberately got the cultivator that was a lower horsepower, gave up a little thing. Wait till you find out how much money you're going to have to spend to get the windmill up and running if you're doing it without cheating and buying the mats. The windmill. I didn't realize there was a windmill to build. I do realize there was a castle. And I'm sure that's going to be rough because those are always rough. Plot 60 has it? Alright, we can go take a peek at that. Yeah, no, those contract one, or those construction projects, those all get pretty wildly expensive. Like that temple, I did the entire building of the temple on a challenge run. That joker took time. Like, it's like, it'll be like 10 steps or whatever. It won't be that bad. And I think it was like 20 steps. No, it was more than that. It was like 20-something steps or whatever. It's like 20, 30 steps. It was something absolutely ridiculous. Which, don't get me wrong, if you're playing Farm Sim to, like, actually, like, do the Farm Sim thing, you're probably selling it there because those are the best prices anyways of those construction projects. The big thing that gets you is stuff like Riverbend requiring rope, and no one builds the rope factory. Because why would you? So you would never finish it naturally because you're just not going to build that thing. Versus building the place where you make planks and, short and long planks and the blocks and all that. That's a very realistic thing for you to just get a bunch of planks going. Like, you're probably going to just do that if you're doing your own playthrough. The very typical thing is to make the lumber mill, sawmill, whatever. The concrete's another one that you're unlikely to build on your own most runs. And that's been a requirement for almost all of them. When you build it, it becomes a working mill. That's something new we haven't had before. We've never had one of those project buildings become more than just, effectively art piece. Like, don't get me wrong, you get a whole bunch of money and achievement usually along the way. But actually having it become a functional building on the other side, I think, is new. It's cool, but you let to do the math. That might have been when Treacle was talking about. So Treacle earlier was like, oh yeah, setting up the fish food by the math was like 2 million. And I was like, that doesn't sound right. Did the math, and don't get me wrong, it's not cheap. It's not cheap. But using the smaller production buildings are like 36,000, which would definitely not give you the good throughput, but actually making some. You're definitely talking at least 700,000. Yeah, no, that's the 2 million. I was saying I do think 1.5, 2 million is probably an entirely realistic number if you're using like the big oil plays, which you probably need to get the proper throughput. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, for the record, Treacle did say according to you. Like, didn't take credit or anything. I wasn't trying to imply that. But I do think it is realistic that like 1.5. It's just so weird that it's because it needs flour and the oil, which is why it's so expensive. And maybe that makes sense from the production, but it's weird for fish food to be like a mid to late game, like mid-late game to late game production line, where you're like two steps deep in a production line just to make the food, to then start out the fishing production line, which means realistically you're buying the fish food. Which is fine. I actually think it wouldn't be unreasonable, because if we compare against like getting the food for cattle where you need to do the where you can do like the mixed rations, or like the pigs where you end up having like 4 different crops you need to get them actually good health. It feels like that's honestly not unreasonable. It's just surprising that you have the new expansion and it's almost like a chase thing. Because they should have just pre-placed a small oil mill and small cement factory on the map. The fact that they haven't is criminal. Yeah. I mean, so a lot of the maps don't have the concrete one, and if we're looking at the for the concrete one, if we're looking at the words are hard. If we're looking at like the production, like the big building things, that's one almost all the maps have that problem of is, you know, they'll either have like the rope one and it'll be like 300,000 or whatever, the concrete will be like 300,000. At that point you're placing your own. Even then, you know, it's an interesting choice. I honestly do question how many people ever do the really big production things who aren't like super duper into farm sim who are going to take the time to do it. I imagine it's one of those things that very few people do it. Alright. You're doing that out of spite at this point? That's fair. But yeah, no, I'm planning on trying to pursue it, assuming, you know, if my community tolerates me binging farm sim that hard, because I certainly have done it and I certainly will do it again if they put up with it. But I could certainly see going for that. The good news here is we're like sitting right next to the gas station, which is good because we're still good on gas. You know what? Oh, did you notice that there's Reliant Robins on the map? I just happened to notice one of the vehicles going by. I was like, wait, it's a three-wheel car. You did in way too many sports cars? Yeah. Alright, so we got that done. Let's turn in that contract. Cool, no more contracts because it's basically nighttime. So we just need to head up the road. So, yeah, we're only 2 months in now. This is the third month. And we're already sitting at 122,000 with a tractor and a sprayer and a cultivator. Starting with $0 and no equipment. Visit the windmill. I want to see your maths. Alright, so you said it was 60. Alright, so 60. Where's your drop-off point? Oh, read the sign. Windmill Farmland 60. Please acquire ownership of plot ID Farmland 60 to continue construction. So it's almost 500,000 for the plot. We have no idea what the actual cost is to do any of these stuff. But the plot of land itself is already about 500,000. Which, to be fair, is a big plot of land. It's almost 19 acres. It's gonna be all lumber. So yeah, so I don't... If it tells you what the quantity of things you need are, it doesn't say on the sign. Most likely, I'm assuming you buy the plot of land, and it probably updates the sign to then tell you, like, you need this. But yeah, no, starting out having a $600,000 cost of land is a big thing. The first stage is cement. Yeah, that's not shocking. They did that on, honestly, almost all the projects required cement at some point. On the other maps, it was mostly wood, like long planks, short planks, blocks. But almost all of them required cement at some stage. Which means the answer is you just bought it. Okay, because we're homeless, we're going to stare up into the sky and fast forward. Because we don't own land and we don't have a house on the land we don't own. And I did check where you spawned. This might be one of the only maps that didn't give you a place to sleep right where you started. Now, granted, it could be somewhere else on the map that I didn't see, but I didn't notice one. I like to think that the rest of the world is still functioning normal, and meanwhile our farmer is just like staring out in the middle distance towards the sky, just staring into the distance like the entire night, just not moving, as the entire rest of the, town walks by, and like, man, what's wrong with Dave? Like, what has he seen? Like, you okay, man? Yeah, so we're still getting hit. So I'm getting this weird vehicle leasing cost. We're not leasing a vehicle. And we deliberately made sure we didn't accidentally tab over to the train at all during that day. We turned where we can't tab to the train. So there is some vehicle on that map that is getting accredited to us that isn't showing up on our list of owned vehicles that we are getting charged $2,400 for, despite not actually having it. I do wonder if it's one of those things that, like, not while on stream, but like between the streams, just going to the save file and then just deleting that forklift and all that to see if that makes it go away. I'm worried it's the train, and that if I delete the train, it'll be a whole thing. Yeah, so you bought the land first, bought the big cement factory and the big oil mill and the debris crusher, and it was more than $1 million gone. Oh yeah, just the land, and like the land and the cement thing would be 8,500 or 8,500,000. I mean. So yeah, no, I believe you. Yeah, so that makes sense. You're talking about that. All right, bear with me, chat, for just a moment. I'm going to quickly pause the game. I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute while we're on the ad break. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right, and we're we're back. But see, is it possible to cure that at that point? I believe through kind of a convoluted process you can, but you have to kind of like deliberately delay doing stuff in the game. It's still too dark. You had to like really deliberately, delay things. And my understanding, if you go through that elaborate process, then you just kind of get a message being like, hey, you know, we couldn't land kind of thing. That's my understanding. I've never done it myself. So that is secondhand, grain of salt, all that stuff. But you kind of got to go really, really out of your way to deliberately delay that. Okay. So, we got tractors available, which we already have a tractor. Granted, technically, I could sell my current tractor and get this monstrosity. Technically, that is a doable thing. I could sell my current tractor and jump straight up to a 400 horsepower. That's a 183 for this one. Yeah, no, that's definitely an amazing price. I already have a sprayer, and I don't have a harvester. So these are both not bad. I could probably make these happen. The problem is if I switch to this one. If I were to switch to this monstrosity, I would run into the same... Wait, actually. Oh yeah, you're the one. You don't have a front hookup. It's still fine. If I switch to that monstrosity, I would lose the ability to use the sprayer setup I have. Because the sprayer setup I have is specific for this tractor. Because this is one of the official DLC. Or official mods. But it is the one that has its own special sprayer that comes for it. And the sprayer's cheap, but it only works with this setup. So that would be a thing that's probably just not the call. It is a bummer that I technically could make that happen. The downside of this one is it doesn't have a front hookup. But the upside is that's an endgame tractor. That's a 400 horsepower tractor. If we look at our tractors here, like all these are in like the top end is like the 400. You got these ones way down here that are like 600. All of these have their big negatives. But yes, this is the one we're looking at right there. That said, I'm going to say no to the tractor, as much as that would be nice. The thing I actually need is I need a seeder, a planter, and a seeder or planter and a harvester. The harvester would be the big one. Let's check on our harvester price. I want to say the harvesters start at like 100-something thousand. Not counting the header. Oh, only 100 flat? Yeah, when it comes to the modded ones, they're all more expensive. We only have official things. It's a power shift, so it would struggle on this map, no matter how big it is. Yeah. So we can get for 100,000. We can get the Macy. What does your header cost? 30,000. Okay, so if we make 10,000 bucks, that, well, 14,000 bucks. The CTV, honestly, I don't pay attention to the transmission, and it bites me in the butt way too often. Where you start going up a hill and struggling. Yeah, so we get that little harvester, and that would work. We just need a little bit more money. Just need a little bit more money, Arthur. Don't worry about it. Yeah, and we got some proper contracts here. Okay. All right, so what we need to do is we need to make some quick cash. So let's accept we've got $6,000 contract there. And I believe that one's around the corner, so I'll grab that one as well. So let's grab our spraying stuff. I'm doing this wrong. Don't mind me. I've certainly not been using this almost the whole time and should absolutely know where to hook this up. Yeah, so this is, it was a special thing. I think it was around, like, the Farm Sim Com or whatever. It was some convention that they they made this as an available thing that you could get. But it is just a, why does this feel weird now? But they do make these kind of things available as official mods. It's one of the reasons why when you're playing this game that people be like, oh no, the new version came out, they don't have insert name of vehicle that they like. Do I have this whole thing? No, that's right. I'm just looking at this and like losing my mind. Everything feels wrong now. So we are doing herbicide. But yeah, so it is a tractor that you get relatively good horsepower out of it. It's like 140 or 130 or something like that horsepower. But you get a really cheap sprayer setup that's relatively good. It's not amazing, but it's relatively good. But like for the price bracket, it's really solid. Okay, so there's our herbicide, and we are dealing with... Okay, so we just go to the right and then down. I thought those were closer than they are, which is a bit of a bummer. But yeah, so we just need to try and make ourselves some quick money. We can get the harvester. And then with the harvester, if we're fast enough, I can harvest that field of soybeans and make some pretty solid money. And all that good stuff. But that'll put us in great shape, because if I can manage to get the harvester, then we're only missing a seeder or planter. And most of the crops that we're going to be planting, we'll either be planting in the spring or the fall. And I believe in a pinch, we'd be able to plant oats. And oats aren't great, but they have a really short growth season, and they line up pretty well for then planting, you know, wheat or barley after that. So you can kind of get like that half season first go. And so we're on field 17. There we go, right over here. But yeah, and there's a lot of ones, and some of these, the balance might be a little off from what's in line with everything in the game, but there hasn't been too many that I'm like, oh, this is like egregiously strong. There's certainly been over the years different tractors you got that were a little on the perhaps stronger than they should be. Like there's been a lot of ones that, man, what was the one that's like the 100 horsepower, no front connection one from Farm Sim 22? Was it like the Arco something or whatever? That's always been one of the ones that you'd go back to. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. But, you know, you'd go with that one. It was something like 36,000, but it gave you 100 horsepower, or maybe it's less than that. But it was one of those things that you would jump from the strongest tractor you get in that price range being like 60 horsepower to straight up getting 100, and you lost not having a front connection, which is not that big a loss early on unless you're doing grass. And so there's some of those that were like standout, being like, oh, if you're trying to do this, this tractor stands out as like one you grab along the way. Because remember that one was a big standout. Usually when you got to like the higher end ones, people would argue to no end which ones were the best. That you had some people like really like certain John Deeres. I believe for this one, if you're not talking like official mods, there was a cheap John Deere that's kind of the big one that people grab now. Like 40,000 or something like that. I'm suddenly double, trying to remember. It was down here. Yeah, I think it was this $45,000 one that was like 116 horsepower was like your budget one. Because it put you in the same range as like the Feder and everything, but half price. And it's not even a modded one. It has a front loader connection and everything. there's just certain ones that kind of hit a happy spot that a lot of people use. But once you start getting to the late game, people, yeah, 45,000 for that is honestly a steal. That's why it stands out. As sure, it's not going to win any awards for what it does, but it's 45,000 bucks, which is a really easy to get thing at the beginning of the game. So it can enable you with your starting 100,000 or whatever. 45 for the tractor. You can get a couple of pieces of equipment, not enough to like fully do a field. Yeah, cheapest 100 horsepower tractor. Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember from the from Farm Sim 22. There's one I always got that was like a dirt cheap 100 horsepower, like no, or was it 200 horsepower? I think it got added in with a mod. Was it? Yeah, I think it was the Volvo here. No, was it the Volvo? I remember it had like the blocky front to it. But there was one that was very cheap. Oh yeah, we got some new tractors here that are dirt cheap as well. Probably should have gotten one of those. Yeah, I thought there was one that they added back in with the mod. Or maybe it was, ooh, maybe it was a medium tractor, like it was a super budget medium tractor. There's one that was like 200 horsepower for really not much. But you can definitely have those tractors at a sweet spot. I should have taken a bit better look at what was new. Because when we were looking to buy the tractor, I was like, I need something that I can get the sprayer. And I do remember that this one's always fairly budget-friendly, the one I'm using now for getting early spray contracts. Because it's a relatively good horsepower. Yeah, so we look at our small tractors. So the new ones we got with this DLC... Yeah, so I got this one here, 51,000. Yeah, so this one was slightly cheaper than the one I got, but about the same horsepower. And then this one's, yeah, the Agro Star is one of the ones on this one that's like a really solid choice. So for the light tractor, it's in line with some of the official mods. Not a bad one. Definitely one to start. The Fiat is a nice one where you're getting 160 for pretty cheap at 63,000. That one actually has a front hookup. So I think that replaced what I was talking about. Now for this DLC on the mid tier, we've got this one. So 230 for 200,000. Honestly, I probably wouldn't use that one. That seems pretty pricey for what you're getting. Versus like the Arco Star, you're getting for dirt cheap. You're getting some no front hookup again, which is a big bummer, but not that big. Yeah, so I'd say the medium tractor I'm less sold by for the price. It's not a bad tractor, but the price is pretty high. Versus I feel like the small one, I don't think I'd end up choosing it, but it's definitely a contender. And then when we start the next row, we'll check the big tractors. It's just these days you got so many options, unless they go and really make it unreasonably strong. And then for the large tractors, what do we got with this DLC popping in? We got a couple. So we got a New Holland, front back hookup, 111,000. Hold up. What? 111,000 for a tractor that's got 300 horsepower on the top end, 280. Okay. Like, don't get me wrong, that doesn't make it the strongest or anything, but that's really budget friendly for what you're getting. Meanwhile, we got this one. It is a fairly endgame one for 200,000, which is not bad. But you're already talking there. You're talking like either getting super expensive but limited capability, like the Versatile, or you're talking your proper end game, which is, you know, you're just throwing money at it. But yeah, getting that will get you not quite the strongest cultivators you can get, but pretty close to the best cultivators you'll be able to do that tractor. Yeah, because when you consider like the base game, so you got your big ones here, they get up to like 600-700 horsepower. These monstrosities. You can do those, and those are basically just for cultivating that kind of thing. Like really, really large scale. This'll do just about everything below that. But for 111,000 is not bad. Because once you start getting up to the giant cultivators, you are just getting a big honking monstrosity with like 500 horsepower. Because I want to say stuff like is this Fent and all that, I'd usually get the $415. Because I like the fence being so fast. But honestly, 111, that is dirt cheap. That is surprisingly cheap. I can imagine a lot of people starting out a new save, making a little bit of money on fishing, and then just grabbing that $111 one. Because that's what I'd be tempted to do, especially if you catch it on the used, where you're going to get that for like 50-something thousand. That, like, already alone, looking at the Plains and Prairie one here, I would still take that 111 one versus the half off that one. That's certainly something to consider. Let's check to see if we have anything in the harvesters, because I didn't look at all the equipment we got. Bum. Yeah, so no new harvesters under like the base harvesters. I don't expect to see anything under here. Yeah, that's fine. There doesn't happen to be a thing that going to the... we wouldn't want to do it by brand. So what we would do is we'd have the onion stuff. So we could check on the onions, that's new. Yeah, okay, so that's going to be most of our new stuff. So we got ourselves the new tractor there that they're recommending. The planter in this DLC is game-changing. Yeah, so that's going to be the big one. Let's check on the planters. $71,000 for this one. And you're saying the proceed, 6 meters wide. Don't mind me, we're just running into a wall for a minute. I think you can sort by the DLC. I believe you can sort by, like, I'm talking about having a category for the DLC. I'm gonna try and check that. I'm trying to do that while tracking this, which is why I'm hopping back and forth. Clicked out the window on accident. Yeah, because I thought it was over here. Where was it I could... oh, it was by this. Okay. Oh, cool. I haven't done it this way. All right, so we got some four-wheelers we can go around. We got a car. We got the tractors we already looked at. We've got some seeders here. And planters and all that. And you're saying the proceed here. So that... okay, so that looks like one of those ones that it's going to seed and weed. We got a bunch of trailers, a couple of sprayers. We got these things for all the onion stuff. We got some balers, we got the fishing line, and the new stuff. Look at what it plants. Oh no. Is it both seeding and that? So it's seeding and planting. Because that's planter. It doesn't do the onions or the specialty things, which is utterly fair. Yeah, that's, So it is a seeder planter combo. Okay. I am convinced. Yeah, so it doesn't have, like, the power thing, or actually, we'll double check that. Let's double check to see what all features, because that's something I actually need to look better at. Okay, so let's see what kind of planter this is. Alright, we've got you here. So, specialized seeders, use crops and maize. Alright, so, yeah, so it's not a power harrower, which is totally fine. So we still need to cultivate the field and all that first. So we can't just skip that step, if I'm reading this right. It doesn't look like it's got the built-in weeder, which is also fine. Weeding is really fast, no one cares. You don't do the fertilizer, but if you're doing... Well, why are you not moving? Yeah, so I mean, so to be clear, I still think it's really, really good. I do imagine when you start getting to the late game where you're probably going, you know what, it's fine that it doesn't do everything. Give me the larger equipment to, you know, weed and spray and all that really fast. I think you're going to be in great shape because the sprayers will just go faster. It isn't a power harrower, so you do need to do your own cultivating first, which is not that big a deal. And where did I miss a row? Because I have been watching... Oh, it's probably this little, like, mini row over here. Yeah, so I do think you're going to need to either, you know, cultivate, plow, disc harrow, whatever first. Prep your soil. So you will need to do that per normal. So it's not a power harrower. So it's not your all-in-one solution. That's probably talking your, like, mid to late game. You've got it handles all your crop. Well, probably mid-game. Probably mid-game. Where it handles all your crops. Because the alternative of what you'd consider doing is going into... Where are you at? Was it under this one? No, it's just under regular cultivators. Where are you... Or no, regular seeders. It's been a while since I played, so I'm falling behind on a lot of stuff. Yeah, so you get one of these ones here. Yeah, where it's the whole thing where it does all of it. Where are you at? Okay, so we're done with the contract. Yeah, that's fine, because there's... If you look in the seeders here, there's a couple of these. Was it the Versa? There's a couple of these that they do everything. Yeah, so it's a driller. So you could drill. Yeah, you drill, cultivate, fertilize, and weed. Yeah, no, I've heard that when you get them as the separate pieces, it doesn't work correctly, the Versa. Whereas where you get the thing where it's like the all together, like pre-assembled one, that one, my understanding, does work, because I've used that one. But yeah, where you get this one. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Because I know I used ones that worked. It doesn't work on contracts, it doesn't detect correctly, but when you're running your own field, they work. Because there's some of these that, when you get them, you don't need to cultivate, because it's a power, you know, plant or whatever. Yeah, so for the contracts, they don't work because it's doing like 4 processes in one, and so it just doesn't get it right. But yeah, no, it was one of those things, like, they're really, really good. And it's pretty hard, so like, those all-in-ones, most of them don't get very big. But you do just have to do one pass to get everything. Guess which seeder Giants chose to give us on the start farm? Yep. Yep, no, that stuff happens. Sorry about it. Because I want to say if I remember correctly, if we look at the cedars and we go like way down here to the giant ones. Yeah, so that one doesn't auto do that. Yeah, so this one is, I believe, the biggest one that auto plants them, but this one doesn't weed along the way. Like the all-in-one ones stop pretty early on. It's not that one alone. There's one bigger. But I think the one that, like, the biggest you can get that does all of the steps in one, where it fertilizes, seeds, weeds, and, you know, because it's a driller, it effectively cultivates. The ones that do, like, all that, I think they only get up to, like, 6 meters wide. It's either, like, 5 or 6. So they're very, very small. And so a lot of people accidentally look by them, not realizing how good they are, because they see that 5-6 meters, and myself included on this. They see that 5 or 6 meters and go, I don't want to do all those passes. But then you think on it, well, you don't need to cultivate, you don't need to seed, you don't need to weed, and then fertilize all as separate operations. You do that once. If you're doing it without precision farming, you'll still have to follow it up with another application of the fertilizer. But with precision farming, it's just literally you go to the field, you do that pass, and then you harvest it. You just ping-pong back and forth between the two and nothing else. So it's like, okay, yeah, it doesn't do the field all at once, but instead of being, you know, cultivating is one process, seeding is another process, fertilizing is another process, weeding is another process. So instead of having, you know, those 4 separate passes you do, you just have one. Like, even if you got something 7 times as wide, it would still be faster to do the one thing, even if every single one of the pieces of equipment was 7 times as wide. So it's really hard to beat those. Alright, Azrael, you have a good one. If we didn't shout out Azrael, by the way, let's make sure we did that. I don't remember if we did. Azrael's another fantastic content creator, plays a lot of simulation games, including Farming Simulator. I suspect you'll be seeing quite a bit Farming Sim in the immediate future. But also does play other simulation games and all that stuff. So definitely, if you're into that kind of thing, you will find that over there as well. No surprises, Farming Sim 25, all that good stuff. But yeah. But there's a lot of that stuff that, as a new player, is really hard to find if someone doesn't tell you, being like, oh yeah, this machine here actually does so many of these things at once. And it's relatively cheap, so you don't think, like, a lot of people, they just go down by the price and like, that's the expensive one, I'm gonna get that one. Or that's the one with the biggest horsepower, I'm gonna get that one. And a lot of times those ones are actually really not that good. Like, they'll have the thing they do extremely well, and then have a whole lot of stuff that, you know, are the give and take. Like, the really, really, really big tractors are like 700 horsepower. When you're looking to cultivate, and you want to cultivate a really big area really fast, they do that well. That is what they're made for. But when you're down to the point of going, well, I need to seed, well, those big ones usually aren't as fast, as in, like, their top speed and all that. The working speed's the same. Their cornering sucks. Their ability to move around the map, because they're so astronomically large, is a pain. Their maintenance costs and their fuel efficiency ends up being a problem. For those who don't know, when you're using the bigger tractors, it just costs more to repair them and all that, which is not that big a deal, but if you're playing at hard economy, it does bite into your margins. And so very generally, those giant tractors are pretty bad at most things. But again, you want to plow a giant field or cultivate a giant field, and you want to do it in as few passes as possible. Those are the ones that do it. That's the tool of the trade. What about soil compaction? Oh, the rollers? Rollers usually don't need that much horsepower, so you don't need that big. Like, we go in here and we go to the rollers. The biggest roller here requires 257 to 350 horsepower. That will be, you'll be in the large tractor range so far as the category, but you're talking probably the lower end of the large tractors versus like the giant 700 horsepower monstrosities. So you're talking a budget large tractor. Oh, what about those unwanted? Oh yeah, that's not a mechanic in this game. You do have crop destruction, if you have it turned down, where you pass back over the crops. Yeah, if you have crop destruction turned on, you're using a large tractor. You're like those big ones. You're just destroying the crop. Like if you have to go through there. But yeah, no, the game doesn't have the mechanic of you compacting the soil and making it so your yields are bad because, you know, you've smashed the soil to the point air can't get through it or whatever. That's fortunately not a mechanic in the game. Because it'd be super annoying when the AI turns in a weird way and you're like, well, crap, you just ruined part of my field. But yeah, like I said, about the only thing in the game that you have requirements of horsepower in like 600, like 600s is just the really, really, really big cultivator kind of things. Well, I hadn't thought about what happens with the AI, does it? Luckily with crop destruction, Giants has realized that even though the AI is way better than it was in Farm Sim 22, sometimes the AI just has a moment. You know, has its hallucinations and then starts doing donuts for no discernible reason. And you know, obviously programmatically there is a reason, it's just in real life logic it makes no sense. So even with crop destruction on, when the AI is driving, it won't destroy your crops. Because, you know, you'd be genuinely pissed off if you'd said, okay, AI, do this field, and it just started smashing through all your crops. But yeah, now that said, if the tractor is driving around on your field on the crops, and the AI's not destroying it, and you tab over and you take over the tractor while it's in the middle of the field where it should be destroying crops, it'll destroy the crops the moment you take it over. But it is a thing to be aware of there. Okay, we got another contract done. I keep hoping we'll see a harvester on there. Right, because we figured it was 134,000 we needed for the harvester and the header. Yeah, so 104 for the little babby one. Ah, that's where the 30,000 came from. The header itself is 30,000, but it does do all the things we care about. So we can go ahead and get that out of the way. So let's see what we got for new contracts, because again, we're just trying to make that money as fast as we can. So we don't have any more regularly spraying ones. We do have some small fertilizer contracts, and then we got a cultivating set of contracts. That is unfortunate. Those are not actually that good of contracts for me to do. So let's run over here real quick to get back to the garage. Because unfortunately it looks like we don't have any quick money contracts. Yeah, only the biggest cultivators, plows, and seeders need the biggest tractor. Exactly. And honestly, half the time you look at the fields you've got, and it just doesn't make sense, even if you could, you know, use that equipment, you got the money. You're looking at a field that's relatively large. Getting those giant cultivators on those fields can be more problem than it's worth it if you just take a little bit smaller one, you can get to the field and get it done real fast, versus trying to like finagle it around because the field's just not really big enough to accommodate it. There is such thing as getting equipment that's just way too big for what you're needing. But yeah, that's just circling back where a lot of people, they just see biggest horsepower, done. That said, I say that, but historically, when it got to endgame, I would always get that that Fent, because while it's not the not the highest horsepower tractor, it was the highest top speed tractor. And being able to go 37 miles per hour when everyone else is going like 32 or whatever it was really felt good to just really kind of hustle in that big old tractor. Got places to be. There was one field in Farm Sim 19 that warranted the big tractors. Yeah, well, that's also like they added the Nexat DLC. It kind of really shows you that whole thing. The Nexat, if you actually have like a really big rectangular field that's flat, which almost never happens, but if you did have that, the Nexat actually does come ahead of a lot of the other vehicles so far as being able to do it the fastest and most cost effectively. But you have to have like the perfect field for it. Anything shy of it, and the Nexat is barely usable because it's just that big monstrosity zipping around. Okay, so let's go look at our contracts. So unfortunately, we didn't have any more spraying contracts. So we're going to need to kick the herbicide out of here. And then I gotta decide, am I doing some fertilizing contracts and hoping we can make it work? Or are we doing a cultivating contract? And the cultivating pays more, but it takes way longer. Probably the cultivating. These aren't big fields. Yeah, there's very large flat plains in the Midwest, or some parts of Cali, I guess. Yeah, no, in real life, you would have all sorts of different places in the world where it's like, what is this place? Flat. What else is it? Look, man, it's just a big, flat, open place. That's why we're using it for farming. The soil's good, it's big, it's open, it's flat, there's nothing else here. We heckin' farm. But most of those places aren't particularly great for a lot of other things. Is that just south of me, I believe? I believe that's just south, yeah. But from the video game side of it, a lot of those big, flat, open areas, not exactly the most engaging things to do. Like, real life, very practical places to farm. Like, very pragmatic, very makes sense, much logic. But from video game, literally just doing a giant grid, not a lot of variety to have there. You would definitely get kind of tired of looking at that same, I'm going over the flat field that's next to the other flat field, and if we're lucky, maybe we'll get the breakup of the flat field by someone might have a fence somewhere. Maybe. Otherwise, it'll be another flat field. It's like what half of the middle of the country just wheat is. Let's say you're kind of flabbergasted when you saw how flat those parts of Cali really are. You've never seen anything like it. Oh man, you get to the middle of the country, where it's just endless fields of like just, you know, soy or corn or wheat or whatever. And it's just both sides of the road as far as the eye can see is just crop. Like the road just kind of looks like it just goes on into it, like someone just did was. It looks like if you've ever seen someone who's like learning art and they're learning how to do not aspect. Oh man, perspective. Of course, perspective and all that stuff. But they're learning how to draw perspective using a stencil and all that. Where, yeah, it looks like exactly the vanishing point. It looks like they're learning perspective and they're just doing the vanishing point where they just, you know, they start with their line, they start with a dot, and then they draw out. It looks like that, and then, you know, crops on both sides. There's no street lights because you're in the middle of nowhere farmland. And it's actually a dangerous thing, especially at night, that there's the concept of road hypnosis, where when you're just watching the same thing keep going past you constantly, it can just, like, lull you to sleep. Like, literally, like, brain shut off, you just careen off into the crops, and, you know, you're done. I mean, you're probably not done, but you've wrecked your car. You still went off the road. So it's actually like kind of a tricky thing when you're in that area. And it's not only there, it also happens if you're in an area that's like particularly foggy. So again, you're in that same scenario, you can kind of see the path going forward in a straight line, but the fog makes it so you don't see everything around you. So you're just flying down the highway for mile after mile with nothing at all to look at but the stripes just going like this down the middle of the road, if they're even done well. If it's a cornfield, you're done. Product Zomboid toss out dangerous corn is. Corn is surprisingly sturdy. Corn is surprisingly a sturdy crop. I don't think you're gonna hit it and your whole car is going to just disintegrate. There's a few crops like that you'd be shocked at how durable it is. So the question is, do we babysit the cultivator? Or do we let the cultivator go and do a little bit of fishing, even though we've done a whole lot of fishing? Because of the fishing, I'm bringing in money as well. Because our goal is to get to, I need 134,000 for the harvester and its header. And once we do that, we got new contracts. We got new contracts this month. Next month, those contracts go away. Wait, I'm getting a suspicion. We have seasons turned on, right? I would expect to be seeing almost no contracts. Yeah, seasonal growth, yes. Okay. For a moment, I was like, let's see, bleeding out from core-inflicted neck wound. Yeah, no, that was, I was surprised in Project Zombie when we got ourselves cut up on the cornfield. And then, of course, they also had people who like it realize, like, oh yeah, no, if you just go running through a full-grown cornfield, you can actually get pretty roughed up. Which I have no idea. I've not messed with that. If nothing else, the farmer's probably going, stop running through my cornfield. You're ruining my crops. Okay, so I am seeing that this tractor, while having plenty of horsepower, is struggling just a little bit here. That's not horribly unexpected. We kind of figured that whatever we were going to start with is probably not going to be ideal. Honestly, I've been pretty happy with what we got, though. That spraying has made us a bunch of money. And that'll come in handy when we're running our own field. So I am leaning towards handing this over to the AI and making it a them problem. Because while that's happening, what we can do here is I can resume madness. I'm sitting here being like, where do I want to look for the secrets? And I probably shouldn't, because we'll just keep going over the same thing. Let's I was gonna fast travel up there, but I can't fast travel to that. Okay. So I handed over the AI. The AI is gonna charge us some money. But what we're gonna try to do is have the AI working on that. I'm gonna take one quick peek down this shore. This is not the way we went the last time. Looking for these bottles. Yeah, because the last time we followed right up along the water, there's like nothing here until you get to the edge of the map. Never mind. I'm hoping to find that one more collectible. And I shouldn't be looking for it still. Not like that, at least. Be smart about it. Like, I probably should, like, go back down to the beginning of the stream and following along it the whole way and yada yada. But I've already been doing that a bunch. Let's just try and get just enough fish to get that last little bit of money. Because we're cultivating that field for 6,000 or 7,000. Which is just enough to get the harvester. but just enough means we end up having some issues. But if I can go over here real quick and just pad that number out just a little bit, I can potentially turn around and maybe even get that harvester before any of that. That said, I'm assuming at this stage there's not really a reason for me to not sell the fish each time. So we'll just take the cash. Because it'll be every, like, 4 or 5 fish we put away $1,000. I should also check, once we're done with this fish, let's see if there's a deadwood contract. Because we can do that real fast, cut down some trees. Mix up the content a little bit. Deadwood. 300 ducks. I'm probably gonna have to just accept that contract, then there's so little. Reward per tree, so it's 2 trees in the entire area. Fine, let's get that deadwood contract. It's been there for like half a year. It's a terrible contract, but we're not going to get other offerings until we do it. And I think those 2 trees right there in front of me are what it is. And that's probably the reason why it's so cheap. It's just where it randomly chose to put it. There's nowhere to put the deadwood trees, so it just had to have like next to none. Okay, so you got next on you. Okay, that's the 2. Okay, so finish that contract. So it'll be a little bit before we could possibly see another one. Yeah, it's just all of these like really, really solid contracts for the money. I'm fighting the temptation to run along those things. I'm also kind of low-key expecting to see that like somewhere along here there would be like a little stream I missed or something, because we went all the way over here. I'm low-key just like expecting to see like a tiny little stream somewhere along here that we find one more of those wait. Oh, we do have the yellow. No, wait, do we have the yellow dots? Or am I just going crazy? No, I'm going crazy. That was just one of the NPCs. For Mona's like, I got the yellow dots. We can go find it. I'm going to run over here, because we're trying to avoid just sitting there spamming a bunch more fishing. Like, it's good, it's lucrative. Do the thing. But also, you know. Yeah, this is edge of the map over here. So water sources up here. We did find one right at the bottom of this waterfall, so I'm not expecting to find another around here. But I am going to check because genuinely I want to find them. Yeah, so we found one that was around in these rocks down here. We checked in this little cubby here like 6 times. All right. Because I'm imagining we get the one more, and once we do that, we should be able at that point to see the others, get them all collected. They'll probably give me some money. No idea how much, but some. Okay, so we got another waterfall with weird physics going on with it. I don't remember checking this waterfall carefully. So let's do a little bit of peeking around. Okay. It's entirely possible I did already check this thoroughly and have gotten what was here and all that, but worth considering. Okay. And I do remember checking up alongside the that rail along the side of the bridge there. I'm gonna try and focus on down here a bit more than that. I'm not expecting to see it go very far up shore. All the other ones have been down pretty well in here. I'm also trying to think if they were to try and hide one as, like, someone discovered it, where they would put it. And my first thought was to be, like, at the actual, you know, dock area or whatever, have it, like, in a net or something. I also see, like, we checked all the little fishing boats we've been going by, but it's very likely I've probably missed something. Because we do got 3 of them left. Okay. And I know we found one down by this, this water wheel down here. I imagine they're probably also much easier to find when it's a bit darker. Let's check up here. In the off chance they've done something cheeky like put it stuck on the end of here or something. Nope. Yeah, and I'm taking a quick peek. It's the captain's log is what it's called. Check around the boat. So stick to the right shore going down and come back up. I'll check by that bridge. That bridge is a very strong candidate. Because I'm just thinking if I get one more, I'm very much expecting to be able to have the other ones appear on the map. And that'll get all of those. And that's another one of the dare drops we're supposed to do, is get them all. Part of it is this is like the closest I've gotten to getting them all without having to like look up anything. With the exception, that's not true. There was one of the maps at Farm Sim 22 where like they didn't really hide them very well. They were just kind of like sitting on park benches and all that, so you just had to run around looking for the park benches. It was just the one map. Okay, that's the edge of the map. Yeah, because like, literally every single one we found has been relatively close to the water. Because they're all, like, glass bottles with messages in them. Okay, and let's check back over here real quick. And I did peek inside here and we didn't see it. That was before I knew what I was looking for, so let's double check. Granted, I'm not expecting to see it like wedged in here anywhere. And then that you can't get into, I'm pretty sure. It'd also be weird for it to be up there with how every one of the ones has been in the water. Okay. Let's dash along here. Then if we don't find it over here, I'm not going to run back up that same river we've gone up and down like 3 times. Take a look at the map and see where else we want to kind of hop over and check. I was trying to see if there was a lake or something. But I haven't seen any otherwise other than like the series of like channels and rivers off of this. Check that bunch of rocks over there in a minute. Now, I could see them doing something kind of dastardly, like shoving it into a waterfall or whatever. It'd just be easy to overlook. Okay. We're coming up on that fork that, like I said, when we get to the fork, we'll just see there's a different area I want to look. We could check the pier more closely for the boats and all that, see if there's anything there. Like I said, I could see an argument that one of them picked it up kind of thing. It's kind of a wink, nudge, haha. Okay. We also checked to see if there's any bridges or anything that I haven't checked. Because, yeah, that bridge is where we left off with the last check. Was the... We went to this side of the bridge and checked it. Okay. Alright, so that's looking like a big old nope down here. Let's take another peek at where else you might find it. So we've checked up here. So we checked this river again. We've checked this river twice. All the way up here. We checked this shore both directions twice. I haven't checked this. I'm pretty sure that's all out of bounds. Yeah, I think that's all out of bounds up there. I actually don't know where north ends the map. I very much doubt we can get up here. Because we look at the map, and the way it looks, yeah, no, because you see like how thick this border here, and that's out of bounds, that's out of bounds. Yeah, I'm assuming out of bounds is somewhere up here. Right, so we checked the shore that way, we checked this way. My thought is maybe I overlooked stuff here, or over there. So let's hop back down here. And double check the stuff along here. I've been getting vacation ads yesterday all the time. Most of the time it's stuff like the Alps. They expect people to be willing to, through Christmas, New Year season? I don't know. Used to be like that place 25 years ago? I don't know. I don't know much about travel in that area. Okay, so not seeing anything in here. Those are non-functional ladders. Yeah, because it's this area here I don't think I checked very well. Let's check some of these other boats that are down here. Because I could see them tucking one in here. Yeah, let's check over here in the marina. Check this kind of wrecked boat over there. Sure, that's fine. So we don't see anything in the little boat over there. Alright, nothing on any of these. Let's check up by you. Again, like under the sneaking suspicion that like we will potentially find it in some like fishing net or something like that. Because we've been trying to figure all that out. Okay, we don't see any of these boats. You appear to be all clear. Ah, so I can't really climb out here. So let's go up to the shore and then look down on the boats. Judgingly, as you do. And see if we get anything with that. Yeah, we're not going to get the harvest today. Like, if I had sat there and just fished, we probably would have gotten the harvester today. In-game day, that is. But because we're running around looking for this, unless I find it and get, like, a big payout soon or something like that, it's probably not happening. So you're a big boat. Not seeing anything that gives me any implications that that's going to have value. So let's run over here. Okay, nothing in any of those boats. Nothing promising there. Okay. Pretty sure we checked that way. Go check this side real fast. I don't remember if I checked carefully around these. Because I've long since forgotten where I've actually checked carefully and not. Okay, so let's get to the other side of this bridge. The amount of time I'm spending looking on this is far too much. But I'm like, so close to done. Yeah, this is the one where we had already gone down this way, so let's not fuss with it too much. So last place to check again is we checked all the way over here, all the way down here. We checked over that way. We checked this inlet pretty carefully. So the only place I haven't thoroughly checked again is let's go once more out to the island and see whatever. The other thing I could honestly do, we'll check the island. I could probably just follow the bottom of that bridge that goes out into the distance, and maybe one of them could just be sitting on the base there. We checked that pretty thoroughly multiple times, didn't we? Let's just check this bridge. I don't have much expectations for the bridge having it, but I could see it being on, like, that support over there if we can go out that far. I could see that being a thing. And I'm pretty sure we ran up and down this shore a couple of times already. We circled that a bunch of times. But this time, let's just swim out into the distance and see where that platform out there is. Maybe it'll be out here. It could also potentially be out if there's any of these boats out in the distance. I see the one. I think that's well outside of bounds, though. I'm actually not even sure this is in bounds. You might be in bounds. If so, we'll check that boat. Okay, I do not seem to be able to climb this. Let's check the boat. I can actually get farther out here than I thought. I think that represents the end of the map, though. Just looking at that, no, maybe not. We'll see how far north we can go. Because it's entirely possible that it's just on the other shore. And, you know, they're kind of expecting you to not really check. Alright, not seeing it in there. Yeah, there's no way we can go all the way up to that shore, right? Okay, so I will follow the bridge across. And we'll go as far as we can. If we hit a limit, we will teleport back. The contract's getting pretty close to done. Our cultivator's doing its thing. Like I said, this is going to be a little bit of a bummer that, realistically, I could get the... Hey, Penny Meow, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 9 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Yeah. And we've been doing a lot of fishing. We've actually gotten a lot of money from it. We're looking for the hidden packages. Oh, and can we get a shout out for Penny Meow? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Really good times over there. We could really go out here. Okay, so I don't think it's along the bridge. Let's see if we can get to this shore. You taught me a lot in these 9 months? Well, thank you. Like, it means a lot. And also, thank you so much, Treacle, for the... It was a tier 1? Which one? Where did it go? It's here somewhere. Tier 1 sub. I do appreciate it. For 4 months you've been subbed to the channel. I do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. But yeah, for those who don't know, Penny Maui, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we do. So if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. Excellent conversationist. Very good times with stuff. Let's see. Penny years are quick. Someone asked her to list all the countries in Europe. She's got it. She's good at it. Let's see. We could apparently just swim straight up across here. This is... Oh, no, you can't. Here's the wall. So very shockingly, we can apparently swim all the way up here. I don't imagine it would be like right here on the edge. It's surprising that they actually have this. It's probably because they're giving us boats to give you room to move around. Eddie's map was better than anything you draw. Oh yeah, that's a thing. I didn't get to see this. I'm assuming there was like something asking you to draw the map. All right. Basically what we've got is there's 12 hidden items. I've got 8 of them. And it is a thing in this game that when you find enough of them, the last few will get like a little yellow pin to help you find out where they are. And I haven't seen any yellow pins. I'm not sure we're at the range where they'd show up. Every single one of the ones we found so far was by the water. So I'm expecting it to be by the water. But I'm going to practice my madness and just move this along. Because I don't see yellow pins. But they've all been by the water, so I'm really thinking. Ask you if Central Italy existed and you found a confusing question. So you drew all of Europe. Well, almost. You forgot Denmark. That's okay. I understand a lot of people forget Denmark. Oh, that's off the west edge. That's why I didn't check that. And there's probably a whole lot of people like, hey, that's so mean. Yep, well, I don't know where else to look. We can check our contracts. We got a dead one here for 5 trees way over there to the east. Oh, get out of your way. And we could go ahead and knock that out. Because I'm mostly just trying to do more than just doing a heck of a lot of fishing. So I see at least 3 of the deadwood trees. Actually, I think I might see all of them. Yeah, we got almost all of them right here. So 1. Let me double check that because I'm suddenly being paranoid because I've cut the wrong tree before. Nope, that's good. Because I remember there was one of the maps that there was one of the trees looked very similar to the deadwood tree. But just a little teeny tiny bit of green near the top. Two, there's 3 and 4. And that'll give us another 750. So far, the Deadwood contracts in this map have been very easy. Some of the ones that get really hilly maps can be pretty rough. Okay, and we have nothing else that we can do till you're done. I guess we'll just... I guess we'll fish. It does what we'll do. Alright, so we're going to fish just a little bit. Because for the harvester we're looking at, we need 134,000 for, like, the header and everything. And with that, we can knock out another contract or two using the harvester to maybe get some proper money. That's going to be tricky because I won't have a trailer to collect stuff. But if we can get that, then we're on to the point of literally just needing a planter or seeder. And at that stage, we could literally do a field start to finish the whole thing. Which would be fantastic. And then with that, we could very quickly get a handful of contracts done. And a handful of contracts. We could probably go and use those to buy ourselves our first plot of land. And at that point, we'd be making our own money off of our own field. Which is kind of the goal. And we did start with $0. So at this stage, we probably have made about $300,000 since we started. Would be my guess. Okay. Fish heads for the mods, yes. Today we feast? Absolutely. There has been many a fish head. Okay, come on. Because, yeah, we should have it where I turn in this contract, plus these fish that we catch. That'll let me get the harvester. And I'll have to be careful because right now I don't have the trailer. We've also used up a lot of our in-game time for today. So, if I grab, like, a really big field, we get ourselves in trouble. Because just wouldn't have the time to finish doing it and then have to pay the difference. Especially the part where we have to take the harvester and drive it to where I needed to drop off the crop. Which will certainly be a whole experience. Now granted, trailers aren't too expensive. I'm still moving around, which I don't need to do because now we're selling everything, so I can just keep clicking the button. Okay. You're 93% on the cultivating of the field. That should be done very soon. Now, in the event we don't manage to get to that field in time, like the harvester, that like I'm like, we just don't have the time kind of thing. If that happens, we would hold off buying the harvester right now. And the reason we would do that is there's always the possibility between now and when we'd be able to harvest again in the future, it shows up on sale. But regardless, if we miss this harvesting season, then we're kind of in that situation where it's like, okay, do we buy the harvester before I use it? Probably not. Like, I'd probably wait until we start getting the harvesting contracts showing up again. And just, again, hoping we can get either catch them on sale or get, like, a really good seeder on sale. That kind of thing. Yeah, no, the money from fishing is really good. Generally speaking, if I was playing this without the fishing part, like if that wasn't... Or sorry, without the bonuses from fishing, generally speaking at that stage, I'd probably just getting started up on my first tractor with like something that we could do contracts with that are meaningful. I could have the tractor, like I'm talking like getting more than like the 10 horsepower kind of tractor. Like, I'd probably get a tractor at like 60 horsepower where I'm just barely able to cultivate and seed and all that. Because I definitely remember doing that on our big Survivor Man run on No Man's Land in 22. Which the economy was harder in 22. But with all that, at least to me, I personally find the economy was harder in 22. There was more metas in 22, though. But either way. But genuinely, I'd found, like, we were stuck with this, like, little 10, 11 horsepower tractor for a good while till I finally got the upgrade to 100 horsepower. And very genuinely, I was trying to sit there with that little, was it like 2.5, 3 meter wide plow, doing entire fields with that, because it just took a while to get things going. Because I needed all the equipment, it's just so expensive. Alright. Yeah, so I'm gonna have made about $2,000 in the time we get that last like 5-10% done here. 3 PM in game, I think that would honestly be, I could probably do a small harvest contract maybe. I just gotta check, let's check when we go to accept the contracts, let's take a peek where they want me to drop off the goods to make sure it's not when I have to drive inside the building. Because if I have to drive inside the building, you can do it with the harvesters. It's really painful. If it is that, I'll probably hold off on those contracts and just wait for us to have the trailer, because that'd be like the next harvest. And there's a good chance we'll just kind of fast forward to the winter. If I don't have a contract for the AI to do, I'm not just going to sit here and slam out fishing the entire winter to, you know, bag an extra 200,000 from just sitting here fishing all day. Because if we consider that, like, you know, for as long as the days are, if I'm spending the whole day fishing, we're talking a good solid couple hours of fishing, which I sure don't want to do. Like, the fishing's fun, but that's too much. Okay, we're probably down to our last cast or two before that contract ends. Okay. Keep looking around for some reason. I got in the habit of trying to look so I make sure I throw away the small ones and keep the big ones. And I'm just not caring about that now after we've gotten so many of them tossed back. Okay. It's curious they went with this style versus, like, the tension style. The tension style being where, like, you see, like, the line tension on it and you keep, like, it'll, like, fight back or go whatever. It feels like this game would be more aligned to the other one. I think it's fine. It might just be more implementation than they wanted to do for it, which would honestly be fair. Because like I said, I figure this is the kind of thing you just do from time to time. That you wouldn't just binge this very often. Alright, and contract done. Okay, so with that, let's get you back home. Because in theory, I should be able to pick up a harvester, and if we could find a harvester that I feel comfortable being able to go directly from the harvest to drop off, where it's not a huge commute across the map. I did not expect that tree to hold up to me, but that's fine. we can go ahead and get the harvester and get at least a field harvested for the contract kind of thing. Because now, with that, we just have to get the cedar and buy land. And then we got our own farm up and running properly. So if we're considering we're doing a 0 to hero run, having the ability to do that without loans or leases getting all the way up to there is pretty good. Alright, so let's check the contracts before I go and dig deep. Big contract here. You are 13 hectares, and you want me to deliver across the entire map? Nope. That's pretty close. That's relatively close. That's pretty far. I'm not even looking at what the goods are, and I need to be paying attention to that. Yeah. So it looks like for the soybeans, it wants me to deliver to the far south. We won't be able to do the corn, I don't believe. Yeah, so we've got corn and soybeans are the only ones that are showing up. Let's double check what we'll actually be able to do, checking for sales just in case. So if we were to choose you and grab you. Soybeans, yes. Corn, no. So I can do the soybeans. And the soybeans contract, they want to take it down to where it's 55 down here. Are you one that has an... Okay, so it's an outdoor delivery spot. That's perfect. Okay, so soybeans, yes. Corn, no. So that is a really big soybean contract. I'm not sure we can get that done in time. Man, why are you so far away? Because we got two really big soybean contracts. And that's good money, but without a trailer, it's going to be a rough one. I'm going to go against my better judgment. I'm going to accept it. We might end up slowing down time, so I can actually have a chance of getting it done. So no license plate. And there's not a whole lot to change about it, so we're buying you. And we're going to the combination here. And we're buying you. Normally I wouldn't get this for this, but I am a little concerned that with these narrow roads, I won't be able to maneuver around otherwise. Alright, so we got a heckin' harvester. Usually I don't worry about these until you get bigger ones. Okay. So, we're going to pick up what we can, we're going to get this going, and the big question is, how fast can I get a trailer? Of, like, any size. Because once I get a trailer, I can hand this over to the AI, let the AI deal with it, and then start trailering it back and forth. Because unfortunately it is a long trek. Oh man. Yeah, so we're going to start getting the harvester on this, and I'm going to check to see what the cheapest trailer I can get that's, you know, at least meaningful. I'm probably going to be disappointed with what size is required for that. But it is just going to be a thing. Because I think driving this at the 16 miles back and forth, we're not going to make it in time. Okay, so we drop off the trailer. Okay. Alright, so we're starting to get this. So yeah, so you got a minute there. So let's check our trailers. So the cheapest trailer with Wild, let's check down here real fast. So we got 30,000. Those ones don't come with wheels. So yeah, 31,000 is the cheapest there for 19.3 cubic meters. So 31,000. For 30,000, we can get, yes, we're looking at about 31. No, wait. 26,000. That's unfortunately a lot. Okay, so 26,000 is more than I'm just chucking a fishing line down and not becoming frustrated. Now that said, we can potentially work around this problem by... We can take our tractor with the cultivator and the AI and chuck it at a field. I might need to mix in there a little bit of fishing to just pay for the employee's time. And use that to bring in a couple $1,000 while we're harvesting. And I may have dug a little deeper than I should have. Alright, let's check that. Okay, so if we took a cut, why are we not selling the $100 fish? Well, we are now. We weren't before. We weren't before because if you release enough of them, we gotta pay out for being, you know, good nature considering people. So fertilizer ones aren't that great. So cultivating, I'm probably gonna regret this. We're going to accept that contract. So field 31. Okay. So what I should be able to do now is set destination, go here, this way, set destination, go here, this way. Alright. I'll have to drive it over there myself. So I'll finish this road, I'll grab the AI, chuck it up to cultivating that other field. And this is going to be a whole thing. Put it on the road outside. We can try that. I have a feeling it's going to be problematic with it, but we'll try that as well. But we'll take it outside, put it on the road, and see if it goes. I've found that a lot of maps, the AI telling it to drive places, if it's not kind of like open fields, that there's a lot of navigation it has to do. I found they're pretty mixed bag on being able to get around. But we'll see, because it very well could be stuck in here that's having problems navigating. Yeah, I'll put it on the road. We'll tell it to go over there and see if it can't figure it out. If it can, great. If not, we'll just have to drive it over. Alright, so... grab you. Set navigation. It's fine. Okay, doesn't know how to get there. So we're going to drive this over really fast. And we're going to cut the AI loose onto cultivating that field. And we're going to jump in the harvester and get back to work. Because very unfortunately, I'm not going to have a trailer anytime soon unless I sell something worth a good amount of money. And I don't want to. And so we're just going to have this work because we're going to be busy. Still left-hand side of the road to do stuff here. Where am I going, by the way? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, yeah, so we gotta go all the way to the side here, take the road around. Alright, but the good news about this is we're gonna start being able to get these harvesting contracts. Those should be relatively good money. We're just lacking in the trailer. Actually, was there a trailer for sale? Not one I can use. Because, yeah, we just need a trailer. Because once you have a trailer, I could keep the harvester going and just do back and forth with the tractor and the trailer following it. But it looks like we're talking about $30,000. We can also check because there's a couple of standalone trucks. But those, I believe, ended up being more expensive than the trailer itself. Which makes sense because it has to have, you know, an engine and all that garbage. Alright, but I mean, good really did, like, first day progress. Really good. We got a tractor, we got a sprayer, we got a cultivator, we got a harvester. I'm just missing the planter slash... Oh, don't do that. Come on, get over it. Yeah, you're fine. I'm just missing the planter slash seeder, either or. And once we've got that, literally we can do our own fields. I just have to buy a field. And considering we're doing a challenge run, you usually don't get that far. Now, granted, we were allowing contracts as long as I use my own equipment, which definitely helps that, because we definitely got... We probably got a good, like, 60, 70,000 out of that. Very genuinely, the fishing having those big payouts like it does certainly has changed the entire early game for doing Survivor Man stuff and all that. I am kind of hoping that if I get to do Survivor Man challenge run off stream for like edited videos, having that available is very, very strong. Let's see, without, other than fishing, how much would you have made without contracts? We'd have to, we can find that out actually pretty quickly. Let me get this going real quick, and we can actually do the math on that relatively easy, because you start in August, so we have August, September, October that we'll have the numbers from. Or how would you make it? Oh, saying other than fishing. I'm sorry. Other than fishing, how much would I have made from the contract without contracts? So, without contracts, my choices are I would have had to give myself a plot of land and a chainsaw and then start cutting trees. And you can make really good money doing that. That would have been one way. Or I would have had to give myself equipment for doing the grass. You kind of have to do one or the other. Because just the nature of the game, you have to have a way of making money. And that always requires equipment, whether or not it's leased or, like, whether you lease or purchase or whatever. And so, usually the cheapest things to start is now fishing. Otherwise it was chainsaw, which again, you have to own land, which we don't. Or you'd have to be able to do grass, which is just giving yourself a mower and then something to pick up the grass and sell it. You could also give yourself, like, the tiniest little thing. Did the AI, did you turn the AI in the other field? Yes. Yeah, you can see it moving down there. But yeah, so you need one of those. But that is kind of one of the catches when you're dealing with that stuff. Is when you want to do a Survivor Man challenge or Zero to Hero challenge, it ends up being kind of a dishonest thing in a certain way because you have to give yourself stuff equipment. it kind of works with this one because it gives you the fishing rod for free. You just have it, so I didn't have to buy it in advance. Whereas before, usually you had to like buy yourself a chainsaw, then delete the money, or buy yourself a chainsaw on land, then delete yourself the money to do a 0 to hero. Which again, that's like, okay, but you gave yourself like an $80,000 field. There's a little cheekiness around it, but that's usually where you say, but no loans, no leases, and all that. But there is some you have to give yourself to start, because you can't just, you know, money out of the ether. But with the fishing pole now, where you don't need to own the land and it's 150 bucks, it's effectively 0 to hero. Like, I feel like that's made the Survivor Man challenge feel more authentic. Now, the caveat being, with the fishing giving you like those big payouts for pulling up trash and all that, that does streamline it a lot of ways. I'm curious how people will decide, like, oh, that's a valid challenge, that's not. It's one of those things that I don't think really matters. But you will definitely have people who are like, but it's not. You get the $75,000 for getting the trash. That just skips the early game. Yeah. But at the same time, I've definitely done the runs where we just mowed the grass and 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 mowed the grass until we eventually were able to buy it. So it just skips that early game grind, which I think is fine. Or just cutting down a bajillion trees. It is one thing I would like to see Farm Sim add, is I would like to see Farm Sim add some like the really, really old equipment. They kind of sort of did it a little bit with this, with one of the packs this time. They had the packs that was the Ford packs. They had like the older Versatile and all that. I would love to see them have a pack where, you know, they already have like the really old tractor. I would love to see them add a pack where it's got like ye old plow, ye old planter, ye old seeder, where it's, you know, 1.5 meters wide. It does like 1 row or 2 rows, and there's mods you can do to get that. But it would be nice to have that like base game that they would give you pretty much all the equipment to do like really kind of, you know, old school, like barely having combustion engine old school stuff going on. Get secondhand equipment where it's very high maintenance cost because it breaks down more for 0 to hero runs. Yeah, so on stream I did where we started with the chainsaw on land, as well as I've done a separate run where we started with the bare minimum to mow grass basically. And I've done both those starts because historically that's what your options were. You could also give yourself like a piece of land and like a little greenhouse, and that would also work. And I think that would honestly, like very genuinely, I did the math one time of like the minimum to start mowing grass and then the minimum to start with a greenhouse, and the greenhouse was the, you know, where you've given yourself less to have a greenhouse and like the saddest little tractor with a water tank on it. But yeah, that's you can give yourself like the worn out stuff, and it does actually make it have a higher maintenance cost. Like, that is actually already a mechanic. To give yourself a second hand. I haven't thought to, like, do that for the intro equipment because I usually don't see it as relevant. But I do think it's actually fair. But, it's just genuinely I'd love to see... Because, like, I've added mods where you get, like, a plow that's just a single blade that you drag behind your, like, 10 horsepower tractor. They could use horse riding mechanics to attach a plow to them, the tractor. Like a tractor, and then the slow early ox plow. Yeah, that would be a fun one. I feel like that's going to require significant engine tackling, or like the ox, as it were, would effectively be a tractor, which is something that people have done with mods to give yourself like hand tools, so you'd have like the hand scythe to harvest, but you're effectively driving a scythe when you do that, and it gets really funky because your character like moves around, or like they've had that with like the lawnmower, like the push style lawnmower kind of stuff. They've had mods that do that, and a lot of those get really, really funky and weird. Oh, this field's gonna be awful. I did not think this through. The good news is it does look like for harvesting, it's going to be about 5 trips, which is pretty rough. Maybe 4 trips. We might... It's probably 5, but it'll be close. Doesn't this vanilla have a push mower? Sort of. It does have like a walk behind, but it's like a big commercial grade thing versus more like when you're thinking push mower, you're thinking, you know, someone getting their like their, what is it, Kenmore Craftsman or whatever. So you're like talking very high commercial grade, you know, one, which makes sense for the type of game this is. But it would be nice to have the addition of, you know, some low end stuff. Like they give us, you know, with the DLC and all that, they give us the little was it like 10 horsepower tractor? It would be having the equipment that would be appropriate for the little 10 horsepower tractor. That's what I'm looking for. So having a little plow that a 10 horsepower tractor could pull, you know, a little seeder or whatever that 10 horsepower tractor could pull. The only one that gets weird is the harvester, because there's not really a tiny little harvester. Like you start going to like ye olden harvester, it's like not a big downgrade from what we're doing right now. Otherwise, you're kind of hand doing it. You know, having people out in the field digging up potatoes with hand tools. I'm trying to get as much of this done to do as few trips as possible. So I'm going to kick the blades off. Because we rolling. All right. So we're tagging that place. Now, that said, chat, unfortunately, pretty soon I am going to have to end for tonight. We've already gone about an hour longer than I normally do, because I was honestly just got focused into it and looked down at the clock and went, oh, I'm already pretty far over. And that was one of the reasons I was hesitating to take on a harvesting contract. And then I was like, yeah, this one won't be a big deal. And then it's a bigger deal than I gave it credit for. Which is something that you'll do in Farm Sim every single time. Oh, this path to the right will be the better path. Let's see, on the map screen, the mouse cursor is way down to the right where you're clicking at, just as info. On the map screen, the mouse cursor is way down to the right where the clicking at is info. I'm sorry, I'm at a loss of what we're like what info we're talking about there, sorry. Snooze that again. Yeah, missing context, sorry. Let's see, the old style harvesting That have to co-op the swather system. Oh, yeah. No, there's ways they could do it. Like, I mean, they could even give us hand, like, that would probably be, like, not Farm Sim 25. That'd be, like, the next iteration of Farm Sim. You know, if they wanted to introduce, like, you know, actual beasts of burden, as it were. Take some of the animals we got and, like, make it so we can actually have them do work on the farm. But you're talking, that's a major expansion on the engine. Like, if you click on the tractor, the cursor way down right is shown to us. Like, if you click on a tractor, the cursor is way down right shown to us. It's all good. Yeah, sorry, it's just like, I'm confusing myself. The cursor is way... Oh, yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah. The cursor doesn't align. Yeah, I've had a couple of games where that is, and I fixed it before in the past. It just has to do with scaling kind of stuff. That weirdly, where I see the cursor in-game and what you see captured on OBS are not the same place. And why it does that, I don't know. And I fixed it before, and then I forgot how I fixed it. I just gotta keep that in mind when I'm pointing things out with the mouse. And I remember there's a reason for it. And I remember it's like I had to turn a setting off. And I, for the life of me, don't remember what it was. And it's not just Farm Sim, there's a couple of games that I've had that. It has to do with just the style of, like, rendering they're using for whatever reason. The AI car overtook you? Oh yeah, so actually, you know, as long as you're not blocking the road, in Farm Sim 25, the AI is far more prone to overtake you. Farm Sim 22, yeah, they would almost never do it. They just sit behind you and wait their turn. And that's that I'm a bit surprised they went around the harvester, because this thing takes up the whole road. Yeah, normally you would have the a tractor with a trailer do this, but we're broke. So I could sit here and, like, just fish and slowly piece together money, but, like, at 30,000 for the trailer, that's not gonna happen. I'm picking up, like, the cheapest, like, four-wheeler that's got... Actually, I shouldn't say that. We should probably look and see if there's any new vehicles that would potentially do it. So let's go up here, because that one's not going to be a good one. You can get trucks like this one, and that can carry like 3,500 liters, which would be half of a load of this. So if I were to buy that truck for 67,000, it'd carry half a load. This one could also do it, but we're already talking more than a trailer, which is what I figured. Yeah, none of those make sense. And as far as cars and all that, there are a few of these that carry stuff. Like, that's 400 liters, that's 800 liters. So you could get one of those, but it would be just not even worth your time. Yeah. So, realistically, you're sitting there, we're going to get a trailer. And we'd probably be talking, yeah, the 30,000 range. Or sorry, 26,000. There was one for the 26,000. Yeah, because these ones that are cheaper and actually have a really high capacity, there's something I need to make that work. Gotcha. Oh, I see. So, basically, okay. So it's with the Mercedes-Benz pack, which, my god, they've got a lot of settings. Those are containers that you can kind of do that. The other piece you have for this truck thingy, can you put the no-wheeler trailer? Can you put on the no-wheel trailer? Oh, that thing doesn't carry carry cargo, unfortunately. Like, it carries the header for this tractor and nothing else. Alright, so we're just going to get this back to the field and get it back into position. Because generally speaking, the way I keep track of what I'm doing in Farm Sim, because, you know, dealing with so much stuff, forgetting stuff, ADHD things, all that, is I'll pretty much take whatever I'm working on, I will put the equipment I need on the field I need, and I'll be like, there. So, like, if I need to harvest a field, I will pull the harvester over and I'll park it on the field and be like, next time I come back, I can see my harvester is sitting on the field, I know I need to harvest this field. I expected that, but it looked like the wheels for the trailer without the trailer. Yeah, no, that's it's interesting, those Mercedes-Benz one where you have like the containerized trailers. That honestly could be an interesting way of approaching stuff, because you could use that in lieu of a silo. Probably not a good idea, but you could use that in lieu of a silo where you just left those containers all over the place. And, you know, you just go, oh, there's a container for the corn, and grab that, move it over. I don't think I'd want to use it that way. I think it'd be better off just using the silo, because that's kind of the whole point of a silo. But the interesting thing with that as well is you wouldn't necessarily need to own land to fit a silo on. You could just dump the containers. That's actually... Ooh. That's actually got interesting implications. I could see reasons to do that. I think 90% of the time you're just buying the silo. What are that's actually a good question. So, if we checked these ones and went to the combination, the Mercedes-Benz, these are under the trucks. So let's go to the trucks, find the Mercedes-Benz. So you've got all those regular trailers. Okay, and that one's got just the compartment-sized ones. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's literally that's what they do. Like, literally their whole gimmick is they do have these trailers. And they're honestly not bad. Because it's like, they get to about 40 M3. And it's 40 M3 for 10,000 bucks. I don't know why there's that. So 10,000 bucks. And I also don't know why. Oh, that's a push-off container? Ah, I see. So that one's got like an automated system. Yeah, so you got like, for 12,000 bucks, you got 40 M3. As far as the cheapest most things can do. Yeah, no, I think it's a very, most of the time you're going to want just the silo and just a bigger trailer. But when you consider you get the vehicle, let's actually check some prices. So we get the Mercedes-Benz. Oh, those prices really do hurt it, don't they? Yeah, because you're 144,000. And the semis would be 45,000 with the trailer. So you're actually talking... Yeah, no, that's for the actual crop holding thing, for a dedicated truck for it. You'd be talking a similar price range between the two because the truck itself costs so much more, and then the trailer costs nothing, just about. Versus the reverse is a lot of the other ones. The truck, you know, and the trailer are both expensive. Let's actually check in the horsepower too. So if we look at these, it's about 326. It's honestly, I feel like it's one of those things that you could situationally make it work if you wanted to have multiple trailers to toss around. That would be the only reason I could see using it. If you wanted to have like 4 or 5 trailers that you staged, I could see a use for it. But only then. Because otherwise you just get the other truck Because the issue is the other trailers, to get a good trailer is going to cost you a small fortune, like 40, 50 to 100,000, depending on the size of the trailer you're getting. But then the truck, the 4,500 or 45,000 one, isn't that good. So yeah, I think that's one of those ones that the Mercedes-Benz doesn't make sense for most use cases. Yeah, no, actually, so you do end up holding on to crops a lot, but usually when you're holding on to crops, you're just going to use a silo. Like that's to me kind of the hard sell on it, is the thing you would use for, there's another tool to use that. Now, if you were holding, how much is a silo? The silo isn't super expensive. Oh, it was, oh, where was it? Oh, it was up here. Yeah, so you got the 30,000 ones, and they carry a lot. So, like, the silos are cheap, but they do take dedicated land. I think for the Mercedes-Benz to make sense, you would need a bunch of smaller fields of different crops. Like, if I was doing Sri Lanka, and I had, like, this field is barley, and this field is wheat, and this field is canola, I could see doing that, because having those... Well, no, because the silo you can mix. I forgot that's a thing. In my brain, I want it to not be a thing. Yeah, no, there'd be challenge runs you could do that. I could see justification. One thing you could potentially do is you could have someone who's harvesting the field bring over like 3-4 of those trailers and drop them down on the field, or, you know, 1 or 2 or whatever, go to another field and drop them down, and have the person who's doing the harvesting on the separate fields take the time to fill those up while you just circle around and grab them from the different ones. I could see a justification for that. I think that's such a niche situation, though. Like, realistically, you're just gonna get, you know, your truck with a big trailer, go to one field, deplete, go drop off, go to the next field, deplete. But that'd be multiplayer, where if you're having, like, 3-4 people harvesting at the same time kind of thing. And even then, I think you just fall behind picking up those little trailers again and again. Yeah, it's one that's kind of a cool tech. I feel like for strategy, it's almost always not going to be the answer. Like, there's almost always going to be a, I could do that, but this other thing's better. I do think it's a hard sell. It's cool, and I think buying it because it's cool and you want to do the cool thing is probably your biggest argument for it. And there's a lot of equipment. It's like the Nexat. The Nexat, 99% of the time, it is not the right answer for your problem. If you think it's the right answer for your problem, you're still probably wrong. But to get the cool, big, fancy machine because it's cool, big, and fancy is kind of its own certain justification. But as far as, like, the practicality, it's so limited, you're just probably not going to do it. At least that one's not bad like the Nexat, so that it's not actively hard to use. Okay, so we're going to stop that. And we got to save, because I snoozed the ad as long as I could. In 5 minutes, it's going to happen, and we're going to be probably wrapping, because normally I do a 9-hour stream, and we're at 10.5. And I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow. And if I'm going to do that, I need to get my butt wrapping up and calling it a night. So with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, because there's no host ready over there on the YouTube side. But over here on Twitch, we are going to go and raid someone. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'm going to go ahead, and 2 things I'm going to do is, first, I've learned my lesson before, exit the save. Because time still passes.